a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more information, log on to ESPN.com.
Right about now on NFL Tonight, Steve Spurrier's NFL coaching debut. Can he make the transition to the big time, or will his ego get in the way?
Confident, somewhat arrogant, probably like I was when I left Miami.
Last season, Mooch and T.O.'s relationship smacked a family feud. This year, they vowed to resemble the cast of Friends.
It's not even an issue right now. It's not even on my mind.
It was a memorable day in Canton as 5 legends bust their way into the Hall of Fame. Warren Sapp and Michael Strahan are talking smack over an asterisk.
Hard dig, and he rolled right into Michael Strahan for the sack.
And last season, the Raiders said the refs stole their Super Bowl trip. We'll explain how the Silver and Black got their revenge. NFL Tonight is next. Hi again. NFL Tonight really is NFL Tonight.
Yes, sir.
Like in about 59 minutes, Steve Spurrier makes his NFL head coaching debut. The Redskins against the 49ers in Osaka, Japan, coming up here at ESPN, 10 p.m. Eastern. Mike Golick, Sean Salisbury, konnichiwa.
I am. Good to see you. I'm tired of strikes. I'm tired of contraction. I want to play real sport.
Football.
Football.
That's what I'm talking about.
I want to hit somebody. I'm going to hit you because you were quarterback, and I'm going to hit you just because you're here.
And a hangnail's not keeping us out of the lineup either.
Tim Kirchin's going to hit you for that baseball.
He ain't hitting move either.
Tim's about that tall.
Curve, that's for sure.
Steve Spurrier, his NFL coaching debut. Now, in college, it ain't the pros, but in college, 12 seasons at Florida, he never won fewer than 9 games. Sometimes it seemed like he had like 7 wideouts. Can he do it on this level?
He'll win fewer than 9 this year, but eventually he's going to win. You know what? They had so much talent, Stuart, at the University of Florida. He doesn't have that talent there at Washington that he had in Florida. But what he does do is he'll flood some zones, and we know Spurrier, here he is at Florida, flood zones, find the open man. Steve says it's a pretty simple game. If they're up, we'll go over the top. If they're pressing us, we'll just kind of dump the ball off, play a little bit of football. We'll practice, but not too much. He'll put his quarterback in situations tonight, Sage Rosenfels, and throughout the season to challenge him a little bit, to give him an opportunity to see if he can pull it off. He won't embarrass him, and Steve won't embarrass himself either. And you know what's interesting? That he's got enough offense at Florida. He doesn't have it here yet, but eventually he's going to get his players in place, and they will score a lot of points. But my question is, can the defense stay in shape early enough?
Man.
They're going to be on the field a lot.
Let me tell you what, I hope they're doing their sprints. That's all I have to say, because there's going to be a domino effect as this offense tries to find their legs, no matter which quarterback is going to run it. Because the problem you have in a passing offense like this, and believe me, they'll find out they're going to need to use Stephen Davis after a while, is you could have 3 and outs. You could be on the field and off the field quick. So if you're a defensive player and that defense looks great on paper and it should be great on the field, let me tell you what, when you stop the offense, run off to the field, get your Gatorade quickly, because you may be back on the field very quick. This is the domino effect of a struggle or a new offense with players that maybe aren't up to the caliber they need to be. In and out, 3 and out, passing attack quick. And what's going to happen is that what sometimes used to happen, you're the quarterback running off the field on another 3 and out. I'm the defensive guy coming back in. I'm going to be staring at you. At some point in this season, there may be them icy cold stares as you're crossing paths on the field.
And they didn't need a superstar at Florida at quarterback. They had so much talent. But you're going to have a difference maker in D.C. for those guys to get to the playoffs.
All right, on the flip side of the coin, the 49ers, they have a charismatic coach, and they have the wideout who owns the NFL record for most catches in a season with 20. Now, either Terrell Owens and Steve Mariucci have or had a soap opera. What is the deal here? Are they hugged and kissed and
Well, they had dinner, and supposedly they had dinner.
Talk at dinner, though, is what I want to know.
I want to know who picked up the check. You know, that's what I want to know. But they had their dinners. They did their thing. Supposedly, everything's fine. Let me tell you what. Mooch handled the problem very well last year. Owens did not. Owens, you got to keep your mouth shut to the press. And if you care at all about this team and what you're doing as a team, you don't have to love everybody you play with. Believe me, I hated a lot of guys. They hated me. If you don't get along, that's fine. If you have a problem, Terrell, then keep it to yourself or go right to the coach's office and have the problem. When that press comes to you after the game, don't start spouting off. Keep your mouth shut. Say what you got to say about the team. Everything's fine. Then walk into Mooch's office and have your discussion. Don't do it publicly.
Yeah,
anymore.
we don't need to put a muzzle back on Terrell Owens' mouth because the guy is the best football player on his team and the best wide receiver in the National Football League all around. But it's time. It's time. We don't get to enjoy his talent enough because he won't shut up long enough for us to enjoy it. We'd be talking about how great he is. But it's time, like Rice, who was there in San Francisco, for him to take on the responsibility and say, you know what? Not only do I got to lead with how I catch and getting 300 catches during the season, but also my leadership qualities. Yeah, cosmetically, Stewart, everything's okay right now. But when he's got 3 catches in Game 5, and they're down by 14 points, and he comes to the sideline, let's see what happens then. I want to see how he handles a situation when things aren't going well for him.
Okay, so I hear you. So are we saying then don't dance on the opposing team's
Yeah, unless you want a forearm to the throat.
cowboy?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what.
Helmet?
Yeah, you don't need to do that. He's too good to have to do that.
If he does that again, there's going to be more than one person running at him.
A bunch of us might jump through the screen,
I
man.
might come out of the media box and go after him.
There are so many subplots of the American Bowl, it would take 2 sequels to get them all in. So we'll hit the high notes. After a 13-hour flight, during which Redskin linebacker LeVar Arrington smeared mustard on one rookie's lips and took a picture, it's game time. Washington's rookie QB Patrick Ramsey remains unsigned. Their 2 former Gator QBs, Shane Matthews and Danny Warfel, are riding the bench, and the starter, Sage Rosenfels, threw as many NFL passes last year as I did. Mike Patrick in Osaka, Japan to call the game. Mike, how you doing?
Stuart, I'm doing great. Thank you very much. We are in Japan to open the NFL preseason with the 49ers and the Redskins in the American Bowl. And it will be the first game for Washington's new head coach, Steve Spurrier. He comes from the University of Florida, where he was wildly successful. 7 Southeastern Conference titles, won the national championship in 1996. There have been a lot of successful college coaches trying to make the transition to pro football. Some have made it, some haven't made it. The question is, will Steve Spurrier do it?
I don't know, Mike. I really don't know. I think that's one of the most intriguing aspects of this season is Steve Spurrier. He's the guy that comes in heralded. He's the college coach. He's the genius. He's the resident evil genius in the Southeastern Conference. Can he be a success in the National Football League? It's a question all of us have been waiting to see. I will say this. He comes in different than any other coach coming from the college ranks. Jimmy Johnson, Dennis Erickson, just to name a couple. They didn't bring a signature offense to the National Football League. Steve Spurrier brings his offense. It's his team. It's his legacy. Whether this succeeds or fails, it'll be on his shoulders. He's got a great defensive coordinator, but this is all about offense. Paul, the fun and gun, not the run and gun. So I'd expect to see it in the air a lot.
Well, let us not forget about Steve Spurrier. You know, this guy played 10 years in the National Football League. He also coached 3 years in the USFL with the Tampa Bay Bandits. The last 2 years, he took up the postseason play. But when you ask Steve Spurrier about what has changed since he coached in the National Football League or in the USFL, he said one thing was the defense. It is so complex now. That is where he's going to run into some problems, I think.
Well, we may get a couple of answers tonight. We may not, but we'll find out in less than an hour. Stuart, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Still up on NFL tonight. The preseason officially opens with the game tonight, but doesn't mean we can't show highlights of Ricky Williams and the Dolphins-Titans scrimmage. And how about that Michael Strahan sack? More thoughts from our guys coming up.
NFL Tonight, brought to you by Heineken. It's all about the beer. Heineken.
Ever since Larry Zonka left Miami for the World Football League many eons ago, Dolphins have been looking for a bruising, productive, consistent back, like, say, I don't know, somebody who can gain 1,200 yards his first 5 years in the league. Kind of like Eddie George did until last year when E.G., hampered by a bum toe all year, averaged just 3 yards a carry. Eddie says he's healthy. The Dolphins have the running back they've been looking for in Ricky Williams. How about a scrimmage, guys? Titans fans going at it. Preseason camp. Early scrimmage. Get to see a healthy Steve McNair complete a pass to a healthy Kevin Dyson. Tennessee fans got to love that. How about the black cleats? Dolphins ball. Ricky Williams had 1,245 yards last year. I wonder if Ricky's going to keep his helmet on during interviews as a Dolphin. Now, Chris Chambers shows off some mad skills. Ray Lucas just throws it up, Chambers, mad, ridiculous hops. Touchdown. Sean, how do you do it?
Stewart, he's got that it you just can't teach. Plays like he's 6'5". He's only about 6 foot. Throw it up. Good things happen to good receivers. Honolulu, here I come. Throw him the ball as often as possible here in 2002.
Yo, can a brother get a big hit? Rob Conrad makes the catch and gets yoked by Keith Bullitt, Bullitt.
Hey, great one for Camp, but you know what? Conrad's helmet stayed on, so it was just all right. The helmet starts coming off. I'll talk a little more.
So basically, you're just giving it like a 7?
Yeah, 7, maybe 7.5. I don't know what the Russian judge is going to give, but
we don't want to talk about that.
All right.
Let's keep it legal here, okay? All right, maybe it wasn't Larry Zonka the Dolphins were looking for. Maybe it was a combination of Zonka, Jim Kick, and Mercury Morris. Ricky Williams has 132 catches the last 3 years. Does that maybe make him the most important running back potentially in the AFC?
Take the maybe out of that, and I'll tell you why. I think it's because of the surrounding talent in Miami. We saw what Chris Chambers can do. That was his rookie year last year, averaged over 18 yards a reception. But in his sophomore year, can he do the same? There may be question marks there. What will open up an offense? It's a back catching the ball out of the backfield. 60 last year for Ricky Williams. All of a sudden, when your back is catching the ball in space, now the defense got to play up a little more. All of a sudden, it's opened up for Chambers a little more. Maybe Rondé Gatson a little bit more because he's their possession receiver. So that kind of a situation, you have that with a Curtis Martin, with a Marshall Faulk, with an Edgerrin James now back with a Colts. If you get that in Miami, because I still don't know if you can put the load on Jay Fiedler. I don't know if you can put it on Chris Chambers just yet. Defense is keeping him in games. Ricky Williams catching the ball may be the key.
And the onus falls on that running game and on their offensive coordinator. One thing about Ricky in Miami also is that their run game has died out near the end of the season last couple years. So now they got a guy who can take you through 16, 18 games. But the key to this, and maybe the most important acquisition in the entire NFL in the offseason, that guy right there, Norv Turner. If he's not number 1, he's sure not number 3 as far as coordinators go. He will use that Ricky Williams out of the backfield. Remember Norv in Dallas when he had the big 3? He had Emmett in the backfield. And he'll do the same thing here. Give it to Ricky, throw it to Ricky, get Chris Chambers in a position at wide receiver to be successful, and I guarantee you he makes Jay Fiedler a better quarterback than he's been before because Norv will focus on the fundamentals, getting Jay back to the basics, and Fiedler smart. Norv Turner may be as key as anybody in the league this year.
Make him number 2 if he's not number 1 but in number 3?
That's how we counted SC. I don't know about Notre Dame.
He said nothing about number 4, just to make it clear. For the Titans, Eddie George, Steve McNair, 2 guys who go about 240 pounds, but are they healthy?
Yeah. And if they stay healthy, the key is come see me in October.
What are you, a doctor or something?
These 2 guys here, big key. When you got this big fella back there, 27, who's working hard, nobody works harder. Keep him healthy. He will get you your 1,500 yards, and he's expanded his receiving game also. He is the key to the Titans to get them close to the playoffs again. But this guy here has shown me something every year. I think he's as underrated as anybody. Keep him, not that guy. The quarterback here, Steve McNair, he can throw it. He'll stand in and take a hit. If he can give me 14 games, I am really, really happy. McNair, George, because Jeff Fisher can coach, and I know that defense is going to be fine. Those 2 guys are the key to getting Tennessee back on top.
The thing that happened for me last year was Steve McNair answered some questions. Jeff Fisher always told me when I talked to him, hey, he didn't need to throw the ball downfield. We had the running game, so we didn't have him do it. George didn't have the year, so McNair had to throw it down the field. What did he have last year? Last year, his best yards per attempt, 7.7 yards. Most touchdown throws. Best TD to interception ratio. Most passing yards thrown in a year. He got the job done going downfield, but I don't know if he can do it alone. It showed last year when he tried to do that by himself. They didn't take him where they wanted to go. And everybody has their window of opportunity. It's going to start to close. They have to stay healthy together. I believe that. But McNair answered a lot of questions last year, getting the ball vertical.
And aside from number 4 in Green Bay, Favre, that is the toughest quarterback in the National Football League.
Oh, he's tough. Rock solid tough.
Yep.
For all of his talents, though, you mentioned he's only had only one career 20 touchdown pass season, and that was last year.
But the offense is it's a defensive offense. Don't turn it over. We'll win football games, but they're starting to expand a little bit more.
They are starting to expand. He had those 21 touchdown throws last year. He will probably need a few more of those in his career to have a chance at making it to Canton. It's called a segue in TV talk.
It's pretty good.
You like that, didn't
you?
Yeah.
Booyah.
Hall of Fame inductions today. And just to prove my point, Jim Kelly had 7 20 touchdown pass seasons in his 11-year career. J.K., our former colleague, was one of the 5 men inducted today. Now, we know him as a fun-loving, living life to the fullest kind of a guy. Today, he showed what he was really made of. Mark Malone explains how Kelly left not a dry eye in the house.
All right, thank you very much, Stu. The men of the hour.
As for John Stallworth and Lynn Swann, the first 2 wideouts from the same team who played ball at the same time to make it to Canton. Big ups to him, big ups to everybody who made the Hall. Still up here on NFL Tonight, we're wondering, If there are any Bill fans at the team scrimmage today, seemed like all of them were in Canton. Also up first, Michael Strahan was feuding with his own teammate. Now he's having a war of words with fellow Pro Bowl sack artist Warren Sapp. You got to check this out.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the Great Outdoor Games beginning August 13th.
But this year, look for him to be contending next year.
First, Ray Lewis got pizzed. Now it's Edward Reed's turn. The Ravens agreed to terms with the former U of Miami safety. Reed will join the team's practice on Monday morning, one of 5 former Hurricanes taken in the first round. The preseason opens tonight, but you also don't want to miss the Hall of Fame game Monday night between Michael Strahan and the New York Giants and rookie QB David Carr and the brand new Houston Texans. ABC 8, but it all starts with Monday Night Countdown, 7 p.m. on ESPN. Give it up for Michael Strahan looking to sack David Carr. Referring to Mark Gastineau, Warren Sapp said, quote, the single-season sack record shouldn't be held by a felon, close quote. It was Michael Strahan who then went out and broke Gastineau's mark, sealing it with the controversial sack of Brett Favre with 2:43 to go in the Giants season. It was Sapp last week who said Strahan's record ought to have an asterisk by it. It was Strahan who then said, and I quote, Warren is a jackass. Ooh, it is on. First, a refresher. Last season, Brett Favre, a bare-naked bootleg right into Strahan's arms. A lot of people thought Brett gave it to him. Strahan said he doesn't believe Brett gave it to him. 22.5 sacks is 22.5. But when Warren said Strahan's record should have an asterisk by it, Strahan's entire quote went, he'll see me in my face and be nice, but Warren is a jackass, so get out of the first round in the playoffs. Then you can talk to me. Every year, Warren has something to say. I don't know. Maybe Warren Sapp wishes he was me. Warren Sapp has 64.5 career sacks. That makes him officially a sack artist. Michael Strahan has 84.5 career sacks. That makes him a sack artist. Mike Golick has 11.5 career sacks. So I don't know if artist is the word. Maybe we'll just say sack aficionado.
Somebody has to hold up the linemen so those guys can get sacked. How do you think Reggie White got all those sacks? I had to hold up the linemen for him. Listen.
These two guys, sour grapes or what? I mean, and who has them?
I think Warren Sapp is the best defensive tackle in football. Should Warren Sapp said what he said last year about Gastineau? No. Should he have said this year what he said just to Strahan last week? Absolutely not. Was that last sack a gift? In my opinion, yes, it was. But even without it, 21.5 would have been a great thing. He got the record. Warren, the best way to shut everybody up, you know what it is, I know what it is, get 23 sacks, then you own the record. He had 16.5 sacks a couple of years ago, got double-teamed a little bit more last year, but maybe had a down year, but they were keying on him a little more. He needs to get the sacks. He needs to just leave that one alone.
Yeah, go play. Deal with your own teams. Both of them are awesome. If I'm starting a Pro Bowl team with 4 defensive linemen, they're both on my football team, Strahan and Sapp. Well, maybe if they don't, it'd be better that way. But what's interesting about it is Favre, hey, I saw that video. I'd have gone down, too. I don't want to get hit by Strahan in the mouth. Regardless, all those sacks are still an astronomical amount in a regular season. What's interesting is Sapp and Favre are buddies. I don't think Warren wants to question what kind of integrity Brett Favre has. What's done is done. Let it go. It's tough to play defensive end. It's tough to play defensive tackle. Stu, bottom line is Tampa Bay's got bigger fish to fry, and so does Michael Strahan in New York. Let it go. And you know what will happen? Those guys will be at the Pro Bowl, high-five and going out and buying each other a drink. That's the way it always
Dog, you remember what I said about you?
You know how we go.
How we roll, yo. Now, you mentioned Warren had a down year last year in sacks. He had 6, which is his lowest total since his rookie year. Is he frustrated by that or the fact that the Bucs just, they make the playoffs every year, but they can't make it to the Super Bowl?
Well, he certainly loves all the individual accolades he gets, but he wants that Super Bowl. He is a team guy. I talked to him more than a few times last year, and the thought was, hey, when I had 16.5, Leroy Glover, then with the Saints had 17 or 17.5, I think it was, the pressure was coming up the middle. He said that teams were taking care of it that last year, and they were putting a couple of guys on us in the ends, had a better shot. So he only had 6 this year. He'll get back to it, and what he is going to love, guys, let me tell you, I love a motivated player and an animated player, and Warren Sapp is that. Now, I always say it is the player's job to motivate themselves. If a coach can flip the switch and start the fire a little more power to him. Well. They have a blowtorch now for a coach in John Gruden. These guys are going to love each other, hate each other, and they're going to win together.
That switch is the electric chair, my friend. They're going to put that thing up. They got no better guy. This team got lazy, and this team got complacent. Love Tony Dungy. He went on. He'll do well in Indianapolis. They needed John Gruden to come in and put a foot up their rear end and say, guys, it's time. And talking to Simeon Rice, one of the teammates, he said their mini camps were tougher than any training camp he'd been to. They got the right guy, and even though Warren got double teamed, this team has been underachieving. They get to a certain point, and they fold their tent. Their window's also closing, but they're tough. He will take them to the next level, will John Gruden. And I think even though Warren and John and Keyshawn will probably have their head button because there's no superstars with Gruden. It's his way or the highway. They'll all respond to him. They needed that for that swift kick, Stuart. I think you could take Tampa Bay and say they're one of the favorites in the NFC because of Gruden.
And word out of Bucs camp this week is Warren Sapp is going to get some reps as a blocking back on goal line and short yardage situations. And it was Warren himself who suggested it. Warren said, I'm going to get in there and do something.
He was an All-American tight end out of high school, so he might line up there as well. He's a great athlete at 300 pounds.
Do they get the Giants this year where he can block straight in?
I think that's why he wanted to do it. We got some more preseason camp action. Browns and Bills, yes, Drew Bledsoe in a Buffalo Bills jersey. First pass of the scrimmage for Bledsoe, and he completes it to the former Volunteer Peerless Price. First down for the Bills. Here in the drive. Bledsoe rolls out, looking for Eric Moulds, who is always one of the most underrated wideouts in the game, one of the strongest wideouts in the game. Runs that quick Z route. The drive ends with a 2-yard touchdown run by Travis Henry. Later in the scrimmage, Browns ball, Tim Couch. Can a brother get some Kentucky in the shotgun? Crouch, play headed on by Antoine Winfield.
He gets some Ohio State, can't he?
Talk about being excited.
Preseason, man.
Preseason, man. Just chill, man. It's a preseason catch. Pick.
A lot of hammer.
Bring it down a little bit, dog. Bring it down a little bit. A lot of people wondering who's going to be the Patriots of the AFC this year, the team that comes from nowhere and does something. People say maybe the Browns, maybe the Bills. What are your thoughts?
I think that the coach of the year is going to come from one of those two teams. It's either going to be Greg or Butch, depending on the team. I like Buffalo. This is a team that had 30-some new players last year. This is a team now that gets a veteran quarterback who may be the best bad-weather quarterback in the league. And that guy right there, Eric Moulds, might catch 140 this year. He's going to drop back, and he's going to throw it. The key to this is Kevin Gilbride, new offensive coordinator. Some guys have been successful, Warren Moon. Some guys have been unsuccessful, Cordell Stewart, in this system. Bledsoe is a veteran. How he reacts, because he and Kevin will butt heads because they're both stubborn. But if they can stay on the same play, there could be some huge plays. But early in the season, Mike, offensively, there'll be a little bit of embarrassment because guys aren't on the same page in that read and react offense.
Let's go to the other side. Let's go to the Cleveland Browns. And I like the way Butch Davis built that team. He built up the defense in the draft and free agency, getting Earl Holmes to fill the middle linebacker position so the defense can keep them in some games. Offensively, they still need more help for Mr. Crouch there. He's got to be able to get some receivers. Kevin Johnson almost doubled the next closest receiver. He had 84. Crouch needs more people to throw to, and if that's not going to happen, maybe William Green, the running back coming in from Boston College, if he can stay healthy, can give him that running game. A strong runner out of Boston College, if they can get some ball control, play that kind of an offense, ball control offense with the run, get the receivers to come in and help a little bit, and let that defense keep you in games. I think that's the route they're going to have to go now, guys. They don't have any big-time playmakers on that team just yet. And I noticed in that scrimmage, what color did you see on those two quarterbacks?
The don't touch me color?
Red. What is
the don't touch me color?
Tired of that.
Hey, they should put a different color jersey on everybody. Leave the quarterbacks in red. Don't hit us. That's the way we like it.
Browns 7-9 last year, 12-36 the last three.
This year.
Yeah, right. Still up in NFL tonight. We'll get Jimmy Johnson's thoughts on how Steve Spurrier will fare and find out what Jimmy's been doing with his time. And we'll revisit one of the biggest controversies of last season. Almost cost the Pats a trip to the bowl.
Air McNair.
Flash.
The Fridge.
My favorite nickname would probably be
Prime Time. Neon Dion.
That's like #1 in your head.
There's only one nickname I can even think of, and that's Sweetness.
The Termites. Eating up the field, man.
You got the A-Train.
the bus.
Of course, I don't know his real name. I just know him by the bus.
The Rocket and the Missile.
I like the Freak.
The Freak.
That is the greatest nickname ever. Lorenzo Neal. They call him Low Daddy.
I like all those names.
You gotta have game to get the name.
American Bowl, it's Jeff Garcia, Mike. Don't call him Jeff Garcia because you just called Tim Couch Tim Crouch.
I'm sorry, Tim.
We're all sorry, Tim. About a month ago, I saw Jimmy Johnson in Las Vegas. He was smiling. He was tan, not a hair out of place. A look that let me know the answer to my question before I even asked. I said, Coach, you going to come back and coach? The smile got bigger, and he said something to the effect of, are you kidding me? I get to fish in my own boat off the coast of Florida, get to hang out with my wife. I feel no stress. No. But J.J. recently did offer up some thoughts on Steve Spurrier coaching. Ed Werder has more.
Steve Spurrier is hardly the first egocentric college football coach from the state of Florida to inspire curiosity about whether he can succeed in the NFL.
Steve is a very confident, somewhat arrogant, probably like I was when I left Miami.
13 years ago, Jimmy Johnson and his audacious coaching style encountered the same skepticism despite the championship program he built at the University of Miami.
It wasn't difficult, with the exception that everybody in the league wanted to make sure they didn't lose to that college coach, and I'm sure they're feeling the same way about Steve.
Those who loathe the coach known as Steve Superior must be hoping he suffers the same taunting and anguish that Johnson endured while finishing 1-15 in his first NFL season.
Oh, I don't know that anything could be any more insulting than the misery and the hurt that we felt on Sundays. The embarrassment of being a bad football team, that hurt more than what anybody could say.
At least Spurrier's not replacing the legendary figure most associated with the franchise's glorious past, as Johnson did when Tom Landry was shoved aside. Furthermore, Johnson doubts anybody could have been handed a more dreadful collection of players than those who made up his first Cowboys team.
They were the worst team in the league, and probably the worst talent in the league. So that's what made it difficult. It wasn't who I followed, it was what type of team we inherited. And whereas with Washington, again, I think most people would say that they got above average talent, and they've got an outstanding organization. I think that's why he'll win.
Johnson ultimately won back-to-back Super Bowls with the Cowboys. He says Spurrier is most likely to experience success if the Redskins organization is strong enough to allow him to concentrate solely on designing the team's offensive attack.
You know, his style has been offensive coordinator / head coach. My style was to kind of oversee everything and really concentrate more on personnel and talent than what I did with the football part. I think he's a good football coach. I think right off the bat, if he doesn't get bogged down with too many other things other than offense, I think right off the bat he'll be one of the top offensive coordinators in the league.
You want to know if Steve Spurrier is a great coach? Check this out. I mean, we know what he did at Florida. He won an ACC title at Duke. Duke hasn't won a football game this century.
They have a program?
Yeah, they're playing with Coach Krzyzewski.
Steve Spurrier has been described as having a big ego. Now, the word egocentric, defined in the dictionary as concerned with individual rather than society, selfish. The doctrine that all action is motivated by self-interest. That's not Spurrier because he cares about the Redskins, doesn't he?
Well, you know what? We laugh about that, but he does, and his ego is huge. But show me a great player.
Who's not?
Tiger Woods in golf. Show me a great Michael Jordan. Show me a great coach, Mike Martz or Brian Billick, guys who put up great numbers, or great player that doesn't have a big ego. The great ones do have it. Steve's philosophy is you guys need me more than I need you, and he's probably right, but he can coach, and they will win eventually. But remember this, with egos, you got to have great personnel. It'll take a while, but Steve will do the unexpected, Mike Golick, on offense. And he may get into some trouble early in the season, but eventually people will catch on when the personnel's there. He can coach, and he's going to win eventually. I don't care what anybody says.
And the coaching part is where I think people may sell him short a little bit because of the talent he's going to have. Is he going to struggle early? Yes. Is it because of the quarterback situation? Most definitely. But what is going to separate him a little bit in the beginning is the way he calls plays. He is a master of play calling. He had great college athletes at Florida. Now that bar has gone down. The competitive nature got a lot closer, so it's going to fall on his shoulders to call the right play for the right situation. And he brought more than a few coaches from Florida. They give him some opportunities on how what they're seeing from the box and how to diagnose those plays. People in the know will say, you know what? He's calling the right plays for this situation, just doesn't have the talent to get it done. When he starts getting more talent, that's when the winning's going to start.
Don't be misled by his casual attitude. He'll be in their face. If you're not playing good, you'll be standing next to him.
How many times does a visor hit the turf?
Oh, tonight it'll start, buddy. Pretty soon. It starts tonight.
Interesting. Odds makers originally had Spurrier's Redskins 2.5-point underdogs. They're now 2.5-point favorites. Very interesting. Quarterback situation in Washington, a little iffy, so it's going to be Stephen Davis right, Stephen Davis left, Stephen Davis and his old unis up the middle in the American Bowl coming up top of the hour. The Oakland Raiders continue to live in the past. Tuesday, when the team met with NFL officials, as every team does, most of the players walked out when the officials walked in. Rich Gannon, one of the few players who stayed. Not quite sit-in of civil rights fame, but clearly protesting the call in last year's playoffs when Oakland's Charles Woodson clocked his former college teammate Tom Brady in the snow and sent the ball squibbling and into Raider hands, only for the play to be ruled an incomplete pass. Now, whether or not the Raiders liked the call, technically, according to NFL rules, it was an incomplete pass. It may be perceived as a faulty rule, but technically, it is that Tuck rule. It's an incomplete pass. Mm-hmm. What do you think about the Raiders' decision to show their togetherness and walk out?
Well, I'm wondering when they walked out if they all got lollipops. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? We're not going to stay and listen to you. We're going to leave. You get tissue and a lollipop for the way out. Get over it. Listen, if you need to get it out of your system, put a referee jersey on a blocking dummy and hit it a few times. Then get it out of your system, because you know what? Your window is closing. I think it could be second or third best team in the AFC with a good shot to go, but you don't be worrying about the referees. Gannon, 36. Brown, 36. Rice, 39. You sign Romanowski. He's, I think, 52. Rod Woodson's 39. John Perella's 32. This team is aging.
But it's a form of protest. I mean, just to let you know we didn't like it.
Oh, great. You didn't like it. So what? Because
I didn't do it, man. I'm playing devil's advocate with you.
The correct call. And you think that's going to help them down the road? They're going to get Gannon killed now.
What a shock. They didn't like it, huh?
Yeah.
You know what it is?
Really?
It's a bunch of guys that wanted to get out of a meeting because they're tired. Nobody wants to sit in those anyway. But I got news for you. If, in fact, the Raiders, that is their focus, they will be watching the Super Bowl again at home with Stuart, Mike, and I. They will not be there. Their focus must change. It's a new season. And shame on those veterans on that football team who know better than that. We should not be talking about what they're doing there, because this is a good football team that ought to be focused on what's going on next. Now all you've done is create embarrassment for the officials. Come on, you know better than that. The motivation is to get back to the Super Bowl and not sit there and cheat yourself out of it like that.
Rich Gannon, team leader, quarterback, one of the few guys who stayed. Now, I know that you don't like the move, but as a quarterback, do you go with your team to show solidarity?
If it was a strike, yes. But with this thing, Rich says he didn't know about it, but Rich has never conformed. Bottom line is, Rich is the guy who's got to stand back there with the official. He understands in week 12 he needs that official. He's not stupid.
By the way, Romanowski's just 36, not 52.
You sure?
Well,
supplements, my friend, supplements.
He looks good for his age. Still up a lot about who's going to quarterback the Redskins. Nothing about the Pro Bowl QB of the Niners until we get back in his house. Garrison Hurst, a man, not even a myth, one of the best comebacks ever last season. We'll talk more about Garrison and the game coming up.
Like that. That'd be his kid. Ground ball deep short, leading his feet. Jeter, his packet play. He got him at first base. Jeter going airborne. There go the runners. Rip caught by Mike Lowe. And there's the tag. It is going to be a triple play. Mike Lowe's going to throw to first. How about that?
Line the left, but he stays in the air, and Clark makes the diving catch.
for 2. Homered in the first inning. He grounds this one through the box. Deep second base, fielded by Fables. He throws to Perez. They gun to first. He got him. What a play!
Get out there.
The one thing we keep hearing from people around the National League is Gary Sheffield not getting enough credit for his defense. How about that effort by Chipper Jones?
How you guys doing?
This is Tony Gonzalez, tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs. He supports the United Way by preparing meals at a local community center. Tony has good hands. The kitchen staff knows this.
Heads up.
T-Bone.
Sorry.
Tony Gonzalez. On the football field, he has good hands.
I'm Steve Monaghetti, and tonight these are the highlights on ESPN.
Of American football returns to ESPN for another great season. The high-scoring attack of the San Francisco 49ers put their aerial show on display in America's capital, Washington, D.C., in a preseason battle against the new-look Washington Redskins. Are you ready for some football? 49ers, Redskins, live today. The NFL on ESPN, home of Super Bowl 37.
Terrell Owens, the man. Sean already said he's the best wideout in the game. T.O.'s first preseason game coming up shortly. Jets Pro Bowl defensive end John Abraham sprained his MCL today. Scheduled to have an MRI on Sunday. If he misses any time, rookie first-round pick Brian Thomas will take his place. Eagles defensive tackle Hollis Thomas has fractured his right foot out indefinitely, the same injury that kept Thomas out of 5 games last year. And Packers center Mike Flanagan out 2 to 6 weeks with a broken thumb. The fracture was to the first metacarpal bone in his right hand. The bone was set by team physician Patrick McKenzie at midday and placed in a cast to Flanagan's elbow. We like giving Patrick some props because, you know, he never gets his name mentioned on television. It is real hard to quietly throw 63 touchdown passes the last 2 years with the TD to interception ratio of almost 3 to 1. But when you hurl passes in the same conference as Kurt Warner, hazards of the job. But Jeff Garcia takes it all in stride. Kind of like he did when people said a 6-foot QB couldn't make it in the NFL. He's living life as a Pro Bowl quarterback and living the life. From ESPN, the magazine's Emmy-nominated The Life.
Now, there's 4 points of pressure we talk about, and I want you better... Pressure? You want pressure? Try following in the footsteps of a couple guys named Montana and Young.
Wide, 90! Ah, my bad.
Now that's pressure.
Wide, 15!
I think my expectations out of myself are going to far exceed anybody else's expectations out of me.
Let's go. Let's clean it up. Let's clean it up. Let's clean it up.
I want to be that next guy that they talk about down the line. I want the guy who follows me to have to worry about following me, following Steve Young, following Joe Montana. That's my drive to be a better player, to be a better quarterback, to be amongst the elite.
It's not always the biggest guy or the strongest guy that wins. You know, it's the guy who has all those other things, too. Some have it and some don't. This guy's got it.
Sometimes we as players need to take a step back and realize that we're fortunate to be in this situation and to have this sort of opportunity.
There's no reason why you can't or shouldn't be in shape playing at the professional level. What else do you have to do? You know, this is your job.
I don't have a lot of years to take advantage of in the NFL. I realize that now at 32, I'm hoping for 4 or 5 good more years. I'm hoping that I can make the most of this next handful of years and hopefully play out my contract. But that's the sense of urgency that I have. My dad grew up working in the fields, learning through life's experience that it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to make a better life for yourself.
It's just so great to see him succeed when everybody
Coat, experts, Mel Kiper. Every time they mention Jeff during the draft, you go, oh, forget that guy. Hey, Mel, what about it, big guy?
People, they see me and they go, God, I thought you'd be bigger. You know, you hear those comments all the time.
Sometimes I have to tell him to leave. He's in here too much, so, or he's just bothering me, so like, Jeff, get out of here. But nah, he's definitely one of my better athletes here.
This has been a gradual growing process over the last 3 years that I've been a part of this team. And we made a big step in the right direction last year. I think this team is only going to be better. I'm extremely excited about being a part of this team, being a part of the growing process, and I like our chances next year.
Where's lunch at today?
I'm buying.
Oh, man, are we going to eat?
Just follow me.
We're going to eat?
I mean, he's good, but Jeff Garcia is no Joe Montana or Steve Young, right? Hold up. Really? Check out each of their first 3 full seasons in the league. Check out what they won. Check out how many yards they threw. And don't make that comparison so quickly. I mentioned his 63 touchdown passes over the past 2 years. That's 11 more than Brett Favre over the past 2 years, 6 more than Kurt Warner. At what point do we put this guy, Garcia, in that same echelon?
Well, if he would have had the same personnel around him, he'd have a Super Bowl ring, too, because he's played well enough to do that. He's got what the great ones have, Montana and Young. Great feet that you can make something happen when nothing's there, and this, uncanny accuracy. So it makes him a special player, aside from the fact that he knows how to compete. He may be undersized, but he plays big, and you can't fool him 2 straight years and be an average quarterback. This guy's a real deal. He just needs a Super Bowl ring to validate the rest of it.
Quarterbacks. Can we quit talking about the quarterbacks and let's talk about what's carrying those San Francisco 49ers? Garrison Hurst and the big hogs up front, and they added Ron Stone this year. This crew averaged 140 yards a game last year. That was second best only to the Steelers. Garrison Hurst did a fantastic job behind this line. This is a team that threw the ball 506 times, but ran the ball 509 times. So whenever you say 49ers, you always think passing team, West Coast offense. Let me tell you guys, the running is setting up the pass in there. Hurst, 4.8 yards per carry. Give some love to the big guys up front, man. They're the ones that protected you for all those years.
Well, I still got hit.
Yeah,
Pretty good
true.
balance for 1,000 plays from line of scrimmage.
Garrison Hurst, 1,206 yards rushing last year. They thought this guy would never walk properly again.
Comeback story,
It's
yeah.
got to be one of the most inspirational comeback stories in NFL history.
No doubt.
That's what I'm talking about. Dana Stubblefield had his best years in the league when he was playing alongside Bryant Young, Defensive Player of the Year. Back, coming your way in minutes.
Access NFL.com. Monday is film day.
Access NFL Films highlights.
Tuesday is a day off. I love the shop.
Access NFL Shop.
Wednesdays, we get the scouting reports.
Access player profiles and stats.
Thursdays, we're talking about the upcoming game.
Access player chats.
Friday, final roster, final preparation.
Access fantasy football.
Weekend hits, showtime.
Don't miss ESPN's exclusive coverage of the Great Outdoor Games beginning August 13th. With just a few tournaments left in the year, Hale Irwin is looking to extend his lead for the Charles Schwab Cup, but a few others will be ready to play him for it. The Light Path Long Island Classic, today on ESPN. Are you ready for the hard-hitting action of American football? The NFL on ESPN returns for the 2002 season. Oh, baby. Regular season action begins September 6th. The NFL on ESPN, home of Super Bowl 37. NFL Tonight is a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
For more, log on to ESPN.com.
Don't forget to catch the highly rated debut, touted debut of David Carr and the Texans. They take on Kerry Collins and the Giants, ABC, 8 Eastern, Monday night for the Hall of Fame game. For this game, the American Bowl for the 49ers, it is a 10,778-mile round trip other than jet lag. What are your thoughts on the game?
Well, Sage Rosenfels, the quarterback for the Redskins, has to impress Spurrier early, Mike. I think he's got to treat it like a Super Bowl because you get in Spurrier's doghouse, you don't get that starting job, and it is wide open.
Two things I want to see. First, the linebackers from Washington, LeVar Arrington, Jesse Armstead, and Jeremiah Trotter, on paper, could be the best or second best of Pittsburgh in the league.
But they won't be third best.
No, they will not. Will Steve Spurrier be watching the game when the defense is on the field? Or will Marvin Lewis be because he's the head coach of the defense?
Arrington's going to be the defensive player of the year in the NFL this year. You watch.
Could be. Niners played in the American Bowl in 1995. They were coming off winning the Super Bowl that year. This year, they're opening the American Bowl jumpstarts a Super Bowl trek. For Mike Golick, Sean Salisbury, I'm Stuart Scott. I'll see you at halftime. But right now, let us hit halfway around the world. It's the American Bowl between the 49ers and Washington Redskins. It's an NFL preseason special on ESPN. As we get set for the kickoff, we're going to turn it over to our dog, Mike Patrick.
Stuart, thank you very much. This is the skyline of Osaka, Japan, a city known for its bustling commerce, blended with ancient culture and architecture. It is a vital Japanese port and home to the Osaka Dome, the site for this year's American Bowl. Osaka is also the hotbed of college football in the country and produces its most knowledgeable fans. Tonight, they'll watch as Steve Spurrier begins his rookie season in the NFL, trying to replicate his remarkable success in the college ranks with the Redskins. His first test will come against Steve Mariucci and the 49ers, who survived a salary cap meltdown and went from the youngest team in the league to a Super Bowl contender. Good evening, everybody. I'm Mike Patrick. It is great to have you with us for our 17th year of the NFL on ESPN. Tonight, we will see the next step in the transformation of the 49ers as they go from doormat to one of the top teams in the NFL. They come into this season with high expectations. In fact, so do the Redskins, even though they're working with their fourth head coach in the last 4 years. That's because this one is named Steve Spurrier, and they think he is the answer. Joe Theismann, in spite of that, there's still a lot of questions around the rest of the league.
Mike, there aren't even a lot of questions around the rest of the league. There's a lot of questions right in this booth. Can Steve Spurrier be successful as not only a head coach in the National Football League, but an offensive coordinator? That's what he's bringing to this game. He is this football team's offensive coordinator. Can his quarterbacks be successful? Can his wide receivers be successful? Can he move the ball down the field with this offense against the better defenses in the National Football League? These are all questions that exist for this football team. He's done a great job of selling his guys. The players believe they can get it done, but he's got to prove through the preseason, starting tonight, that this offense can be successful, because if those questions linger as the season starts, it's going to be tough, Paul. The 49ers, hardly any questions at all.
No, Joe, they're a very good football team. 20 of their 22 starters from a year ago, including quarterback, all-pro quarterback Jeff Garcia, are back. If they have one question at all, it's in the backup quarterback position. They don't want what happened in 1999 to happen again. Steve Young had this team at 3-1 and gets knocked out. Enter Jeff Garcia, was not prepared, couldn't take the team anywhere, and they went right down the tubes. Tim Rattay is the backup quarterback. Listen to this. He's only completed 3 passes in the National Football League. He's only thrown 3 passes. Question is, can he play that backup role? He's going to get an awful lot of play tonight and through the rest of the preseason.
All right, thank you, Paul. And when we come back to Osaka, Susie Colbert joins us with the Redskins' Steve Spurrier. Welcome back to Osaka, Japan, and the American Bowl. And we're ready for the coin toss at midfield. And moments ago, NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue joined the mayor of Osaka, Takafumi Isomura, and honorary captain Sonny Jurgensen and Sam Huff from the Redskins, and Wally Yomamaya from the 49ers. Almost set for the kickoff. Great anticipation for the start of the Redskins season and the Steve Spurrier era. Susie's with him right now.
Mike, it's been a long time coming. Steve, after 18 years as a head coach, how do you describe your feelings moments before your debut as an NFL head coach?
Susie, it's still an exhibition game. We're going to play all of our players. We're going to try to play well. We realize we're going to try to play better next week, all those kind of things, but we're still going to try to win. It's a long plane ride home, but it's just a football game, and I'm excited. I think our players are. I don't know how we'll play, but hopefully pretty well.
Teams often reflect the personality of their coach. What do you want this team to project?
Well, again, we're going to try to play without a lot of errors today. We're going to pitch it around. We're not going to play real conservative. We got to learn to, throw some completions and run the ball. So we're going to see what happens. I don't know.
It's the first chance for you to really go out and capture the fans. For people who didn't see your offense run at Florida, what can they expect?
Susie, we're not going to make a big deal out of this if we do real well or if we do poorly. We got to understand this is one of 5 preseason games, so this is not life or death today. The real season, when it starts, that's close to life and death.
Danny Werfel believes that if you could be out there playing, you still would. Does that have anything to do with how you call plays, the last-second calls when your QB's at the line?
Susie, I probably enjoyed coaching a lot more than I did playing, just trying to, figure out a good play, this, that, and the strategy part of the game is probably more exciting to me. No, I'd rather be over here.
Good luck.
Thank you, Susie.
Mike?
Susie, thank you very much. And Steve Spurrier on just a few seconds before his debut as the Redskins head coach. And the Redskins will kick off to start this American Bowl.
I don't care how many years he's coached, Joe, he's nervous.
I'm nervous
right now. He has to
really,
be nervous.
I think it is exciting. You're right, Paul.
Brett Conway to kick to Cedric Wilson, the guy they want to win this kick return job this year. We are underway in the American Bowl. And that one is taken by Saladin McCullough. Slips one tackle, a flag is down, and McCullough is out of bounds at the 28-yard line. And this will push the 49ers back to start their first series. Jeff Garcia comes out, the only man in 49er history to throw 30 or more touchdown passes in back-to-back seasons. And it's not like they don't have a pretty decent quarterback history.
Well, the thing that really impresses me about Jeff is not his ability just to be able to run this offense, but his durability. He's not a big guy. He's, a little over 6 feet, about 185 pounds, and just bends but doesn't break.
Hard as rock.
Bothered by a knee injury at the end of last year, couldn't scramble all that much. And Garrison Hurst, the NFL's comeback player of the year, gets the first carry of the preseason and takes it out to about the 13-yard line. Hurst has won that comeback player of the year award twice in the NFL. He is not a candidate to get it again.
Remember talking to him last year, he made it a very big point. He said, it's really something I thank everybody for. I appreciate it, but I certainly don't want to be up for it another time.
Hurst and Beasley in the backfield behind Garcia, who wants to throw for the first time. Intended for Beasley out in the flat, but wide of him, and it'll bring up 3rd and long. Joe, you mentioned Garcia's size. He's listed at 195 pounds. I think that's probably overly optimistic.
After dinner. Right after dinner.
Is that when weigh-ins occur now, Paul?
For quarterbacks, that's right after dinner. That's the only time he can win. I'll tell you, he really is a tough guy, though. Man.
He's a fish. I mean, he runs this offense like his predecessors, like Steve Young, like Joe Montana did.
And there's his favorite target, Terrell Owens, on 3rd and 7. 4-man rush for the Redskins, and that's the tight end, Eric Johnson. He's cut down immediately by Champ Bailey short of the first down, so it's 3 and out, first series for the 49ers.
And he is, without question, Champ Bailey is one of the better corners in the National Football League, and that was his area, playing short. He played short, made the tackle, no first down.
This year, Champ is not only going to be on the defensive side of the ball, where he's been a Pro Bowler, but he's probably going to get his dream. He's probably going to get a chance to wind up playing a little bit of offense under Steve Spurrier.
Jason Baker will punt it away, and Jaquez Green, the free agent from the Buccaneers, is deep. He waits at his own 42. Nice high spiral. Backs Green up to his 35. Makes the first man miss. Jaquez Green across midfield into 49er territory. The Redskins have a three-way quarterback battle in training camp, soon to be four with the signing of Patrick Ramsey. But there is the guy who gets the honor of starting the first game, Sage Rosenfels, second-year player out of Iowa State, a fourth-round draft choice 2 years ago. He has never thrown a pass in the National Football League. He has never worked with the first team in 3 seasons until tonight. Stephen Davis is the tailback. Skins start from the 48. And he wants to throw on first down, and it's too high for Gardner, incomplete.
People looking at the Redskins, fans of the Redskins, people around the National Football League are saying to themselves, all right, there's Danny Werfel. He's going to come in and play. But what you saw from Sage Rosenfeld is really the staple of Steve Spurrier's offense. What they'll do is they'll audible a lot at the line of scrimmage. Steve Matthews, another guy who played at Florida, who's very familiar with that. So audibles are a very big part of this offense.
Shane will not play tonight. He will get a start in Carolina in their second game, because they're going to divide these games in half. Rosenfeld's back to throw. There's a blitz, and the pass again is wide of Gardner, as he appeared to hook up inside, and Rosenfeld threw outside.
Well, you know, you look at the beginning, Joe, we were watching these guys warm up, and you were looking at the quarterbacks, and they were taking an awful lot of 2- and 3-step drops and throwing the ball. On the first play, it was a 3-step drop when he threw it. This one was a simulated 5-step drop.
Well, I think what Steve Spurrier wants to do with his offense is keep them nice and crisp and short. He doesn't want to get his quarterbacks hurt. He likes to get the ball out of their hands in a hurry.
And there are a lot of question marks about how well the middle of that line is going to be able to block. They lost both guards in the center to free agency. Third and long, 3 wide receivers. Rosenfels, good protection, and throws it right into the arms of one of the 49ers, picked off. And it's Ahmed Plummer out of Ohio State, who had 7 picks a year ago, and that's about the easiest one he'll get all year long.
It was thrown right to him. I mean, you're trying to throw the ball to the outside. That ball never gets to the outside because the receiver was open.
Again, understand this offense. What Steve Spurrier preaches and teaches is the quarterbacks and the receivers have to read the defense. I believe that this ball is thrown thinking that the receiver might not have gone that far out. He might have hooked it up. I've never been a big fan of allowing receivers to read an awful lot, because if you're a quarterback, you're just not sure what they're seeing. But it's the way Steve teaches his offense, and that one didn't work out very well for Sage.
What they saw that time was the 49ers going that away, and they'll set up at the Redskins' 35-yard line. Garcia too high, right off the fingertips of Eric Johnson, who had a good year as a rookie a season ago out of Yale, making the transformation from wide receiver to tight end in the NFL.
I always thought that the tight ends for San Francisco should catch at least 50 balls a year, for the simple reason is you have Terrell Owens on one side and J.J. Stokes on the other side. Both of these guys demand 2 guys to cover.
Yeah, Paul, but the problem is they haven't had one really since Brent Jones.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem. I agree with you, and they've been forced outside. But yeah, and Johnson had 40 last year.
Redskins may have jumped Hurst on the draw play. Flags are down, and Garrison Hurst gets a couple before LeVar Arrington takes him down. Dan Wilkinson appeared to be the guy across the line early.
That's offside. There is a new rule now in that neutral zone.
Yes.
This year.
Yes, Guru.
Rule. You can't get your head across. I mean, before these guys used to cheat.
Offside, 95, defense. Still second down.
That may have been more than his head.
No, he was offside. I'm saying that was an offside rule, but they've changed that rule. You cannot. In the past, you look down the line of scrimmage and you see the guy's head almost over the line of scrimmage. They're going to call that this year.
They consider the ball the neutral zone. And for Marvin Lewis, the first-year defensive coordinator, it's something he's going to have to teach, because his guys really like to cheat up and get off the ball quickly.
Lewis, who got this job with great respect out of the Ravens organization and is being paid enormous amounts of money to be the defensive coordinator. And with Steve Spurrier concentrating on the offense, he virtually has autonomy with that unit.
And he's like a head coach. I really think that Steve has to adjust to the National Football League. He ran things a lot in college. The practice schedule is even different. The guys were only allowed to practice 20 hours a week. They put in a lot more time at this level. Marvin Lewis has been a part of the National Football League. He's been extremely successful in Baltimore and Pittsburgh, and is like a head coach, an assistant head coach on this ball club.
3rd and 3, and he has a lot of weapons on that defensive unit. Pressure on Garcia, steps up and throws underneath. It's complete to Stokes. And Stokes is down to the 23. Fred Smoot makes the tackle, but it's going to be a first down.
I loved what Terrell Owens said about J.J. Stokes. He called him the X factor this year. Last year he had 54 catches for 7 touchdowns. But T.O. feels like the production of this offense will really get better as long as J.J. Stokes becomes the man that can take a lot of pressure off of him.
Well, in '98, they thought he was a rising star. Had 68 catches this year. That year, he has never been able to duplicate it since. 1st and 10, San Francisco trying to take advantage of that Redskin turnover. Garcia with all day to throw. Underneath to Johnson. He'll get short yardage. Brought down by Arrington.
Terrell Owens is going to see this all year long. He's got a guy on him almost at the line of scrimmage. And when he breaks and he thinks that he is open in the middle of the field, now there's a safety that's picking him up downfield. He's going to be double-teamed, at least double-teamed, every time that it is an obvious passing down.
See, I don't care. I think, maybe, Paul, you agree. I think he's the best receiver in football. Size, power, speed. I think he's the best receiver in football right now.
He's certainly one of the top 3, no matter what you think about his off-field antics. 2nd and 3. Draw play. Hurst hit at the line and brought down after a short gain. We talked briefly about Owens and Mariucci and the problems they've had. Susie Culver has more on that. Susie?
Well, Mike, the saga took a huge turn for the better in the offseason. The catalyst being T.O.'s position coach, George Stewart, who wrote Terrell a letter encouraging him to be more of a team leader, not just by making plays, but in the locker room and off the field, to give more of himself to the team. And deep down, Terrell always wanted to. He just didn't know how to go about it. The next chapter of this story after the play.
Well, it would be a lot better for the 49ers, Susie, if he figures out how to go about it. 3rd and short. And Garcia is going to throw for it. And there is Owens inside the 10-yard line. First down. Back to Susie.
Well, the next stage, Steve Mariucci flew down to Terrell's home in Atlanta, and he joked that everybody seemed to know why he was making the trip, from the guy on the airplane next to him to the agent at the rental car counter. The bottom line, it was lack of communication on both parts, and they managed to find some common ground. Terrell came to camp in the best shape ever, smiling, having fun, and you could tell the difference just talking to him, Mike.
Well, I'm sure they've got their fingers crossed, Susie, that it stays that way. It would be a big bonus for this team. 1st and goal. Hurst following his pulling guard down inside the 7-yard line, where Carl Powell, number 72, gets in on the stop.
One other thing about Terrell Owens, you know, when you catch 93 balls, that should make you happy. That's what he did last year. I mean, but when he looks at his football team, and again, 20 of the 22 starters come back, and they replace the 2 guys that left with pretty good players, he knows that this is an excellent football team. And I think he's smart enough to realize, hey, if I'm a team player and I'm good in the locker room, I can make this team win, and I can get this team over the top.
Well, he can tear it apart. He also realizes that, too. And it almost got to that point last year.
2nd and 7. Owens comes back toward the formation in motion. Play fake by Garcia underneath to Beasley, incomplete. Couldn't make an ankle-high catch.
I want to make a point here. You're seeing Jeff Garcia run the San Francisco 49er offense very efficiently. Sage Rosenfeld on the other side, we saw him. Each of the 3 throws he made, in my opinion, were very tentative. That's because he's not as familiar with it as a Danny Werfel or a Shane Matthews is. And that's what Sage has to do, is get some game time. He threw his interception. He made a mistake. He's got to be more decisive with the football. You can see it in Jeff.
3rd and goal from the 7. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. First a single setback. Garcia over the middle, and Johnson couldn't hang on to it. Jeremiah Trotter, the middle linebacker, was in the area, but Johnson got a hand up and couldn't pull it in. What a set of linebackers for the Redskins with Arrington, Trotter, and Armstead. Holy smokes.
All Pro Bowlers. And to me, I think LeVar Arrington is just about to launch himself into a stratosphere here. Jeremiah Trotter doing a nice job. All he's doing is building a little area to make Johnson go around him and throw the timing of the throw off.
Jeff Chandler, the rookie out of the University of Florida. They spent a 4th-round draft choice on him, and bad snap. Loose football. Chandler tries to pick it up, and the Redskins will take over At around the 28-yard line as Jason Baker picked it up and tried to do something with it, and Smoot was all over him. So special teams really didn't come through on that one. We've got a timeout on the field. We're in Osaka. It's 0-0.
Santana Dotson of the Green Bay Packers considers himself an average man. He is 6'5", 290 pounds. Average.
Your thigh is big.
His neck is 21 inches around. Again, average.
You got some big feet.
And like many of his teammates, Santana supports the United Way through neighborhood programs in his community. You'd be surprised what an average man can do.
I'm Steve Monaghetti, and tonight these are the highlights on ESPN.
This week on ESPN kicks off with a special preseason NFL Football Sunday from Osaka, Japan. Then later, football of a different kind with more from the Italian Summer Series. On Monday, we bring the men's final from the Tennis Masters Canada. Then Tuesday, tune in for the fastest quarter mile in sports on NHRA drag racing. Sports all day, every day on ESPN.
This ESPN NFL preseason special is brought to you by GMC. From professional grade people come professional grade trucks. A land of incredible history and architecture.
Magnificent food.
And different than Tokyo. We've spent the last 9 years doing games in Tokyo. The last 9 games. This Osaka is a smaller town, hotbed for college football, as you mentioned in the beginning, Mike.
And much hotter.
And it's pretty hot right under 18 right now.
They rolled the last play, an incomplete pass, so the Redskins will start from their 7. And a draw play to Kenny Watson, the new running back.
Wasn't that interesting talking to Spurrier? Because, you know, the first thing that Joe says, what about Stephen Davis and how does he fit into this football team? And here's a guy that's been carrying this team. And he said, we got a whole lot of draws for him.
Well, that's been a part of his offense.
Draws.
That's a staple of their offense. You remember the run and shoot. That was all they did.
Oh, yeah.
Run, draw play. Rosenfels will play the first half, and Danny Werfel the second half for the Redskins. Rosenfels from the end zone and throws, completes his first pass. Gardner makes the catch out over the 20, sandwich there, but it's a first down.
Yeah, Sage is pretty happy. He finally got the first one. When you talk about Steve Spurrier's offense, it's called the fun and gun. But take a look at the national championship season. 412 pass attempts, averaged 334 yards, but 442 rush attempts. They actually ran the football more. Now, what he likes to do, he likes to throw to get a lead and then balance it out with running. It's going to be interesting to see if he can apply that philosophy at this level.
Rosenfels trying to make it 2 straight, goes out in the flat. That's complete to Brian Johnson, the fullback. A guy who could flourish in this system. He has very good hands. Ahmed Plummer is in on the stop.
I thought it, too, was a little bit funny when you were talking to Stephen Davis, and he's sitting there smiling with a smile on his face. And one of the things that came out of his mouth is, I plan on catching a lot of balls.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows that, you know, he's going to be part of their offense and part of the throwing game.
Well, they have to reassure him all throughout training camp that we will run the ball because they don't practice it that much. Watson, straight ahead, just got back to the line of scrimmage. Watson, first-year player out of Penn State.
I think when you line up with the 2 backs behind, you know, one behind the
I
other.
formation.
Yeah, I think you're going to run. I think you're going to run, don't you?
Not always, Paul. That's very good, though.
Yeah, but I think
I'm surprised you're not next door in a scouting booth.
Where is that?
You're right, though, Paul. It usually, you know, college formations are great indicators. Split backs tells you it's going to pass. I formation tells you it's going to be a run. Again, will those be telltale signs that Steve will self-scout at this level?
Watson again on the toss.
He didn't make it.
Boy, he got drilled. That is Ron Stone, the Pro Bowler they picked up as a guard, and he has a sprained elbow. You can see the ice pack on it. He will not be back in this ball game. And Barker will have to come on to punt for the Redskins, who were unable to get that first down. Cedric Wilson goes back to his 25. Barker, the former Jaguar kicker.
Very nice.
Wilson from the 26. Drilled as he got back to the 35. 4:43 to go, first quarter from the Osaka Dome, and there is no score.
ESPN goes spend.
Monday Night Countdown gives you up-to-the-minute NFL news and analysis. Join host Stuart Scott this Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Nice to have Stu back. Then on ABC at 8 p.m. Eastern, join Al Michaels and John Madden for a preseason edition of Monday Night Football. It's the AFC-NFC Hall of Fame game as the Houston Texans make their debut against the New York Giants. Tim Rattay is in as the new San Francisco quarterback, so Garcia's day is done. Barlow and Paul Smith are the new running backs. And Rattay starts with the screen and too strong for Barlow. Let's check in with Susie.
Well, Mike, with Jeff Garcia, how do you assess your first game action?
Well, I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get the ball in the end zone. We had a great opportunity on that last drive. I thought it was a good drive, but as for myself, I need a couple more throws that I need to stick in there, and that'll come. You know, I felt pretty good out here. The balls didn't feel too bad. I know we talked about that earlier, and obviously not getting points on the board is a little bit disappointing.
After 2 seasons, 30-plus touchdowns, what are you looking to improve?
Well, I'm just continuing to look to get better every single week, and that means helping my team out in different ways, checking plays, getting better opportunities for us on the field, and continuing to put the ball in the end zone and eliminate my mistakes. I think I've done a pretty decent job of that over the last 2 years. I'm just going to hope to build on that this year.
We've documented the nice turn in the Mariucci and Owen saga. How confident are you that things can stay nice?
Well, I think things can stay on a positive note throughout the year. I think T.O. has come in with a great attitude. He's working extremely hard. That's never been doubted throughout his career here, and he's a big-time player for us. I think it was great that Coach Mariucci took the step to kind of initiate clearing that over and getting it into a better situation. I think it's all good now.
What are your impressions of this Washington team?
Well, they definitely have some great talent on that defense, and that's going to have to be a big thing for them, especially early on until their offense catches up. But that's so oftentimes it's said defense wins championships, and right now they have a very talented core on the field, and they're going to be tough.
Yeah, thanks. Have a great season.
Okay, thank you. Hi to everybody back home. Hello.
Susie, thank you very much. And, you know, the road that Jeff Garcia has taken and the success he's had, he is such a humble guy, such a nice guy. You can't help but root for him to have continued success.
And it seems to be the story in the league. You've got Kurt Warner first, and then, of course, Tom Brady most recently, and then Jeff Garcia sort of sandwiched in the middle.
It's nice to have so many good people having nice things happen to them. Barlow is in, this guy is a load. 238 pounds. He got about a third of the carries last year. He may get a little more as they'll try to rest Garrison Hurst a little bit.
One thing about the San Francisco team, you know, you talk about Terrell Owens and you talk about J.J. Stokes and Ty Streets and all these other guys that are receivers. But when you look at this team, they run the football as well as anyone. There's only one team that runs it better than they do, and that's the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's right.
These guys are really good, and they're really happy with the backs that they have. Kevin Barlow, they really think big things of this guy this year.
They were number 1 in the NFC in rushing a year ago. Of course, passing gets all the headlines. Johnson, nice catch.
Speaking of guys who just sort of emerged, Eric Johnson out of Yale, he really came out of nowhere for them. He made a big part of this offense happen. And we talked about the tight end, Paul. You said with those 2 receivers, the tight end should catch a lot of balls because people have to pay attention to the outside. Eddie Mason's in coverage on him as he goes out. It's a nice grab, right? Ball's high. Good one-handed grab, brought it in, made an excellent play.
He holds the record at Yale for one game, caught 21 balls. 3rd down and 2. Play action by Rattay. He can scramble pretty well, and he's got the first down and steps out of bounds.
You know, I just like what he just did right there. It just shows confidence in what's going on. I mean, the back's crossed, froze the linebackers. Here's a guy goes out to the outside. There's only one receiver. He's covered. And when he sees that marker, he's gone. He's got first down.
Came out of Louisiana Tech, where he threw for the second most passing yards in NCAA history. So he can obviously put up numbers. Again, it's like we talked about Steve Spurrier making the transition from college coach to pro coach. You're making the transition from small college football, where you were a superstar, trying to make it now in the NFL. Rattay too high, intended for Cedric Wilson, who has put a pretty good stranglehold on the fourth wide receiver spot for this ball club ahead of Vinny Sutherland.
He could have been 8 feet tall and wouldn't have gotten that baby.
That's the downside.
Just a tad high. But Rattay, you know, we talked about this in the opening, and you know, in '79 when Steve Young had this team, I mean '99 had this team going, and they're 3-1, and then he gets hurt. Jeff Garcia, because he hadn't thrown the ball that much, he didn't take that many reps, wasn't ready to take this team to the next step, and they went right down the tubes.
And there are only a couple of quarterbacks who seem to make it through an entire season without some relief. That one's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Redskins got good pressure up the middle, and it looked like Donovan Arp out of Louisville who got the arm up and knocked it down.
But don't you agree, Joe, that I don't care what the team is in the National Football League, the way things are going, you've got to have a backup guy, a quality backup guy.
All you have to do is look at the history of the starters here. Brett Favre won a full season. Peyton Manning won a full season. And you're hard-pressed to name any of the others of 31 football teams.
Right.
So having an essential backup is very important. Think about the New England Patriots last year. If Drew Bledsoe doesn't step in against Pittsburgh and make the throw for the touchdown, we don't have a New England story.
Especially if you are going to be a championship contender. That is a key thing to have. Pass underthrown, but Sutherland came back to get it, and now no whistle, so Sutherland keeps the play going.
There is a mistake by Keith Grant, number 36, or Kenneth Grant, excuse me.
Sure was.
It's not college football. Just because he goes to the ground, you still have to put a hand on him. And you see that so often from defensive backs, even though he's in his first year, up top the screen. Sutherland pushes him up. He turns him around. Nice job of coming back. Look, doesn't touch him. He's mad at himself. He says, oh, Coach, gee whiz, wait a second. Hold it. Then he's still running.
Well, it took Vinny a couple of seconds to figure it out, too.
Yeah, but he got 2 more yards.
Barlow pounds straight ahead to the 25.
I just remember the game Pittsburgh Plexico Burris when he caught the first time he caught the ball, Joe. And he spiked it in the middle of the field. Nobody touched him.
Fumble.
Hello.
Just when you think you saw it all, you get to see it again.
We're very familiar with this. When you have an embarrassing moment, no one's going to let you forget it.
No. And you should. Because they're not. When they look at the film, I mean, he's going to take some ribbon.
Clock running down on the first quarter. The 49ers for the second time in Redskin territory. A failed field goal attempt kept them off the scoreboard the first time. That's the end of the first quarter. Our score in Osaka. The 49ers nothing. The Redskins nothing.
Don't miss ESPN's exclusive coverage of the great outdoor games beginning August 13th.
They gather together.
Look at Japan, the second largest city in this nation. 8.8 million people call Osaka home. And it is located about a 3-hour train ride south of Tokyo, Japan, where we have spent the first 8 or 9 years of the American Bowl coming over here, our first trip to Osaka.
That area is called Numba.
You're up on this, aren't you?
I'm traveling around a little bit.
You have already been to every area of Osaka.
He had trouble finding his room.
I got lost. I got in the wrong elevator.
Wandering around.
I certainly had trouble finding something to eat, I can tell you that.
Goodness, I ran into balls.
Barlow and Smith, the running backs behind Tim Rattay, who is taking over for Jeff Garcia. Barlow hit in the backfield and dumped. Nice play by Delbert Cowsett. the free agent out of Maryland who just shed his block and cut Barlow down.
This is one of those deals where you don't block back on a defensive lineman. And Cossette, he just fills the hole. Look at this. They can't get him. It's a reach block to the outside by Dave Fiore, number 6.
Preseason from a guy who's fighting for a roster spot. Sutherland comes back in on 3rd and 12. Rattay scrambling right up the middle. A lot of room to run. Tim Rattay inside the 10 and took a shot as he got to about the 9-yard line. Andre Lott, the rookie from Tennessee, drew a beat on him.
Defense actually did an excellent job of taking away all of his options to his receivers. He does a nice. What I like is, see how he makes that decision. I just think you have to make decisive decisions at the position, whether you want to take off and run like you did before you pointed out, Paul, whether you're going to get out of bounds or you're going to get the ball down the field. I think young quarterbacks can learn. If you're decisive, a lot of good things can happen.
He did everything but get down like he's supposed to. We want you to play, you know.
We're tough. We understand we're having some audio problems. We're working on that. We apologize for it. Barlow, touchdown.
Oh, man.
Nice little hesitation move by Kevin Barlow, and the 49ers are on the board.
That's what we're talking about Barlow. Last year had an excellent year. This year they're really looking for an awful lot from this young man. And he just showed just outstanding movement. Watch to the left of your screen. Look at the hole here. He's getting outstanding block, but that move back to the inside, all you're going to do is get an arm on him. He gets some outstanding blocking at the line of scrimmage. Chad Ward, number 68, is the guy that opened the hole. Touchdown.
Paul
That's nice.
Smith, the fullback, did a nice job also collapsing it in.
Jose Cortez, who is in a kicking battle with the rookie Chandler, is on for the point after and knocks it through. 13:32 on the second quarter scoreboard. And it's a 7-0 49er lead. So we have a timeout in Osaka. Don't go away. We'll be back in a moment.
PN.
In Japan, these are some scenes from Fan Day where the fans got to participate in some drills with the players. They had a great time, and so did players. Listen to this.
Oh, yeah.
I might have my new celebration after I hit some man. He might have gave it to me. He might have gave it to me.
LeVar Arrington's a guy who really loves life and loves to play this game. It's a shame he's not in a cutoff shirt right now. I don't think he's wearing shoulder pads. Those are really his shoulders.
He's got shoulders for 6 guys.
Oh.
I mean, this is really a nice guy, except when he puts his helmet on.
Redskins waiting to kick off. Justin Skaggs cut short of the 20. Cornelius Anthony down on special teams for the 49ers. 13:25 to go. First half, it's 7-0. ESPN has a night of original entertainment. It begins at 8 p.m. Eastern with The Season, Raiderettes Part 2. Go behind the scenes with the Oakland Raiders cheerleaders. Then at 9:30 Eastern, the life spends time with Tony Gonzalez during the offseason, off the field and off the record. Part of the block on ESPN.
Yeah, Tony Gonzalez is a hot topic of conversation in Kansas City with his desires for a contract bigger than you can imagine and his basketball exploits as well.
He'll get it. Sprained ankle did not do him any good. Redskins from the 19. Sage Rosenfels, 2 of 5 so far, 22 yards and an interception. Floats this one over the middle and short, incomplete. Intended for Riedel Anthony. Let's go down to Susie. She's with the quarterback who won't play tonight, Shane Matthews.
Well, Shane is one of the guys responsible for laying the foundation of this offense at Florida with Steve Spurrier. What do you think of how it looks in the pros?
Well, you know, we've looked good at times in practice and bad at times. That's going to happen in training camp. And Sage kind of got off to a rough start here, but he's going to play well. He's practiced well this week, and the offense will start looking better the more guys get comfortable.
Why do you believe it can be successful in the NFL?
Well, our head coach has won everywhere he's been and been very successful, so I don't know why it won't work here. And, you know, the more we practice in preseason, the better we're going to get, and we'll be the team we want to be come opening day.
Coach says you're the only quarterback he never benched. What are some of the misconceptions about him?
Well, he's a coach that strives for perfection, and as a player, you like that. And he's hard on his quarterbacks, but he's no harder than any other position coach. And if you can't handle it, you can't play for him. And, you know, we have a chance to be really good here, and the quarterback needs to play well for us to be successful.
Danny Werfel talked about he had never seen a quarterback battle quite like this. Your assessment?
Well, you know, I've been in this league, it's my 10th year, so I just kind of take it one day at a time. I don't lose any sleep over it. You know, I just want to go out and let my ability speak for myself. And I'm excited for the opportunity. And like I said, if the quarterback plays well, we got a big year.
In your 9 years in the league, how is a Spurrier camp different from the others?
Well, it's he approaches the game a little bit different. He has a kind of a relaxed atmosphere, but when you're on the field, it's all business. And then once you're off the field, you know, kind of relax and get away from football. And I think it's a great approach. Some guys get burned out, and I think a lot of guys have accepted the way that he coaches. And you know, the longer the players are around him, the more comfortable they'll get.
Good luck in your debut a week from tonight.
All right, thanks a lot.
Mike.
Thank you, Susie, and thank you, Shane. And 3 really poor passes by Rosenfels on that series. He's now 2 out of 8. Not the kind of thing, Joe, you want in your preseason debut.
The last 2, he had people open and couldn't get the ball. That's the problem.
Barker kicking to Cedric Wilson. Driven all the way back to the 28-yard line where he makes the fair catch.
They have a good punter.
Yes, they do. And if they don't complete any more passes than that, they're going to need it. There's a timeout with 12:57 to go in a half. Back after this. Eel and octopus are among the most popular delicacies in Osaka. You know, I can't even go in the same room with that stuff. I don't think about eating it. But it is extremely popular over here.
How would you like your eggs done, Mike?
Without eel and octopus, thank you very much.
I'll tell you, the hardest thing I've found to try to do over here is to eat soup with those 2 sticks.
Yeah, it's tough.
They're
Boy,
called
you know what?
chopsticks.
Yeah, I know, but I've lost about 8 pounds. Can't get anything on the sticks.
Barlow and Smith are the running backs behind Tim Rattay. And Barlow, nice cut. We'll get a couple up to about the 30.
Well, you know, we're at the offense of the San Francisco 49ers that looks pretty good. Defensively, we got most of the backup people now for the Washington Redskins. I think defensively, they look pretty good.
Well, you'd expect that. Marvin Lewis has a lot more veterans, got a lot more veteran coaches on the defensive side as well for the Redskins.
Oops, that's not bad.
Well, that time Kevin Mitchell got the early start, and that'll cost him 5. The Redskins wearing those 70th anniversary uniforms, the helmet with the sphere and the feathers and the colors from the mid-60s.
I just want to say hi to everybody.
And there's All-Pro LeVar Arrington.
You know what I mean?
Just seems to have a wonderful time in life.
All my supporters.
Chris Samuels in the background off his right shoulder.
I love it when he says, I want to say hello to everybody. I'm going to tell you what, I think he knows everybody. He talks to everybody.
Says he wants to be the defensive MVP of the NFL. And he certainly has a shot at it. Rattay, good protection all day to throw, and 2 wide at the sideline, incomplete. These are the linebackers the Redskins will start out with this year. Of course, Arrington is the only holdover. Made the Pro Bowl last year, even though he was hampered by injuries much of the season. And then they added Jeremiah Trotter, the Pro Bowl middle linebacker from the Philadelphia Eagles, and they added Jesse Armstead, the Pro Bowl outside linebacker from the New York Giants. He has been to 5 All-Star games. And that gives Marvin Lewis a lot of flexibility. 3rd and 2 for the 49ers. They're on 35. And Rattay to throw, pressure coming. Wants a screen that's not there. Rattay will have to scramble. Takes a shot up near the head and did not get the first down.
Yeah, he put a nice fake on Jackson. Jackson comes in at number 94, the defensive lineman, and he thinks he's going to hit the quarterback. But what happens is Rattay just takes a little fake, holds him, and picks up about 8 yards. Not enough.
Marvin Lewis, when I had a chance to visit with him during this week, said it's just going to take some time for him to figure out what the guys can do, for them to get to know him and the way his demeanor is during a game, because this is all new to everybody. I mean, you have to remember, it's new on both sides of the ball.
Baker to kick to Champ Bailey, who had just been itching for an opportunity to show them what he can do in the return game. And he makes the fair catch at the 12. We've got a timeout, 11:02 to go first half. NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue will join us when we come back. Thank you.
I think you have to start with the off-season chemistry first.
You got to have a lot of teamwork.
First thing, you got to stay healthy.
Preparation.
Definitely a great coach.
Just the desire to go out and get it done.
Well, first you got to start with the fans.
Fans are the pulse of the stadium.
You got to get dirty.
What I found is white shoes makes you look fast.
A lot of luck goes into it. Veteran leadership, that's a must.
All of a sudden, something gels.
And voila. This is a lot of different things to success.
Coming out of the gate, I mean, everybody's a Super Bowl contender right now.
The classic teams, the classic moments, the classic rivalries. Join us as we relive the most historically renowned matches in the history of the game. The history of cricket continues with the classic matches. Friday on ESPN.
Welcome back to Osaka, Japan. Paul Tagliabue's been kind enough to join us. And Mr. Commissioner, we have always gone to Tokyo in this American Bowl Series. How did we end up in Osaka?
Well, it's really the heart of college football here in Japan and youth football, so we wanted to come down closer to the fans.
Now, there are a Japanese player on each one of these teams tonight. What's going to happen to them after this preseason game?
Well, they're going to go to training camp with the 49ers and the Redskins. Kawaguchi and Amaya, the two players, they both played in Europe in the NFL League over there, and they've impressed both coaches, so they're going to go to training camp and keep trying to make the teams.
One of the big stories this year in the National Football League is alignment and therefore a balanced schedule, which I think does an awful lot of things for the game.
Well, it does. You know, it has every team playing more common opponents on the schedule. I think it's better for competition, and it's going to create some excitement.
We are going to have the opportunity to open the season on ESPN Thursday night. I believe it's September 5th. And it's going to be an honor for us because you have made this into so much more than a football game. If you could tell us what's going to happen in New York and the surrounding areas around that game.
Well, we're going to kick off in New York. The 49ers will be playing the Giants. We're having a special fan festival at Times Square. It's going to celebrate the spirit of the people in New York and the spirit of America. So it'll be music and football.
Redskins actually trying to get something going on offense, which they have not been able to do much of the night. Kevin Lockett with his first catch, and will take it up near the 35-yard line.
If we're talking about realignment, it's done for the scheduling so that everybody now is basically on a par with each other.
Right. You play your divisional opponents, then you play another group of teams in your conference on a division basis, and a cross-conference on a division basis. So the more common opponents, it's competitively fair, and then it rotates every year. So every fan will see every team over a period of 3 or 4 years.
Does that tell us now that there will not be another team in the National Football League now that you're balanced out?
Well, I don't know. I think, you know, we went to 32 was pretty much the goal to get there, and perhaps we could add a 33rd if it was Los Angeles, but that's probably out in the future.
we've seen some of the things when we had the meetings in New York a couple weeks ago. What you really want to create with the scheduling to a large degree is so that people can see a matchup, say the old days, say a Dan Marino and a Brett Favre play one another more than just once in a 16-year span. This will not only guarantee the rivalries for the teams, but it'll also create some great individual matchups, won't it?
Yeah, well, the players are looking forward to this. You know, the Kurt Warners are looking forward to playing against the Raiders and teams in the other conference on a regular, predictable basis. So it's an exciting thing for everybody in the league, fans, players, coaches alike.
Rosenfeld's on 2nd and 10 with split backs. Redskins down 7-0 here in the second quarter. Here's this one out wide open. And the Redskins will finally get on the scoreboard tonight. The catch made by Darius Thompson, who had a 10-yard lead on the San Francisco secondary.
See that? We needed the commissioner to come up to get a touchdown for the Redskins.
Commissioner, have you...
I think I distracted the defensive back.
He was thinking about a rivalry. Have you seen this much fanfare and excitement and intrigue about a coach coming in and taking over a football team in recent history as much as there is for the Redskins? Have you seen it before?
Well, maybe you go back to Jimmy Johnson coming from Miami to the Cowboys. You know, there was a similar thing, and Jimmy, of course, was a great success, so that sets a high bar for Steve Spurrier. There's a lot of excitement around the league about Steve, and the NFC East with the Cowboys looking positive as well.
Brett Conway with a point after, and the Redskins get on the board with the bomb, and they have tied this game at 7-7, 9:20 to go in the half. Paul, thank you so much for coming up. Hope you have a wonderful season, as we expect you always will.
Well, I think we will. Look forward to seeing you in Houston on that Sunday night, the Cowboys against the Texans.
Thank you. NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue, and we will be back to Osaka. They are going to re-kick the extra point. There was a flag down, so they...
Commissioner said that wasn't on a touchdown, is it? We're going to reverse that one.
So the Redskins are going to have to come out and do the extra point all over again.
12 men on offense will penalize and re-kick.
And that's the kind of thing that happens during the preseason when people mess up their assignments.
Yeah, but with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, this game has been a relatively smooth football game. We're used to seeing guys jumping off sides early in preseason. You're seeing penalties, and we've seen neither in this football game. Steve Spurrier made a statement, I think, with the touchdown and putting the ball up and getting it down the field. I just think he's got it. Now he's in his environment. He's looking at defenses. He's checking the quarterbacks. Man looks so comfortable right there. Good job by Sage bouncing back after the early problems.
Well, that was a throw that he just put on a line to Darius Thompson. Looked like it must have been a mix-up in the San Francisco secondary to have anybody that wide open. So, again, we are tied at 7, 9:20 to go in the half. Back after this.
You are my adversary.
This ESPN NFL preseason special is brought to you by Gateway, where you've got a friend in the business, and by Coors Original, real golden beer, official sponsor of Guys Night Out. That's what Paul was talking about earlier, soup with chopsticks.
No, noodles in the soup with chopsticks.
Well, I just got to the soup. It took me 2.5 hours to get it down.
He throws the noodles out. Dan France to kick to Wilson and McCullough. Cedric Wilson across the 20 and out to 22. San Francisco and Washington playing in the American Bowl in Osaka. We are tied at 7. Back in Osaka at 7-7, 49ers and the Redskins, and San Francisco has the ball at its own 22-yard line. Both teams have had a couple of scoring opportunities. San Francisco failed to cash in on its first with this field goal attempt, but they have moved the ball much better than the Redskins have in this game so far. Smith and Barlow, the running backs behind Rattay. Play fake, and Rattay goes down under pressure. Firing through Gilbert Cowsett and Antonio Pierce. Let's go down to the sideline for Susie.
With Terrell Owens, Terrell, how are things different for you this season from last?
Right now, I'm just going out having fun. Just trying to get myself better in practice and get my defense and the guys on defense better.
It's the story that dominated last season. So how is the relationship with your head coach different now than 9 months ago?
I mean, it's different because I came here with a better attitude. You know, I prayed about a lot of things over the summer. You know, I thought about a lot of things. So I just wanted to come in and just kind of just keep everything, you know, on a clean slate.
How do you find that balance between being outspoken as you are and then not making waves?
Well, the thing is, I'm definitely going to be myself. That's first and foremost. And like I said, I prayed about a lot of things this summer. And, you know, I just came in with a better attitude. I think for the most part, I'm just trying to stay happy, have fun, and just be number one for myself and be number one for guys.
What does team leader mean to you?
Well, I'm not a vocal leader. I let the things that I do in the field, you know, let everybody feed off that. Everybody knows I come to practice. Everybody knows I come to play. When I'm on the football field, I'm a different person.
What are the expectations for this team this season?
Definitely just, you know, keep rebuilding, keep building off where we left off last year. I think last year we had a good shot. We just came up short. And I think this year we're going to be young, fast, and we're going to be aggressive. So I'm looking for some big things this year. I mean, definitely we got an explosive offense and we got an explosive defense.
You came in the best shape of your career. What did you do for Kevin Barlow this offseason?
We ate egg whites and chicken all summer at the Waffle House. So, you know, that was probably like the most strict part of his diet and probably the most challenging thing for him. And he got on my nerves over the summer, but other than that, he did all right. Like I said, the biggest thing for him was just cutting out a lot of the sweets and cutting a lot of the carbs.
Did he cheat?
Oh, he cheated big time. I mean, he had people at the Waffle House telling on him, and he'll tell you a lie in your face.
Mike, I talked to Kevin before the game. He didn't say anything to me about cheating.
Oh, he will cheat. He will cheat.
Thanks, Terrell. Mike.
All right, Susie, thanks very much. You got a flag on the punt. There is no doubt that Terrell Owens is a tremendous competitor and has tremendous gifts, but sometimes there's more to that.
Well, I like the fact, too, that we got a motion penalty by the kicking team, but I like the fact that Mariucci got on the plane and he said, you know, I'm tired of having the guys come in and talk to me. I thought it was time for me to go down to Atlanta and talk to him. And I think that is one of the things that really swung these two guys together.
Well, what people have to understand is
formation, offense. Only 6 men on the line of scrimmage. The penalty is declined.
the two of them, Mooch and T.O., had a very good relationship prior to the incident in Dallas, which really precipitated all the problems. And it was a really sound one before that. And then all of a sudden, after that decision, it got a lot tougher.
ESPN goes spanning the globe this August to bring you the world of sports. The world of football kicks off in leagues around the world. Dutch football returns to ESPN for 2002, and the Italian Summer Series showcases the great players of Serie A. The IRL is in high gear with racing from America's fastest ovals. ESPN's exclusive X Games showcases the thrills and spills of the X generation athletes with qualifying from Spain. The hard-hitting action of American football begins with ferocious preseason play. The WNBA playoffs commence with the women battling up and down the hard-court floor. The Great Outdoor Games is the showcase for timeless skills with a competitive flair. The Tennis Masters Series continues from Toronto and Cincinnati. The legends of golf hit the links on the Senior PGA Tour. Great action this August on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN takes you inside the lives of today's athletes every week on The Life.
With just a few tournaments left in the year, Hale Irwin is looking to extend his lead for the Charles Schwab Cup, but a few others will be ready to play him for it. The Light Path Long Island Classic, today on ESPN.
back at their own 35-yard line. They've had limited offensive success tonight, but one huge play from Sage Rosenfels to Darius Thompson has tied this score.
But Rosenfels said there have been people open. He just didn't get the ball to him. And on one series of downs, he missed him 3 different times.
I just think you have to give him time. He's not as comfortable as Shane Matthews and Danny Werfel in this offense, and he's having the chance to play into it now, get his first chance to play.
Fakes to Watson, goes out in the flat little flanker screen. And a nice move by Kevin Lockett, who was a pickup from Kansas City a year ago.
Well, Mike Rumph is in the game, number 24. He's the guy that got beat for the touchdown, but he made a play just then. He almost made the tackle in the backfield. It gives you an idea of how much speed this young man really has. And they geared themselves in the offseason, San Francisco, to put some defensive players in this year and last year, thinking about the St. Louis Rams.
They need extra corners in order to compete with them. And Rumph, a first-round draft pick out of Miami, they've already told him he will be the nickel back. They're going to keep him on the right side so he'll have a better chance getting more reps at that position. And Kenny Watson carries for what appears to be a first down. And I think that's a nice move by the coaching staff to say, son, here's where you're going to be. You don't have to worry about bouncing back and forth to a couple of different positions. We're going to give you a chance to settle in.
I thought one of the points that Moose made when we sat down with him is that the defense of the San Francisco 49ers last year was younger than the starting defense at BYU. I mean,
no missions here.
But still only 2- and 3-year players.
First and 10 at the 46-yard line.
Here's a first down for the Skins. Rosenfels, that was nearly picked off. Frank Strong, the rookie, had a shot at it. The 49ers bolstered their defense when they selected Rumph with the 27th pick in this year's draft. In 3 years as a starter in Miami, he never allowed a touchdown pass and was all Big East first team his junior and his senior seasons. He was certainly a playmaker.
Isn't that amazing, though? And you're looking at plays on this young man. 2 of them were running plays that he was sticking the guy. And then the last one, obviously, was the interception.
Chris Doring is in as a wide receiver for, I almost said for the Florida Redskins. For the Washington Redskins, another ex-Gator, and Doring makes the catches down to the 43. Let's go down to Susie for more on Rumph.
Well, Mike, the rookie asked Ahmed Plummer, how'd you get so good? The response was, I went against Jerry Rice every day in practice. Well, Rumph now has Terrell Owens, who calls him a long strider. You think you're running away from him, but usually he's right there. Rumph, known for his good study habits, fits right in with Plummer and Webster. These guys study film of their practice habits, and Rumph tries to sneak right into those meeting rooms with them.
Well, they're going to need him. The 49ers have the St. Louis Rams standing in their way to going any further in the playoffs. Nice hit to break that one up by Kevin Curtis, the 4th-round draft choice out of Texas Tech, as that pass got there, but Curtis got there at the same time.
All right, guys, we talked about the Redskins running the football, whatever it might be, draws run. Have you seen any lately?
Couple. That's about it.
I mean, I think Steve is finding himself in a situation where this is the kind of football that Steve Spurrier likes to be able to call the games. He likes to take the ball down the field. He likes to continually challenge a defense.
2nd and 10. Rock Cartwright is in as the fullback. He's number 40.
Give it to Rock.
Give it to Rock. Fire plug at 5'8", 237. Rosenfels, little shovel pass to Cartwright. And he fights for extra yardage down to the 37. Frank Strong again on the stop.
That was not designed for the Rock, but the Rock got the ball. That is a great name.
Isn't it? Rock Cartwright. That works.
Stephen Davis on the sidelines. We saw Jesse Armstead there a minute ago. Everybody thought Jesse was going to wind up in Carolina with his coach John Fox, the new head coach down the Carolina Panthers, who left the Giants, and he just felt like he wanted to play against the Giants a couple of times a year, similar to what Jeremiah Trotter's taken the approach of.
They'll certainly be fired up for those divisional games. Payback is a wonderful thing in players' mind. Flag is down as it was an obvious offside. Let's see if somebody jumped first. Sean Moran, the former Ram, was the first one across.
And he pointed to the offensive player.
Encroachment.
Oops.
89. Defense.
Joe was talking about Armstead playing against the Giants and Trotter playing against the Eagles. The NFC East, the Eagles the defending champions, the Redskins back-to-back 8-8 seasons. The Giants dropped to 7-9. Dallas may be the wild card this year. I've read a lot of things about people thinking the Cowboys are going to make it interesting.
I think a lot of it falls on the shoulders of Quincy Carter. Can he take that offense with the receivers they have? And of course, Emmett's looking to break Walter Payton's rushing record with a little over 500 yards. Should happen early in the season. We get a look at them against the Houston Texans. We get to open up their stadium on the Sunday.
And on the standings, if you wonder where Arizona went, that's realignment. They are gone from the NFC East, and we have a timeout called by the Redskins with 4:01 to go. And to continue the thought about realignment, I think the balanced schedule is going to be a real boost to competition in this league. It's going to be very difficult now for teams who really enjoyed a fifth-place schedule. Well, you know, because they would jump up 2 or 3 games better than they really were.
But I understand it's a lot easier to win your division because there's only 4 teams in it. Well, not necessarily, because what you're doing is you're playing 6 games in your division, and then you're all playing the same teams in another division. So it's not going to be that easy as people think it's going to be.
Well, what they've done also is they've managed to set the teams on a schedule in a transition year where teams are familiar with them. Like, for example, Arizona will play the teams in the NFC East. So it's somebody that they're familiar with. It's easier for their coaching staff to prepare. I think the league did a fabulous job taking a hard look at scheduling where they wanted everybody to play and then marrying it up so that the fans now can get involved in the rivalries as well as the players and the teams.
Fred Wright and Liddell Betts, the rookie from Iowa, on the field on 3rd and 1 for Washington. Rosenfels wants to throw for it. Out in the flat, has the completion. Tight end Robert Royal, the rookie from LSU, and that was a well-designed play. That is a feature of Steve Spurrier's offense. He finds a way to get people open in spots.
Robert Royal, number 45, is the tight end. You just watch a little delay. He goes underneath, and there's nobody that goes with him. I mean, in fact, the only person he has is a blocker out in front, who is Riddell Anthony.
One of the things, I'm sorry, Paul, but one of the things we talked about was protection, and so far, it doesn't seem to be a problem for the Redskins. They've been able to drop back. Sage has been able to get back, throw the football effectively, feeling pretty comfortable in the pocket.
Redskins challenging for the lead. Rosenfels again, floats it into the end zone. It's a touchdown to Royal. Well, they made it look easy on that drive. Royal, the second of their 5th-round draft choices this year, and Rosenfels has his 2nd preseason touchdown.
You know, when you look at Rosenfels at the beginning, he looked like he was so uncomfortable in this offense. And, you know, you practice a lot, but just take a look at this throw here. That was so easy for him to make. He knew the guy he wanted to go to. He knew that Rawls was going to be open, and he gets the ball to him. He really looks comfortable.
Dan France, who is working as a punter and a place kicker in camp for the Redskins this year, knocks this one through. And Washington with Sage Rosenfels in those throwback uniforms that they'll wear at home this year as part of their 70th anniversary. Skins take the lead 14-7.
Well, you remember what Spurrier said yesterday? I want to win this game. He wants to win every game. This isn't like, you know, everybody says in preseason. Remember Marv Levy used to say, you know, that's like 4th in our pecking orders.
Only quarterback of the 3 that he has that is not really familiar with this offense. Right. So you can only expect this offense to maybe even be a little bit more efficient when Danny Warfel comes into play in the second half. But Sage Rosenfels has found himself a comfort level, done an excellent job of reading defenses, and is getting the ball off in good time.
Plus, don't you guys think it's far more important for the Redskins to win preseason games than it would be for the St. Louis Rams or the New England Patriots?
Not necessarily win, because you don't know what's going to happen.
But play well?
But play well, Mike. And this is what they're doing. They're moving the ball. They're looking at formations. They're getting the ball down the field in the air. That's so important for the confidence of this football team.
Fred Conway will kick it away. Wilson and McCullough are deep. So the 49ers, who dominated this game early, now trail 14-7. McCullough from the 9. Takes a shot and keeps on driving. Got it out to the 26-yard line. Thursday night at 7 Eastern on ESPN. Join Chris Berman for NFL Tonight. Then at 8, ESPN's preseason NFL coverage continues as the New York Jets will visit the Pittsburgh Steelers.
A couple of decent running backs, I guess.
Yes, sir. High hopes for both of those teams this year. Barlow remains in at running back. Tim Rattay came on early in relief of Garcia. Looks one way, throws the other. Ty Streets had a little trouble with the ball and then gang tackled.
We talked about J.J. Stokes being the complement to Terrell Owens. I really believe that the one guy who can take this defense to another level would be Ty Streets. The third receiver needs to be the guy to make some plays for them.
Only caught 28 balls a year ago. Another tall, rangy receiver. Down the sideline, and Wilson is just drilled by Andre Lott.
But I'm going to tell you what.
Shot.
Yeah, but what a great pass. I mean, this pass is absolutely perfect.
So is the hit.
And what a catch.
Yeah, I mean, just to hold on to this ball. Well, he got knocked out of his shoe.
And his helmet.
Cedric Wilson, yeah, but this, watch the catch, and the throw is absolutely perfect. The team just puts this ball. Look at how perfect this pass is. Perfect timing. That was the helmet that disappeared, not the ball.
Not his head.
That's where everybody did everything right. Mark it at the Redskins' 47-yard line. Barlow. Nice hole off the left side down to the Redskin 44.
Talking to Marvin Lewis, he had high things to say about Rashad Bauman and Andre Lott, a couple of the young guys that he feels like can contribute to this football team. The rookies can really be a part of this.
Rattay out in the flat. And that's complete as we have reached the 2-minute warning. Streets with another grab. And 2 minutes to go first half. The 49ers driving, trying to tie it up. They trail 14-7.
There's something for everyone on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Don't miss great golf action all month long on ESPN. Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Stay tuned for the original Coors halftime show with Stuart Scott. He'll have a look at a day in Canton and baseball's pennant chases as we update you on all the baseball races starting to get heated up at this point. Let's just all hope that they keep going instead of stop someplace. It'd be another disaster for that sport.
Okay, how's your Cardinals doing?
Cardinals doing just fine, thank you very much.
You like the trade, Mike?
I love it.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, just checking.
First and 10 for the 49ers.
I appreciate you guys' interest.
So do the Cardinals. I know. You're doing a great job of faking it, though. 2 minutes to go. 49er football. Rattay has them at the Redskins 36.
That's a fumble.
Rattay may have gotten it back. Coming around the corner, Ladarius Jackson reached in, hooked his arm, and took it loose, and Rattay pounced on it.
And I think a lot of people, when they see a play like that, are asking themselves the question, has there been a change in the league regarding the tuck rule as it is considered with the New England-Oakland game? No, there's been no change in the interpretation of that tuck rule. That wasn't an instance where he was throwing the ball. That one just came out.
Susie's down on the field, and she has Dana Stubblefield. Susie.
Well, Dana, what are your first impressions of the Steve Spurrier offense?
Well, we weren't out there that much, but I know a lot of the guys out there, and they're more of a power-type offense, and we were expecting that.
What are some of the similarities between your defense now and the Super Bowl winning defense of '94?
It's number one is we got speed. You know, a lot of the guys out there, the linebackers are really fast. We have speed, and we've been together for about a year.
How important is that? It's like the best of both worlds, young yet experienced.
Well, you know, coming into this year, we spent about 90% of the starting defense were working out at the facility, so we got a chance to bond off the field as well as on it.
How much part of that were you?
A lot, because I made all the phone calls.
Steve Mariucci calls you rejuvenated. What have been some of the changes from Defensive Player of the Year in '97 to now?
Well, it's definitely coming back here with the Niners because I know the whole organization and everybody knows me. And being the oldest on the defense, I want to lead by example.
Potential for Super Bowl?
If we can stay healthy, there's no doubt about it.
Have a great season.
Thanks.
Susie, thanks very much. And certainly the 49ers have been rebuilt. Steve Mariucci has done an absolutely brilliant job in taking the guys that were really he was forced to take. They had no choice. They were actually in salary cap hell, and he ended up with the youngest football team there was, and somehow found a way to blend all these guys together, and in almost no time at all turned them into a contender again.
I just like the fact that the 22 starters from a year ago, they got 20 of them there. So what they're really doing in games like this, again, we talked about Rattay being a backup guy, learning that position. This is what they're really looking for.
And you had a guy like Tony Parrish, who we see there, comes over from Chicago, gives him a little more speed at the safety position. The guy that I've been impressed with is Jim Mora Jr. He's the guy who's the defensive coordinator that had to try and put all those pieces of the young guys together and live with them, and he got it happen.
They just threw those guys to the wolves. It was sink or swim, and they learned to swim. Barlow taken down by Ladarius Jackson, who makes his third tackle in a row. He was in there on that last sack with Delbert Cowsett. And another timeout. So the Redskins use one with 1:25 to go in the half.
You don't think Steve Spurrier is going to pass up an opportunity to put some more balls in the air, do you?
No, the more times he can throw it, the better he's going to like it. Monday Night Countdown gives you up-to-the-minute NFL news and analysis. Join host Stuart Scott this Monday at 7 Eastern. Then on ABC at 8 Eastern, Al Michaels and John Madden have a preseason edition of Monday Night Football. The AFC-NFC Hall of Fame game, and the Texans make their debut against the New York Giants. I can't wait to go to Houston and see that stadium. They say it is just spectacular.
And it's indoors.
I can't wait to see both the Texans and the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys can be one of the really exciting teams in football this year. And they're going to play the Redskins on Thanksgiving again. A great rivalry being started over.
Baker to kick to Jaquez Green. Going to have to signal for a fair catch and make it up to 12. So the Skins will have 1:16 to go.
You know, you look at Spurrier on the sidelines and you think, all right, is he happy with the first half? Well, he's happy with the second quarter. I don't think he's real happy with the first quarter.
But it was all brand new. And this is what a coach looks for. He wants to see how a quarterback is going to operate a 2-minute drill. You can't just go to the other coach and say, hey, look, I'd like my team to be out there in this situation. It works out well for him.
Rosenfels, who did have a good second quarter after struggling in the first.
that famous drop play.
Sage Rosenfeld got off to a little bit of a rough start early in the game. His third throw of the game winds up being picked off by Ahmed Plummer. But then he sets himself, and he throws it a little bit low to Jaquez Green, but now sits in the pocket, did a nice job of taking a shot in the mouth. Hits the touchdown. There he is again, finding the open receiver. Royals for the touchdown. I think Sage has really shown that he's starting to get a grasp of what Coach Spurrier wants him to do.
Well, Steve, a little upset on the sidelines there because the Redskins burned a lot of time trying to get in the right play. This is Lockett trying to make something happen after the catch. He'll have a first down up at the 24. Spurrier's standards are incredibly high. With all the success he had at Florida, and let's not forget the success he had at Duke, a place they will tell you you cannot win, period. And he won, and he won big. He put up tremendous numbers offensively. So he has been a success wherever he has gone. And he is the ultimate competitor. This one is too strong, overthrown. Lockett was double covered. Mike Rump had him easily handled.
I really like what he said yesterday about, what do you expect? Would you ask him, what do you expect of your team tomorrow night? He says, well, I expect the offense to play well, and I expect the defense to play well, and I expect our guys to catch the ball, and I expect the quarterbacks to throw the ball real well, and I really don't expect any flags. I'm thinking, yeah, okay.
Those are his standards.
That's right.
And he's basically gotten it. That's the thing. I mean, I think that this has been one of the finer debuts that I've seen of a team that's really trying to find itself and find an identity through their coach.
Rosenfels comes out. They have 5 seconds on the clock. Let's go with the draw play. Get it up to about 30, and that will do it. So the Redskins end the first half of Steve Spurrier's debut with a 14-7 lead. Let's go down to Susie Tolbert with Steve Mariucci.
Steve, when you have this many starters coming back and such high expectations, how do you approach a preseason game differently than you have before?
Well, our plan for a game like this was to let them play for a couple series, get their feet wet, and get them off the field and let these other players play. We need to evaluate so many players. Both sides have 80-plus players to evaluate, so we have to accomplish that.
What stands out for you so far?
Well, it's good that Tim Rattay is getting a lot of snaps. It really is. And we had a little 2-minute drill there at the end, both sides of the ball. That's good to get in the preseason. And, of course, we've got a lot of work to do, as you can see.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay.
Mike.
Thank you, Susie. That's the end of the first half. 14-7 Redskins. Now let's join Stuart Scott for the original Coors halftime report.
Mike, thanks a lot. We'll get it back out to you guys in Osaka as soon as we're done. Now it's time for the original Coors halftime show. Lots of stuff coming up. A lot of great baseball highlights and news about longtime Laker play-by-play man Chick Hearn. But we begin with the NFL Hall of Fame inductions. NFL legends, 5 of them, end today in the place where NFL legends live forever. Last year upon his induction, Lynn Swann said his greatest hour would only be complete when his teammate John Stallworth got in. Swanee gets a full 60 minutes. Stallworth in the Hall of Fame today, along with Dan Hampton, Jim Kelly, the late, great George Allen, and Dave Casper, all of those men anointed. In his 11 years, Jim Kelly threw 237 touchdown passes in the NFL, but he dedicated this day to the guy who shares his birthday, his son Hunter.
It has been written throughout my career that toughness is my trademark. Well, the toughest person I've ever met in my life is my hero, my soldier, my son, Hunter. I love you, buddy. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Buffalo.
John Stallworth was the other wide receiver for the Steelers. Swanee was more spectacular. Stallworth was steadier.
I have vivid memories of games won and games lost, of good seasons and seasons not so good, of dreams fulfilled and dreams that seem to wither with time. With this honor, this recognition, I can put that part of my life to rest.
Danimo, they called him. Dan Hampton of the Bears. 12 years in the league, 6 Pro Bowls, and now Hall of Fame.
Man, I am so fortunate. I'm the luckiest guy that you'll ever meet, because I'm the 25th Chicago Bear to go into that building over there. God, Papa Bear would be really smiling, and I'm sure he is somewhere today.
He's known more for the holy roller catch, but Dave Casper created a whole lot of more memories. 147-game career, nicknamed the Ghost. He's going in. And George Allen, 116 wins, only Hall of Fame coach, 12 years in the league, no losing record.
Oftentimes, it's best to describe someone in their own words. And I can find none better that exemplify Coach George Allen than those words he said. In sports, the only measure of success is victory. We must sacrifice everything to this end. The man who can accept defeat and take his salary without feeling guilty is a thief.
Deacon Jones, the best head slapper in NFL history. 216 men now in that fraternity. NFL Hall of Famers, congratulations to the last 5. Some football highlights to show you. Preseason action, not official action, it's called a scrimmage. Browns and Bills, Drew Bledsoe. First pass of the scrimmage for Bledsoe. Completes it to the former Tennessee Volunteer Peerless Price. Quick slant over the middle. First down for the Bills. Later in the drive, Bledsoe rolling out with that red jersey. Basically, it's the don't hit the quarterback jersey. Completes it to Eric Moulds. Quick Z route for Moulds. That goes for a first down. Drive ended with a 2-yard run, touchdown run by Travis Henry. Sage Rosenfeld's 2 touchdown passes in the first half of the American Bowl. Seems like a good time to announce that the Skins are about to come to terms with their first-round draft pick. Patrick Ramsey, as soon as they get back from Tokyo, the 32nd overall pick reportedly close to a 5-year deal with a $3 million signing bonus. One day after signing Ray Lewis, with more news and notes for you, the Ravens signed first-round draft pick Edward Reed to a 5-year, $6.2 million contract. Reed, one of the 5 former Miami Hurricanes taken in the first round, one of 3 members of the national champions standout secondary. New York Jets Pro Bowl defensive end John Abraham sprained his left knee during practice Saturday. Abraham sprained the medial collateral ligament in his knee when another player rolled on him on a goal line play during a mock scrimmage. He'll have an MRI on Sunday. And Eagles DT Hollis Thomas fractured his right foot, out indefinitely. Same injury kept him out of 5 games last year.
This halftime show is presented by Coors Original, Real Golden Beer, official sponsor of Guys Night Out.
Baseball highlights coming. We'll break down the wild card races in both leagues. Got some homers for you. Stick around.
ESPN takes you inside the lives of today's athletes every week on The Life.
Great sports every day on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Direct from Holland, coverage of one of Europe's top leagues, the Dutch First Division. Total football on ESPN.
ESPN's Tuesday Night Fights, another classic battle between countries. Undefeated Puerto Rican Alex Trujillo faces Mexican Juan Venezuela. 10 lightweight rounds Tuesday on ESPN. Welcome back to the Coors Original Halftime Show.
It seems like eons ago that Barry Bonds went through what was for him was a drought of epic proportions. I know he was hurt, but still, 10 games for Barry without a homer, that's a long time. Since then, Barry's played in 12 games, 4 home runs. Seems like everything's right with the world. Seems like. We'll see what Game 13 since his drought is like. Holla! Giants and Pirates, top 2. 2-zip San Fran, 2 out. Barry Bonds crushes it. 30th homer of the year. 597 for his career. Giants cruise 11-6. Berry went 2 for 4 at 4 RBI, 11th consecutive season with at least 30 homers. Elsewhere, Reds and Padres in progress. Reds leading that one 4-3. Russell Branyan, his 6th home run of the year for the Reds. Diamondbacks and Mets doubleheader. Here's game one. Top 9 Mets up 5-4. Craig Counsell, peace. Counsell second jack of the year that tied it at 5. Top 10. 2 runners on. Scott Strickland pitching. Rubio Durazo hitting and hitting well. That's tight. Durazo's 11th homer of the year. D-backs win game one, 8-5. Armando Benitez at his 3rd blown save of the year allows a 7th home run of the season. In game 2, Diamondbacks did a ditto on the Mets. Even worse, they beat New York 9-2. Jay Bell clocked his 1st home run in more than a year. Elsewhere, Dodgers and Phillies went at it. Dodgers beat the Phillies 8-6. Sean Green went off. 4 for 6, 2 homers. He has 30 for the year. And this is coming off of a 9 for 41 skid. More baseball in the American League. The Yankees lead the Angels 2-0. That game is in the bottom of the 6th. Mariners lead the Indians. Mariners beat the Indians 12-4. John Olerud, 18th homer of the year, part of a 4 for 5 day. More baseball. The Rangers, 2 better than the Red Sox. A-Rod, Major League leading 37th home run of the year. Johnny Damon went 3 for 4 and popped his 10th jack of the year. A's double up the Tigers 8-4. Tim Hudson, 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 6-2 in his career against Detroit. Longtime Laker play-by-play man Chick Hearn probably called his last game. 2 operations in the last day to remove a blood clot after falling at his house and suffering a brain hemorrhage. Remember, his 36-year streak of not missing a game ended this past season when he had heart surgery to repair a blocked valve. We wish Chick Hearn the best in his recovery. He is in critical condition. We're coming back. Redskins lead the 49ers 14-7 on 2 Sage Rosenfall's touchdown passes. You gotta love the Redskins throwback unis.
Don't miss the world's strongest man competition every week on ESPN. The Tennis Masters Series continues from the Great North. The game's biggest stars have been attacking on the lightning-quick hard-court surface in Toronto. It's been a great tournament of super play and crushing upsets. Now the draw is down to the final 2, and it's time to crown a champion. The Battle of the Great North is set to begin. The Tennis Masters Canada, the men's final, live Monday. The Tennis Masters Series on ESPN.
This halftime show is presented by Coors Original, Real Golden Beer, official sponsor of Guys Night Out.
Tuesday at ESPN, some original ESPN programming this season. 8:30 p.m., the Raiderettes, Making of the Raiderettes Part 2. That's at 8:30, followed by The Life at 9:30. A look at Chiefs Pro Bowl tight end Tony Gonzalez and maybe future NBA All-Star Tony Gonzalez. Redskins up in the 49ers. Mike Patrick coming back with the second half. Stay with us.
ESPN goes spanning the globe this August to bring you the world of sports. The world of football kicks off in leagues around the world. Dutch football returns to ESPN for 2002, and the Italian Summer Series showcases the great players of Serie A. The IRL is in high gear with racing from America's fastest ovals. ESPN's exclusive X Games showcases the thrills and spills of the X generation athletes with qualifying from Spain. The hard-hitting action of American football begins with ferocious preseason play. The WNBA playoffs commence with the women battling up and down the hard-court floor. The Great Outdoor Games is the showcase for timeless skills with a competitive flair. The Tennis Masters Series continues from Toronto and Cincinnati. The legends of golf hit the links on the Senior PGA Tour. Great action this August on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Welcome back to the American Bowl in Osaka, Japan, where the Redskins lead the 49ers 14-7 at the half. Nice to have you with us for the first preseason game of the year. Mike Patrick, Paul McGuire, Joe Theismann, Susie Culver down on the sideline. Of course, the big story tonight was the debut of Steve Spurrier as the Redskins coach, his first game in the NFL. Verdict so far.
Well, you know, he kind of waited. We had his offense wait until the second unit got in for San Francisco, and then they unloaded on him. But you can see what he's trying to accomplish with this football team. Only one thing I've been thinking about, and that's whole first half, is Stephen Davis going to be happy because he's not going to see the ball?
Well, in talking to Stephen Davis, he said very simply, he feels like he's going to be able maybe not to touch the ball as much running it, but he feels like he'll get more yards, and he feels like he'll be a very big part of the passing game. And obviously, if you look at this first half, pass seems to be the optimum word when you're talking about Steve Spurrier's offense.
Well, when people think about his offense, and they have throughout his entire career, it's been the passing game. But the best teams he had at Florida was when he was able to run the ball, and he ran the ball effectively.
Yeah, but I think Joe made a great point, though, the fact that when they ran the football is when they were really ahead from throwing the football.
What he'll want to do is he'll want to try and get points on the board, get ahead in football games, and then seek balance by running the football after they've got themselves some leads. But so far, I'd have to say that he's got things pretty much the way he likes them, and he's done a nice job of calling the game. And Sage Rosenfeld made a nice comeback after a miserable start and has played very well. I think he's fared very well in this quarterback derby they've got going.
Well, the Redskins rushed for 16 yards.
They didn't get ahead enough.
Chandler will kick to Robert Gillespie. Gillespie, the rookie out of Florida, will take it from the 2. And cut down as he reached the 23. Let's get down to Susie.
Well, Mike, Steve Spurrier wasn't as pleased with the first half as you might think. Obviously, it took them a little while to get going, and then even when they connected, he wasn't giving them much credit. He said the Niners screwed up on the coverages. And just as a side note, one running back who may go unmentioned said to me just a couple moments ago, did I count how many times they ran the ball? Maybe about 7 or 8. Mike?
Susie, you're absolutely right, but
I wonder who that unnamed guy is.
This is something they're trying to work on to get the quarterbacks and the receivers familiar with this offense, and the best way to do it is to throw the football, and Danny Werfel is in there doing just that to Chris Doering, who makes his second catch. And Werfel made the statement that may go a long way for him. He said, in this league, you have to be in the right place at the right time. This is his 6th year in the NFL out of Florida. He and Shane Matthews combined set 82 school records, 37 SEC records. He was the Heisman winner. Couldn't do much more as a college quarterback. Betts and Cartwright are the running backs. He and Shane Matthews operated this offense about as skillfully as anyone could have conceivably hoped to. That's across the 45 to the 47. And Werfel's brilliant college career culminated with a win in the 1997 Sugar Bowl. It was a rout of Florida State, 52-20, threw for 306 yards, 3 TDs, and the Gators won their first national championship. He won the Heisman in 96, threw for 3,600 yards, 39 touchdowns. And all from the genius of that man's offense.
Second down and 7.
Betts struggling for yardage, gets to the 49, maybe the 50.
As we start to get into this second half, I think you're going to see a difference in Danny Werfel just coming out and running this offense. The terminology has not been changed much when he and Coach Spurrier were at Florida together. He said it was very simple for him to get back into it. And this whole offense rests on the quarterback's decisions as well as throwing the football. I can tell you that I haven't seen a long yardage situation yet for the Redskins, which I think is good for them. It sort of solves their problems up front as far as having to protect. But Danny Werfel has been really the most efficient through camp, and you just have to see now how it goes through the games.
And he was very good at this at Florida, at changing plays to the line of scrimmage and finding what would work. And even more than that, Joe, it's not so much what would work, but getting yourself out of bad plays.
Well, Mike, let me tell you, when I played for Joe Gibbs and I had a chance to operate his offense, we sparingly threw the ball down the field. When we got an opportunity, we threw it down. I had great receivers that could get open and make plays. But it's not so dissimilar to what you see here the Redskins doing. It's a control style of offense. Get it to the open receiver. Let Coach Spurrier give you the opportunity to get the ball to that guy.
Werfel has not started in the NFL since 1998. This is the fourth ball club he has been with. Blitz coming. Pick it up pretty well. Then his arm is hit just as he throws, and it falls harmlessly. Jimmy Williams out of Vanderbilt came through and hit his arm as he threw. Williams, fluent in Japanese, the exchange student who spent a lot of time over here.
The interesting thing about Werfel there, and that's in this whole series of downs so far, on the very first play, he threw the ball to Chris Doring, who was a receiver that he knows very well, and he says he's having a great camp. But ever since that first play, Joe, he's been audibilizing at the line of scrimmage.
That's the key, again, to what Steve Spurrier likes to do. If his quarterbacks can recognize something defensively, he gives them the liberty to be able to try and get to the right play.
Werfel making another change. Here comes another blitz, and down he goes.
There is the other question about this offense. Can it work in the NFL from the standpoint of can you protect your quarterback?
Well, can you protect it in long yardage situations? He had to hold the football a little bit longer. Watch from the right side of your screen. Jimmy Williams comes in, goes around the corner, makes the play. Can it protect for receivers to get far enough down the field and make plays? Or do you have to keep yourself out of long yardage?
It ain't going to work if you're facing corner blitzes and they're not respecting the receivers on the outside.
And Jim Moore Jr. is going to come after you.
And that was the same blitz they've run 2 plays in a row. Now they drop back with a straight 4-man rush. And Werfel with time down the middle to Doring. It's a first down at the 30.
There's an answer.
Nice throw.
It is. You know, it's a question. It's the first guy he talked about, Werfel did yesterday in the meeting, and he just said that Chris Doring really knows the offense, and he is playing very well in training camp. And here's a guy that he knows can get open. Watch this play over the middle. Look at the white shirts that are in the area, but watch where the ball is put over the linebackers and in front of the safeties. Perfect throw.
And both Werfel and Matthews say you don't have to be the biggest guy with the strongest arm to run this offense. It is very user-friendly. Werfel again. And that one's out of bounds. Intended for Thompson. Of course, one of the first things Steve Spurrier did was go back in history to get Florida players. Shane Matthews, Danny Werfel, the 2 guys who played the best under this offense. Then Riedel Anthony from Tampa Bay brings him in as 1 receiver. Jaquez Green, who was a star at Florida before he went to Tampa Bay. Chris Doring, who we see having a big second half, was a star at Florida. And I think it's a big advantage for not only them, but for Steve Spurrier in his first year to have guys who are familiar with this system.
Well, they didn't cost him anything either.
That's for sure.
Watch the blitz. Here he comes.
And the quick out to Doring. Good stiff arm, and Doring will get another 8 or 9 yards because of it as he pushed around Al Blades.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jimmy Williams, this is the 3rd time he did the same thing. Faking the blitz and then running on the blitz. But Werfel, he saw him, read it, got the ball out the door, and look, there's nobody there. You got a safety now coming up to make the play. It's just too late.
Chris Doring reminds me of a little bit slower version of Ed McCaffrey.
I was just going to say the same thing,
big
Joe.
Guy who, excellent hands, and this offense could be perfect for him. It's an offense where he can run away from people. He has to work into spots, almost like a slot receiver just working off a linebacker.
Fake to Kenny Watson. Werfel scrambling. Gets what he can and gets out of bounds at the 15.
You'll notice on Danny Werfel's right hand is a glove, and it's I can tell you it's not real cold in here, so it wouldn't be because of that. But he goes back to his year last year in Chicago. Towards the end of the season, it got so difficult holding a football. He saw Doug Flutie do it in a game, saw him do it in dry weather, and made some phone calls, got a hold of the company that made the gloves for Doug, and has really found it to be an excellent way to have confidence in gripping the football. And he really loves it. I mean, he would be lost without that thing. It's just the balls are slick. This gives him a great grip on it.
Well, especially for guys who don't have real big hands, and he doesn't. This one's into the end zone. Touchdown, Darian McCants. And Werfel marches the Redskins downfield for the touchdown.
There's a case of a guy knowing this offense so well that he knows exactly where to look when Coach Spurrier wants to give him an opportunity. Does a nice job of looking down the middle, holding the safeties in the zone. Jimmy Williams, number 23, winds up being the guy, and Kevin Curtis, the rookie out of Texas Tech, is the other one in the middle. Just splits the two defenders.
An impressive drive for Werfel.
You know, Joe, you said it in the first half of the ballgame. It's going to be a little bit different watching this offense. Werfel comes in the game in the second half, and you look what he's done. He's taking his team right down the field.
Conway for the point after. Been battling bronchitis all of training camp. Knocks it through, and it's 21-7. Outside of the sacks.
Did they sign bronchitis? I thought he had the job.
He's on. Timeout, 21-7, Washington over San Francisco.
How you guys doing?
This is Tony Gonzalez, tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs. He supports the United Way by preparing meals at a local community center. Tony has good hands. The kitchen staff knows this.
Tony!
Heads up.
D-Bone. Sorry.
Tony Gonzalez. On the football field, he has good hands.
Having trouble getting up in the morning? Wake up with Corey Everson's Gotta Sweat. Then get the blood flowing with Body Shaping. And finish off with Kiana's Flex Appeal, Tuesdays through Fridays on ESPN. Are you ready for the hard-hitting action of American football? The NFL on ESPN returns for the 2002 season. Oh, baby. Regular season action begins September 6th. The NFL on ESPN, home of Super Bowl 37.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture...
ESPN NFL preseason special is brought to you by Heineken. It's all about the beer. Heineken. And you're looking at the Osaka Castle Museum. The castle was originally built in the 16th century, burned, and then rebuilt 100 years later. It is the symbol of Osaka and became a museum housing ancient weapons and armor built in 1949. Werfel 5 out of 7 on that drive for the touchdown that put the Redskins up by 14. France kicking to McCullough. Saladin McCullough with room across the 30 to the 31. Timeout, 9:29 to go, third quarter. It's a 14-point game.
A season of excitement awaits you, only on ESPN, your home for extreme sports.
Back on ESPN's 2-minute drill, getting set for the second round of play.
With Georgia Tech sharpshooter set the school single season record free throw percentage in 1982-83.
Mark Price, correct. We're now down 9-0. That's okay. How about we go with the categories? We can move along. Jamie has getting and Bonnie.
Test your knowledge of sports trivia every week on ESPN's 2-minute drill.
Good man.
Don't miss ESPN's exclusive coverage of the great outdoor games beginning August 13th. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Atlanta's summer heat is the perfect setting when division leaders, the Atlanta Braves and St. Louis Cardinals, take the field one last time prior to the playoffs. Major League Baseball, Monday, live on ESPN.
Tuesday night, ESPN has a night of original entertainment. It begins at 8:30 p.m. Eastern with The Season, Raiderettes Part 2. Go behind the scenes with the Oakland Raiders cheerleaders. Then at 9:30 Eastern, The Life spends time with Tony Gonzalez during the offseason, off the field and off the record, part of the block on ESPN. 49ers now down by 2 touchdowns. Will start from their own 30-yard line. Let's go down to the field. Susie with a guy who is an all-pro with an infectious personality.
LeVar Arrington, you've already stated you expect to be the NFL's defensive MVP. Why is this your season?
Wow. I feel confident under Coach Lewis's tutelage. That's a major thing. I think that he's going to do what it takes to get me in the open and make some plays. So I feel pretty confident. If you don't aim high, you know, what you gonna aim for? You know, if I come up short of defensive MVP, then I've done well anyway.
Marvin Lewis, the new defensive coordinator, he said his biggest concern was chemistry. So, I mean, just in a few series, how far do you think you guys need to go?
I think for a first preseason game, I think we really did well. I think, you know, we threw an interception, but we stayed poised and they didn't get any points out of it. So as long as we can go out there and stay together and ride one another, know where one another are at, you know, sky's the limit for this team.
What's the potential for 3 Pro Bowlers at linebacker?
I don't know. Has it ever happened? It's going to have to. I'm not giving up my spot, so, and I'm sure they feel the same way. So we're going to have to, you know, we're going to have to go out there and prove that we deserve to be there, though. That's the bottom line. We prove we're supposed to be there, then the rest will take care of itself.
You've got the 1-2 punch with new defensive coordinator and, of course, a new head coach. What were your first impressions of Steve Spurrier?
I really enjoyed being around him. I think he's a player's coach. He handles himself with the type of charisma and the type of attitude that a player would, and we relate to that very well. And I guess as you can see by the score, you know, it's getting results.
How important is swagger and a coach allowing that to the success of a team?
I think as long as guys do it and it's still good sportsmanship involved, that it's all in fun and it really helps to make a team better. I think when you have a swagger about you, your confidence level is high, and as long as you don't get to a point where you think you're too good that you can't get beat, as long as we keep it in the proper perspective, I think we'll be fine.
Tough to tell under the visor, but your hair's considerably shorter. Why?
Joe, if you're watching, I love you, man. My little cousin at home, he had a case of cancer, and you know, since I couldn't be with him at home, I cut my hair off and left him a dreadlock. Tell him, you know, I'm there with him anyway. So I cut it off.
Good guy all the way around. Have a great season, LeVar.
Thank you.
Bye.
Susie, thanks very much. Don't you love the guy's attitude? I mean, when's the last time you heard a superstar talk about sportsmanship like that? That's wonderful.
Truthfully, I think last year in the Carolina game, he saved the Redskins season. The play he makes, running that in for a touchdown at the end of the half, turned that whole season around for the Redskins, got him off on a start to finish the season, the last 11 games, 8-3.
Bayes kicking to Jaquez Green, makes the fair catch at the 21-yard line.
And it isn't often also that that a player on your team is less cocky than your coach. I mean, Steve sets the bar for everybody there, and so far that offense looks mighty good.
This has to be the ultimate inconvenience. The conveyor belt sushi restaurant. You don't go get it, it comes to you. Just sit there, it comes by, and as soon as I see a live cow on that conveyor belt, I'm in. And not a minute sooner.
Well, you know, Osaka is the home of Kobe beef, which is some of the best beef you can get.
Did you see any on that?
I didn't see any there, I'll grant that, but there's some great beef here.
No, nothing but fins on that conveyor belt. Gets take over at the 21. Robert Gillespie, the rookie from Florida, with a chance to show his stuff, picks up about 7.
You know, Mike, you mentioned the Florida players before, Robert Gillespie being of the recent class, but the guys that came out of Florida went into the league and didn't really excel like I think a lot of people thought. That Jaquez Green probably being the one that had the most success. When Steve Spurrier brought him here, I thought it was a great move by him because players can act as coaches for the other players.
Sure.
So if the receivers have any questions about what coach might be thinking, he's got people like Steve Matthews, and he's got Danny Werfel, and then he's got Jaquez and Riddell and Chris Doring for the other players to go to.
Werfel with the opportunity to play the second half here. Shane Matthews will not play tonight. He will get the start against Carolina in their next game. Bobby Setzer makes the tackle on Gillespie this time.
I'm looking at this offense, and you're wondering, what to do against it when you see it. And the naysayers are going to say, this is a preseason game and all that stuff. But I'm going to tell you what, if I was a defensive guy and I'm playing against this team, I'm sending some people. I'm going to blitz you, pal. You're going to have to get rid of that ball in a hurry.
And I think it's the next level of this offense to prove that it can be stopped.
Flag is down as Gillespie dives for the first down. And the Redskins were offside. People don't remember that Steve Spurrier was selected by the 49ers with the 3rd overall pick following his Heisman Trophy campaign in Florida. He played 9 years for San Francisco, finished his NFL career in Tampa Bay, threw for over 5,000 yards as a pro, had 33 touchdown passes. Maybe the greatest story about Steve Spurrier being a competitor was when he was at Florida in his Heisman campaign. It was late in the game and they were behind. They were down by 2 points, and it was out of field goal range for their normal kicker. So they were going to go for it on 4th down, and Spurrier says, no, I'll kick it. Kicked the 43-yard field goal, 43-yard field goal to win the game. That's the kind of competitor and athlete he was.
I like the fact he wore a single bar. I think it's great.
Absolutely. Werfel on the way down, gets it off to Gillespie. No whistle. Gillespie. That's a nice play by both Werfel and the running back.
A play is never dead. You hear coaches talk about it so often. A play is never dead. Stay alive as long as you can. In this case, the official allows Danny Werfel a lot more liberty because he wasn't in imminent danger of going down. You could say he was in the grasp, but he still manages to get the ball off. Nice job by Gillespie. And here's the acceleration. Sees the hold. Nice job by the rest of the team picking up as well.
If you paid attention to that replay, you saw that there was not another defender close to hitting Danny Werfel. If there was, they'd have blown the whistle. Good protection this time for Werfel. He goes underneath. Complete pass to the rookie Liddell Betts.
Well, I was just talking about blitzing this team, and that's what happened. They sent enough guys and then had a linebacker come up the middle to get Werfel. But, I really believe that this is one way to do it. If you let this guy or any quarterback in this system stand back there and throw the ball, he's going to find somebody that's going to be open. And it doesn't necessarily have to be way down the field either. They're going to throw a lot of short stuff.
There's some people in St. Louis that adhere to that theory.
Here they come.
Blitz coming. Werfel has to make one man miss and dumps it to Betts. Liddell Betts lowers his head, gets to the San Francisco 33. Now, the thing about this offense, you don't need a Marino, you don't need an Elway. You need somebody who is accurate, smart, and on time, and these guys have proven they are that.
Just know where everybody is. But the thing about it is, you take a look at here. When you get to him, you got to make sure you make the tackle. You can't let him run around because, especially this guy, he knows where all of these players are. Again, this is his system.
Well, look, Liddell Betts is a great. So he touched the ball 831 times running it at Iowa. I mean, he knows, and he caught 72 balls. So the guy understands what to do with his football in his hand.
Gillespie is back in along with Thad Batone, and Gillespie on the delay pounds his way down to the 20-yard line. So the Redskins, who said they were going to put their first-team offensive linebacking there for the third quarter so they could protect Werfel a little bit better, are doing a great job against the backups for the 49ers.
Now, I hope Stephen Davis is watching because they are running the football. I think this is a make Stephen happy quarter.
He's not in there.
But at least he's seeing it.
They're up 21-7.
But at least he's seeing it.
The Redskins have to be pleased so far after falling behind 7-0 and struggling. They have owned everything since then. Werfel for the end zone, underthrown, almost intercepted
That was not his best throw. That was nearly picked by Kevin Curtis, the rookie out of Texas Tech.
That's the worst ball he's thrown.
Just hung it.
Yeah, and he's sliding out to his left, and he never really got anything on the ball because he had the receiver open in the end zone.
Touch pass, Paul. Touch pass. You ever touch punt?
You did.
No, I didn't touch punt. I lousy punted. There's a difference.
Well, you only did it once.
Why do you keep every year that sort of?
He brings it up.
I'm not bringing up the word punt anymore. I'm not giving you that opportunity.
Every time you say punt, you know what's coming. McCants and Thompson, the wideouts. Gillespie inside the 10.
I want to give you a little bit of an idea of why this offense works so well. Here you are in pretty similar situation. 4 receivers up top to the left, 1 receiver down, 5 out. Shotgun for the quarterback. He looks at those 3 receivers, and if the defensive backs want to hang back a little bit, he's going to unload the football to one of those 3 receivers. Conversely, if those guys decide they want to jump the underneath receivers, the wide receiver will come in behind him, and you get the touchdown. This is a little bit of what we saw on the last touchdown pass by Wolf.
First and goal. Boy, and it worked, and it worked, and it worked. Doring, touchdown. No! Incomplete. They said he was juggling the ball going out of bounds. Mike Rumpf was there, but Werfel threw a perfect pass.
Boy, I tell you what, this shows you about Rumpf, about staying with it, and the guy does not like to be beaten. I don't think there's any in a corner of the league that does, but watch him stay here, because this is the perfect pass to Doring. The ball is in his hands. Look what Rumpf does. He reaches in. There's no control of the ball yet, and he knocks the ball away. Remember, you have to come down with the ball. And he's not in bounds.
That was his strength at Miami, too. He's a great cover guy. He's a big kid. He's 6'2", 205 on the corner.
Nice call by the official right on top of that one with 1:52 to go. There's a timeout here in the 3rd quarter. But that was a pretty throw by Danny Werfel. It laid it right on the money. We'll be back to Osaka after this.
Revisit the classic matches and legendary events that have shaped the sporting world. Whether an instant replay of a recent cracker or the profile of a legend, ESPN traces the legacy of sport throughout time. The hero.
Steve Mariucci looking on as his 49ers are in danger of going down by more than 14 points. It's 21-7 right now. Steve Spurrier behind his quarterback Danny Werfel as the Redskins driving again, 2nd and goal from the 9. And all Werfel has done so far is hit 11 out of 13 for 126 yards and a touchdown.
He's in a comfort zone.
Yes, he is.
He's in the right place at the right time.
I guess you could say he runs this offense efficiently.
Betts is the single setback. Werfel tried to get it to Doring, and Rumpf was right there all over him.
Did you see Rumpf in the air? Rumpf goes over. Now, Doring, he gets on top of Doring.
Doring 6'4", went over him.
Well, Rumpf 6'2", and this was just an outstanding play. Watch this. Watch 24. Go up in the air, not touch him, and knock that ball away.
That's why you draft him #1.
Well, it's also when you're down around the goal line, you try and throw the ball in the body of the receiver. That's where the big-bodied receivers can make plays. Smaller guys have to use their hands, get up a little higher. Big-body guys, you can protect. They can get between the defender and the ball.
We're going to get into those big-bodied guys here in a minute.
San Francisco's got a few.
3rd and 9. Here comes the reverse. Skaggs, nothing doing, cut down at the 13-yard line. Jim Flanagan out of Notre Dame, the free agent, diagnosed the play and cut it down.
You don't run a reverse at a veteran. You run a reverse at a rookie, but you don't run it at a veteran. Look at the veterans stay home. Look at this. Bink. No. Well, that's good. That's I wouldn't have called that play, brother.
He could be one of those candidates for that sideline jet. You know, Tom Coughlin's really good that way. I mean, people don't realize that Tom's a pretty good sideline guy. Of course, Gruden's the best.
Brett Conway knocks it through. The Redskins increase their lead to 24-7. John Gruden may be wearing different colors this year, but you can bet he'll have the same expressions on his face.
Someone once said, you don't win the silver, you lose the gold. Obviously, they never won the silver.
Imagine the Daniel Snyder, the Redskins owner, must be very pleased with what he has seen so far tonight, orchestrating the hiring of Steve Spurrier, 5 years, $25 million.
And to his right is one of the beneficiaries of that contract, Jerry Spurrier, Steve's wife. And I really believed right from the get-go this was the man that he wanted when he bought the franchise. Norv was there, stayed with Norv, went through the transition, wound up with Marty, and you know, it's funny. I think if Marty had acquiesced a little bit, people don't realize. I think if he'd have given up a little bit of power, he probably still would be the Redskin coach. But he decided to go on to San Diego and open the door for Steve.
McCullough and Robertson are deep. Saladin McCullough gives it up to Robertson. He'll take it across the 25 to the 30. Let's go down to Susie.
Well, with Jeremiah Trotter, and you look pretty good in maroon. As successful as the Eagles' defense was last year, and you're playing in the NFC Championship game, how did you become a Redskin?
Man, I'm still trying to figure that one out. But it's been fun. I'm excited. You know, we're looking good, and we're just excited to work together, all the guys.
If you had had your wish, would you still be an Eagle, or is that just part of the business?
No, it's just part of the business. I'm excited about being a Redskin. You know, we're having fun. I'm excited about playing with my new teammates. You know, it's a new chapter in my life. And you know, the Eagles are in the past. Only one I'm worrying about right now is the Washington Redskins.
Well, how long did it take you to circle Monday night, September 16th on the calendar?
About 5 minutes. I actually got to circle twice.
What is it like to have LeVar Arrington on one side and Jesse Armstead on the other?
Man, it's exciting. You know, you got two guys playing beside you that can make any play on the field. And, you know, when you got three guys running around that's capable of making any play on the field, you know, there's going to be some big hits and some big plays going on.
You went from one great defensive coordinator in Jim Johnson to another. What are some of the differences in just the way you'll be playing the game?
I think I get to use my speed a little bit more here. In Jim's defense, I was more of a two-gapper playing downhill, which I'm fine with that. But in this scheme, I get to run around and run sideline to sideline a little bit more.
Good luck in the new digs.
Thank you.
Mike.
Got a great smile, doesn't he? And that guy's smiling. Marvin Lewis. If the defensive line comes through for the Redskins, with that set of linebackers and the guys they have in the secondary, the defense could cause tremendous problems.
I'd expect that defense to be in the top 5 in the league, just from a talent basis and the man that's calling the plays. And the other thing is, talking to LeVar Arrington earlier, you know, he's had different coordinators since he's been in the league, and he wants to make the most out of this opportunity because he thinks that Marvin Lewis will move on as a head coach, and he hasn't gotten the opportunity, which goodness knows to me, I don't understand why, as good as he is, but the fact of the matter is he may not be here that long.
If you had shoulders like LeVar Arrington, would you ever wear a shirt?
I do, Mike.
No,
I do. I do. And
yeah,
yes,
the only similarity between his shoulders and yours, you both have 2 of them. We'll be back to Osaka after this. Taking a look at the performance of DJ Scribble down on the field. Let's take a listen. Thank you.
Let's not.
You know, I was a disc jockey at one point. If you did that to the records, you were fired.
You broke them.
Yeah.
You were a disc jockey.
Absolutely.
When 78s were really in.
Well, 78's what they're using now to do it. There it is.
What did you major in? Ruining a record.
Go, DJ, go. Go, DJ, go.
3rd and 7 for the 49ers from their own 46. They're down by 14. Here comes pressure, and there goes Brandon Doman. Ladarius Jackson, who has been very active tonight.
Ladarius Jackson has made a lot of plays, forced a fumble, got a sack, put a lot of pressure on from the outside end position, playing where Bruce Smith normally plays. the right defensive end position. Of course, Bruce Smith, second to Reggie White and the all-time sack leaders, had his knees taken care of in the offseason and is resting them. I think he went on to the Hall of Fame induction of his good buddy and teammate Jim Kelly. So congratulations to Jimmy.
Absolutely.
And all the other inductees.
Lockett telling everybody to get out of the way of the punt. It kicks out of bounds. Bruce did not make this trip because of the injuries, and he is happy for the easier camp this year as well.
For 35 years, NFL Films has brought you the best in football. Now access NFL Films TV online at NFL.com. Access NFL.com to vote for your favorite NFL All-Stars. The Pro Bowl ballot is online exclusively at NFL.com. On game day, access NFL.com.
This ESPN NFL preseason special is brought to you by Lee Dungarees and Buddy Lee. Can't bust them. That's the world-class trade complex here in Osaka, a symbol of the Osaka Port District, which is critically important to the economy of this nation. Lives by the sea. 14:35 to go in the game. And Akihito Amaya is into the ball game, the native Japanese player who is playing, and they fake a reverse to him, bring him around. That was the play that Steve Spurrier revealed earlier in training camp during a television interview, and so I guess I wasn't supposed to say that, was I?
So he decided to fake it.
That's right. Well, and they gave it to Gillespie, who wished they would have given it to him.
That's right. He has played in NFL Europe, had 18 catches the last couple of years with the Rhine Fire.
I think it's nice that these guys are getting a chance to go back to these teams and have a chance to make it.
Sure is. Skaggs and Johnson also in as wide receivers for Werfel. This one batted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. Good job by Bobby Setzer to bat it down. Let's go down to Susie.
Well, with the rookie Mike Rump, all right, we've got the ups and the downs. Take us through what happened. First touchdown burned.
It was a good play. They seen me sitting on the out a couple times earlier, and Spurrier saw that, so they went back to the fake out and go up. But it was a good play. The receiver made a great catch, and I sat on it.
All right, rest of the way, you're working it pretty good. Feeling more comfortable?
Yeah, I'm feeling more comfortable. I was kind of jittery when I first got out here, my first game and all. Missed a couple tackles, made a couple tackles, but in all, I think I'm having a pretty good day.
What's been the biggest adjustment for you from Miami program to the pros?
It's fast. It's so much faster. I mean, out in practice, it's kind of fast, yeah, but out here, you never know. People coming out everywhere to block you, running backs jumping in and out of holes, so it's a lot faster than in college.
What's been the process for you trying to learn from a couple of the best out here?
I got to be mentally ready, you know. I got to go in there and try to watch Ahmed, you know, try to watch Jason and see what they do and try to assimilate it in the game. And once I get everything down, I think I'll be a better corner.
Still on punt coverage. We'll let you go.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations on a good start. Mike?
Thank you, Susie. Emma Johnson made the last catch for the Redskins, the rookie out of Virginia Tech, and Werfel has been wonderfully impressive in his stint here in the second half.
I'm just glad to see Susie get a hold of Mike Rump so he doesn't have to win the game. He's a rookie. He's standing around on the sideline. Susie's talking to him. Hey, you're supposed to be in the game.
Valuable rookie.
Yes, he is. No, he's not supposed to be in the game. Only teasing.
Thinking about what Steve Spurrier and Danny Werfel have talked about when we sat down with them this week, I remember the Detroit Lions when Scott Mitchell was there, how they spread it out so much, and Barry Sanders had such a terrific year running the football out of a single back. What you see out of this offense is a similar spread them out, let the running back pick the holes, and let the quarterback get rid of the ball quickly.
Gillespie on the screen. Another good move by Gillespie. He's driven out of bounds. You know, we mentioned, Danny Werfel said, in this league you have to be in the right place at the right time. I think that applies to most of life as well. But think of the sequence of events that allowed him to be here. He was a Houston Texan for a day. He could have been the primary backup to David Carr. Never seen the light of day down there. Instead, he is traded to the Redskins after one day. Said all he got out of it was a hat.
3 teams, 1 week, a hat.
Well, he got a hat. Oh, no, wait a minute. They gave him his gas mileage.
That's right.
He did drive, and they gave him gas money.
He got driving money. But now he's got a chance to be the starting quarterback for the Redskins. 5-step drop. Floats it to Thompson. Did he get the feet down in bounds? He did not.
Danny Werfel has had an excellent second half. Been very productive. Down around the goal line. Reads the defense. Fires it in for 6. Slides around. Does a nice job of just buying enough time. Gets the ball to Gillespie so that he can pick up the first down. And Danny, little dump pass over to Royal. Give him a chance to run. Make a play.
Gillespie's been pretty impressive when he's had a chance.
There's the guy, like, in that play that he ran a little while ago, that little screen pass, I'd say he showed tremendous balance.
Yes, sir. Kenny Watson is in there as the running back right now. 49ers showing blitz. Instead, they come with 4. And Werfel almost picked off through the hands of Teddy Gaines, the 7th-round draft choice out of Tennessee.
But Teddy Gaines just played that ball perfectly, and he's just looking at the quarterback's eyes. He was in a position to make the interception. Didn't.
And the thing about preseason for rookies, especially on this team, because they're reasonably well set on defense. They know who's going to play back there. There aren't going to be many guys that are going to make that ball club.
You're going to have to make it on special teams.
Yep.
You're going to make the coach look at you on special teams and keep you for at least another week.
And when you have a chance to make a pick and don't, it hurts you. Werfel, 3-step drop. Ladarius Thompson fighting for extra yards after the catch. Jimmy Williams was the first man to hit him.
We know that Spurrier's teams averaged over 300 yards throwing. And look at the pass yards, 326 yards for Steve Spurrier's Redskins.
You know, it's funny about different offenses, Joe and Paul, is when the run and shoot came out, people say, well, this isn't going to work. I remember when the wishbone came out, they said you can't run an offense like that. There are a lot of different ways to get it done.
Well, you live in Washington, D.C. in the Northeast. You play in Philadelphia. You play in New York. This offense, again, it has a lot to prove. This has been a very good start, but can you run the ball in cold weather? Can you handle it in cold weather? That's another thing that will be questioned regarding this offense and as it moves through the year.
If you ever question Spurrier, he won at Duke. Just remember, he won at Duke.
Absolutely.
ESPN goes spanning the globe this August to bring you the world of sports. The world of football kicks off in leagues around the world. Dutch football returns to ESPN for 2002, and the Italian Summer Series showcases the great players of Serie A. The IRL is in high gear with racing from America's fastest ovals. ESPN's exclusive X Games showcases the thrills and spills of the X generation athletes with qualifying from Spain. The hard-hitting action of American football begins with ferocious preseason play. The WNBA playoffs commence with the women battling up and down the hard court floor. The Great Outdoor Games is the showcase for timeless skills with a competitive flair. The Tennis Masters Series continues from Toronto and Cincinnati. The legends of golf hit the links on the Senior PGA Tour. Great action this August on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Superstars of Major League Baseball showcase their talents all season long on ESPN.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Atlanta's summer heat is the perfect setting when division leaders, the Atlanta Braves and St. Louis Cardinals, take the field one last time prior to the playoffs. Major League Baseball, Monday, live on ESPN.
10:46 to go. The Redskins facing a 4th and 1 at the San Francisco 31-yard line. They are out to go for it. Steve Spurrier has been known to gamble more than once, and leading by 14 in a preseason game of your opponent's 31, maybe not that much of a gamble. Kenny Watson is the tailback. They fake it to him, and Werfel with time. Straight down the middle. Flag is down. It is a touchdown. Now let's check the flag. A perfect throw to Darius Thompson.
Yeah, 4th and 1. That's right up your alley.
Yep.
Let's go for it.
Got single coverage.
I just like where they threw it. I mean, it's like 4th and 1. We need one
touchdown.
Let's get 31.
Holding, defense, it's declined. The touchdown is good.
So Danny Werfel gets his second touchdown pass of this half.
This is a case of the big body making the play. Danny Werfel, great job of anticipating and putting the ball in the middle of the football field. Lets Thompson go get it, and he winds up with the big catch. Good job of protection. Knowing this offense allows Danny Werfel to get the ball up in a hurry. Teddy Gaines, the rookie, getting schooled again.
Conway will go for the point after. And Joe, isn't that a perfect example of this offense? They feel there's always somebody with single coverage who they can find.
They can do it, and it's very important that the quarterback find that person.
Timeout with 10:39 to go. The Redskins now in total control.
You are my adversary, but you are not my enemy. For your resistance gives me strength. Your will gives me courage. Your spirit ennobles me. And though I aim to defeat you, should I succeed, I will not humiliate you. Instead, I will honor you. For without you, I am a lesser man.
Back on ESPN's 2-minute drill, getting set for the second round of play.
With Georgia Tech sharpshooter set the school's single season record free throw percentage in 1982-83.
More price? Correct. We're going down 9-0. That's okay. How about we go with the categories and move along? Jamie has getting and fawning.
Test your knowledge of sports trivia every week on ESPN's 2-minute drill.
Good man. Very proud to be able to open NFL Kickoff 2000 with a Thursday night special featuring the San Francisco 49ers and the New York Giants at 8:30 Eastern. The first game of the season. It will be preceded by a 2-hour version of NFL Countdown with Chris Berman, Tom Jackson, Sterling Sharp, Chris Mortensen, Steve Young, Bill Parcells, and a celebration from Times Square in New York City. They have really found a way to turn this into something tremendously special for September 5th.
I believe Bon Jovi is doing the concert at Times Square. John and his crew.
Robertson on the return for San Francisco. Nice move there. Midfield, France, the kicker, takes him out of bounds at the 50.
And there's a flag on the play.
There have been remarkably few flags tonight for an opening preseason.
They've come on the kicking game.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
The first kick in the game, there was a flag. But the only two times we really, in the middle was offside. It wasn't encroachment, which we thought we would see, but they've corrected that.
I think when you see Steve Spurrier look like that's a happy look, and of course, Steve Mariucci, I believe what's going on with Mooch is, I'd love to be able to do something a little bit different than just line up and play this offense straight up. But he's getting his backups a lot of work, and he said, I can sit down and basically show you my roster right now. So you've got two coaches with two contrasting situations. Spurrier looking for players. Mooch knows basically what he has, not looking for near as many.
Probably has 35 guys on his roster that are fighting for 5 spots.
The one thing about it, though, with San Francisco, when you're looking at the Washington Redskins, and it may sound a little ridiculous to you folks, but when they were looking at film, the only film that they really looked at is what Spurrier did in Florida. I mean, they didn't look at last year's Redskins.
Well,
they know what? Yeah, why would you? You got a different coordinator on defense. You got a different guy on coordinator and head coach on offense. And the only thing you can really do is look at what he did in Florida, and he brought the same offense. He said, when we asked him the other day, he said, I have not changed anything. This is what I'm bringing.
Why would you change it?
Right.
Doman with the running backs behind him in the eye. Brandon Doman on the run will throw and complete it.
I had a chance to talk to Terry Donahue about Doman and the quarterback situation. He's real excited about this young man. He's older, he's more mature, he's a married guy, he's 25 years old. Part of that BYU mission experience. Terry Donahue on the right, and sitting there, just throws the ball well from the pocket. Does all the things that 49er quarterbacks have to do.
Doman had 4,500 yards passing, 35 touchdowns. I mean, those are BYU numbers, and you got Steve Young was lobbying for that choice.
And one guy we're not going to see who'll play next week is Cade McNown has been added. And of course, UCLA quarterback struggled with Chicago. Didn't get a chance to throw or play at all in Miami last year, but feels like this could be a chance for him to be able to compete. Probably going to wind up with shoulder surgery before the preseason's up, so he'll buy a year to learn the system.
And he's probably well aware this might be his last shot. This is his 4th year in pro ball. You only get so many opportunities until, you know, we look at the next generation of guys.
We've seen so many guys. Vinny Testaverde going home to New York. Boomer Esiason going home to New York. Cade McNown going home back to the San Francisco area where Terry Donahue knows him. Once you go home, if you don't make it, you're gone.
You're home.
You're already really
home.
Go home.
You're already home.
And they only gave up a 6th-round pick and a conditional 7th for him. So if you can get a quarterback for that, you've done well.
He's a different football player, too. Cade is a much more mature individual than he was even a year ago.
Well, he was something humbled, I think that's the word he used. Doman under pressure and got drilled. Coming through, Greg Scott, the rookie from Hampton.
That's what happens.
Ouch.
Well, that's what happens when you don't get blocked. And you got a free run to the right side of the screen. Goodbye. And that is a great hit by Scott.
You're a quarterback. You don't want to change directions that suddenly.
No, and your left and your right-handed quarterback is your blind side, and that's where he came from.
Bays will kick to Lockett with 8:28 to go in the ball game. Redskins in total control. Beautiful kick by Bays. Lockett all the way back to his own 20, waiting on a block. Can't get anything. Let's go to Susie with Jaquez Green.
Well, Jaquez, there were so many questions about this offense coming into the game. How do you think they've been answered?
I think they've been answered. You know, Coach Spurs is a very good offensive coach. As long as we run the right pass routes, and we always get the good plays to run, and hopefully we continue throughout the season.
Why do you think it's working so well?
A lot of times in the NFL, you know, offensive guys lead plays. They're not good against certain coverages. On offense right here, we try to get to the best play for the best coverage.
A lot of Florida guys now on this team who didn't find the greatest success in other places. Is this the system, though, that can put all of you guys in the forefront again?
I think so. I think this is a system that fits us. You know, most guys in the NFL who are successful, you know, playing systems that are very good for their talents. I think this system fits our talent, and hopefully we have a lot of success.
What has the process been like for a guy like you to come in here and teach everybody else what's going on?
It's been kind of fun, though, not having to learn a new system this year, you know. When I play at Tampa, we learn a new system every year. For me to come in and have a system that I already know, I can just go out and have fun and play the game.
Danny was your guy at Florida. Yeah, we haven't seen a quarterback battle like this in quite some time. Who would you give the ball to?
It really doesn't matter to me. As long as Coach Spurs is the quarterback coach, whoever starts on Sunday going to do a real good job for us.
Have a great season.
Thanks.
Mike?
Thank you very much, Susie. They tried to reverse that time to Akihito Amaya, and he would just assume they had called another play on that one.
Well, you know, Spurrier said nationally that they're going to have a reverse to Amaya. And everybody's kind of waiting on him to, you know, get around to the reverse.
When he goes in a game, it's a little bit obvious. But one of the things that I believe plays into the favor of the Redskins as far as offensive plays go, what Steve Spurrier wants to, are the rule changes that have been instituted. You can only bump a receiver up to 5 yards, and then you have to cut them loose in the secondary. His guys stress getting away from the defenders. They stress getting up the field and getting into the open areas. You've seen the results of it.
3rd and 5 for the Redskins. Trying to keep possession of the ball. Werfel throws, and that's a nice catch. A little behind the Justin Skaggs for a first down. You know, one of the most interesting things, human nature being what it is, if Steve Spurrier is successful with this offense, everybody's going to say, I told you it would work. And if he fails, they're going to say, I told you it wouldn't work. But they're going to be the same people.
Well, you know, I don't like the fact that there are a lot of people out there, and a lot of things have been written that a lot of people, I've said this 3 times, would like to see him fail. But I don't think so. I think that the teams are in his division would like to see him fail. But
people say that about Tiger Woods, too. They'd like to see him lose.
And that's wrong, and I don't think that's right. I mean, I don't think people are really saying that. A few people might But on a majority, I mean, you want to see a guy that, I mean, do what he can do. If you look at his past and his success record and then bring him into pros, you think that people would want him to be successful. I do.
I think it would be good for the game.
And Jerry's got to be. Jerry Spurrier, Steve's wife, 35 years, she's missed one game of his in 35 years. She came all the way over here 3 days to make sure she wasn't going to miss the debut of her guy.
Cornelius Anthony made the tackle on that last one. It was funny. We asked him, we were looking at his roster the other day and said, Steve, you don't have any Florida State players on your roster. And he said, well, we had one. They had some legendary battles down there. They're, but he will leave past bitterness aside. If he's got a chance to get his hands on a good player, he'll take him.
Part of Steve's personality is being very candid and very straightforward with what he wants to say.
Well, he certainly left little to the imagination at the University of Florida when it came to his emotions. He was the 5-time SEC Coach of the Year, and what everybody remembered was when he would rip off the headsets or throw the visor. But he did that in the midst of a brilliant 12-year career, and certainly they will miss him at the University of Florida. He did just such a fantastic job down there.
I'll tell you, I'll never forget it because we did the USFL. And when he had the Tampa Bay Bandits, defensive coordinators had no idea what he was going to do.
And he was successful with this offense.
And you know what? When I talked to him before the games we did, he didn't really have any idea. He was just going to do something.
Goes on the fly.
Yeah, he does.
Gillespie in motion. Werfel trying to scramble out of there. Danny is not going to be confused with Steve Young. There's a flag down.
One of the things that makes, I think, Steve Spurrier unique, and when I went up to Carlisle and watched practice, most coaches in the National Football League traditionally script their offenses. They write down the plays, what's going to be called, the hash mark it's going to go
Holding, 26, defense. That's a first down.
As well as the defense that they want the other team to play. Coach Spurrier does not script his offense. They give you hash marks, they give you formations, and he calls plays like he would in a game. And I talked to his young son, Steve, who's the wide receiver coach, and he said, you know, it's just like a game for the players as well as him. So what they're doing is they're practicing what they're going to wind up doing in games. And it's unconventional. I haven't seen other people do it, and I think that's a way to describe it.
Makes sense, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Redskins just working on the clock at this point. We're under 5 minutes. Jimmy Watkins, the rookie out of Appalachian State, gets a carry. Well, you'd have to say this is going to be a rather pleasant flight home for the Redskins when you have your debut against a team that is certainly a contender in this league, as the 49ers are, and you beat them 31-7. You're going to be happy.
I don't want to rain on everybody's parade as Redskins. I think they have to be happy with what they've seen so far. It is preseason. It's a great start. It's answered some questions. Can this offense be successful? Yes, it can. And now they have to build on it. I think it's important for the players to see that they can be successful.
Well, you have to be careful about preseason. Paul, you remember so well that as the Redskins get a big play here, and then it comes loose inside the 40-yard line. And the Redskins got it back. But you have to be so careful of preseason. Buffalo didn't win a preseason game in how many years, and they always went to the Super Bowl. Because Marv Levy didn't care. He just wanted to get guys healthy.
Well, and again, when we talk to Spurrier, and not to belabor a point about how he feels about a game, he wants, and I think all coaches, even when I said Marv Levy, it's the fourth thing on his agenda was to win a preseason game. He wanted to win. They all do. But what he wants to do is make sure that his people perform well. His people understand what he is trying to do. You know, there's been so much criticism both ways about his offense. Is it good? Can it work in the National Football League? What he said to us was that the defenses are more sophisticated than when he coached before in the USFL. So he said that's something that we have to adjust to. Well, taking a look at this game here, and this is one of the better defenses in the National Football League, the San Francisco 49ers. I think he's got an awful lot to show his players and a lot to grow on.
Oh, I agree with you, Paul. It's just, it's an interesting approach to football that Steve Spurrier brings. It's refreshing, it's different, it's new. He doesn't believe in beating his guys into the ground. His coaches probably will be out of there by 9:30, 10 o'clock. And I know a lot of organizations, coaches are just going into a meeting at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. It's just the way he's coached for so long. And can it work? I guess the question is, why not?
Well, the other thing, too, is talking with Barr Arrington. He said, you know, last year, when you look at this, another great throw.
It was, and breaking away, Darnarian McCants. It's a touchdown. Let's check the flag. Good throw, and McCants showed you a lot of strength breaking a tackle to get free.
They could wind up calling a pick here. They could wind up calling a pick, but you don't know. Two receivers crossed. Little debate, little question.
We'll get the call from Johnny Greer, is one of the best in the business.
Pass interference. Number 30, defense is declined. The touchdown is good.
That's Teddy Gaines, the rookie from Tennessee, and Danny Werfel racks up 7 more.
This offense is going to wind up with close to 400 yards of offense passing. Look at the job Werfel does anticipating it. And what really McCants has shown, he was the one that made the big play before, fumbled the ball, but he's a big, powerful, strong guy. And everybody talks about Spurrier with these little short receivers. Well, this guy's not little and he's not short at 6'3" and 210.
He's out of Delaware State. And certainly doing himself a world of good for an opportunity to make this ball club preseason. Redskins piling it on against the 49ers. They are up 38-7 here in Osaka.
Memories that never fade.
Efficient because he's familiar with the offense.
Begging for credit again.
No,
don't give me.
Sorry, I didn't. I just.
Boy, that was great, Joe.
Paul made that observation.
That was really good, Joe. God, I know you're going to do it every
Shut
week,
up,
too.
Joe. Okay, I'm sorry. Never again will you hear anything from me. That was an observation that you made to me, and I just related. Or why?
I'll never do it again.
Okay. Neither of us will.
There's Shane Matthews, who will get a start against Carolina, not listed to play tonight as they split the game into halves.
And Patrick Ramsey, who will not get a start if he doesn't get into camp. And the Redskins are pretty frustrated with the way those negotiations are gone.
Jamal Robertson up to the 30-yard line. Skins fell behind early, and Rosenfels really struggled, but then hits this bomb through 2 touchdown passes in the first half. That to the tight end Royal. And then Danny Werfel really lit it up as he came in the second half, and as both our guys pointed out, he was going to be a little more successful because he knew this offense so well at Florida.
Did Joe point that out earlier?
No, he didn't.
I believe both of you did.
Oh,
Yeah.
did he?
Both of you did at some point.
I'm so good.
And the 49ers at this point looking at running out the clock and getting on one of those 747s and going home. Quarterback comparison. Rosenfels really struggled at the beginning, but ended up with 172 yards and 2 scores. Werfel, 16 out of 25, 3 scores, 269 yards and a half. That's not bad.
441 yards.
Yeah, that's a little bit what I think Steve had in mind.
We've reached the 2-minute warning. It's 38-7. We hope you will stay tuned for Sports Center. Linda Cohn and Scott Van Pelt will have Spurrier's debut. We'll go back and look at some of the highlights. The Hall welcomes 5 great players. And Sealy against the Yankees. That's all on Sports Center, plus a lot more coming up when we're done here. And we are only 2 minutes away from a successful finish to a Steve Spurrier debut in the NFL as his offense has racked up 38. Defense didn't play badly either.
No, they did not. And Dotson wasn't here. Bruce Smith wasn't here. You know, and well, again, it's preseason and everybody, they got a chance to look at a lot of people.
But it's important that the Redskins have done what they've done. I think the offense needs to gain the confidence of the players as well as the fans and the coaches that what they're doing, they can successfully do.
Run by Jamal Robertson. Let's check in with Susie.
All night long, we've been harping on the topic of this offense needs protection. So your assessment of the protection packages in this offense?
So far, it's been great. You know, we only have a couple of protections, so it's not complicated for the offensive line. But the ones that we do have, we need to execute and execute them well. And I think tonight we've been able to do that.
Obviously, there's no questions for you guys at the tackle position, but there are other question marks on the line. How do you see that coming together?
Well, you know, we'll take a look at the film. We'll see how those guys did, as well as the tackles. You know, we still got a grade out, too. And hopefully, since we got 5 preseason games, we'll be able to get a combination that's going to work all year.
How unusual for the guys on the line to deal with a constant rotation of quarterbacks throughout a practice?
You know what it is? It is a little bit complicated, but, you know, the plays are still the same. The cadence is still the same, and the rhythm is always the same. So there's a lot of things that we can build on no matter who the quarterback is.
What are your goals for this season?
My personal goals are to make the Pro Bowl, but the thing I want to do is make a Super Bowl. And for this team and this organization, I think it'd be great.
Good luck.
Thanks
Good
a lot.
to see you. Mike?
Susie, when you're gonna interview those guys who are real tall like that, you gotta get longer arms. Her arm got a little tired.
Oh, big shot in Mike's.
Oh, man. That is a big man, and he is a great tackle.
And Susie's right. They are set at tackle.
Ooh, are they ever.
Samuel and Jansen.
Mooch
They lost their center and both guards, so the problem is going to be replacing those guys and making it a cohesive unit.
Chris Samuels didn't play much either. He'd been sick the last couple days. Got dressed out. Just had food
Probably
poisoning.
had some sushi.
No.
Got to stick to those steaks. 38 seconds to go. Brandon Doman, the rookie, getting a chance to play a little bit. Goes with the bomb here and just incomplete out of the hands of Mike Jennings.
You know what we have? You know what we have? You know what we have?
Penalties?
Yeah, but it's encroachment. It's the defensive end on the right-hand side of the defense lined up offside.
Lined up in the neutral zone?
Yeah, I said that. Watch it.
Doesn't miss a thing.
Offside. 73.
Ta-da.
Defense.
Ta-da.
No first down.
He lined up offside. First time we saw it. And it's a change in the rule.
And that rule being?
I'm not going into it.
Okay.
We've got 30
try to
seconds.
point out everything here.
We have 30 seconds.
We've talked about the Redskins feeling good. 49ers, their first unit was efficient early, as Jeff Garcia told Susie. Just missed a couple of those. They had the lead. And I think that's what you look for when you have a very veteran football team, is you look at the way the first unit goes out offensively and defensively. And in the first 2 series, if they do the job that they want, then the coach feels pretty good about it.
Now, San Francisco just called timeout with 22 seconds left to go.
Somebody explain this to me.
Well,
now you're going to run the ball.
Yeah, if you're going to run
and
the ball.
then you call timeout.
Well, the quarterback did that. He just, and I don't know if he was supposed to or not, because, I mean, usually it is the head coach that tells you when to call timeout, doesn't he?
Well, the first thing that they're going to do with Brandon when he gets there is ask him why. That's the first thing out of Mooch's mouth is, why did you do that?
And then 79 guys on the bench are going to rack him in the mouth.
And say, don't ever do it again.
Now, if he calls it again, then you'll know that Mooch had a hand in it.
Then we know who to blame.
They're going to throw it.
Second down and 2 at the 36-yard line.
22 seconds to go. Doman, a 5th-round draft choice out of BYU. Going to come back and throw it. And his receiver, Corey Brown, was about 5 yards out of bounds.
He got knocked out of bounds. And that, you know, it was one of the things as a receiver, you can never let that happen to you.
Looked like he was coming off the bench. He was closer to it than he was the sideline.
There's 17 seconds left to go. Can we go home now?
No, not yet. We're staying right to the end. We want football.
You got 17 seconds more coming your way. Bowman throws underneath down to the 27-yard line. That catch by James Jordan out of Louisiana Tech.
I think Steve wants to try and get a score. Now you know who orchestrated those timeouts.
Well,
Steve Mariucci.
I would think he wants to
give him one, all right?
Well, you know, I think what he wants to do is see what this kid does in a situation like this.
Get him as many snaps as he can.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, it's a good way to do it. .
Dolman, the third quarterback to play tonight, Cade McCown, did not get an opportunity. He's had a shoulder problem. And he and Dolman fighting for that third spot on the roster. 9 seconds to go. Dolman scrambling under pressure, and down he goes. Tim Engelhardt, one of the first to get in on the sack.
He just took another timeout with 1 second to go.
Mercifully, I believe that's the last timeout.
Yes, it is. Unless they're going to give him some extras. In that case, I'm going to go down there and whack him.
Remember, we'll be there with you on Thursday night at 7 Eastern on ESPN. Chris Berman will be along with NFL Tonight. And at 8 Eastern, our preseason coverage continues. We'll have the Jets against the Steelers from Heinz Field in Pittsburgh.
If we had any more timeouts, we'd still be here.
Trying to make that trip to Japan last
Now
just as long as possible.
I
want to keep you here for dinner time, Paul. Jeff Chandler, the rookie.
Well, they're trying to find their kicker is what they're trying to do.
He's battling with Jose Cortez, who was their kicker last year. Chandler from 51. That's it from the American Bowl in Osaka, Japan. The final score, the Redskins 38, the 49ers 7. For Joe, Paul, Susie, and our entire ESPN crew, this is Mike Patrick saying so long from Osaka. Stay tuned for SportsCenter.
ESPN thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
This is SportsCenter.
The NFL is back in action. The ball coach starts his legacy overseas.
And the Redskins will finally get on the scoreboard.
And these guys get rewarded for their legendary careers. The Angels try to get a leg up on the wild card. Bonds' lucky number is 30. But deuces are wild for these sluggers. The war of words escalates between two of football's best defenders. We're slamming them down on SportsCenter now.
SportsCenter along with Scott Van Pelt. I'm Linda Cohn. We love football.
That we do, and it is about that time. The Steve Spurrier era in Washington, D.C. naturally begins, of course, in Osaka, Japan.
Why not?
Hey, it's our SportsCenter showcase highlight. You ready for some football? We're ready for some football. 49ers and Skins in the Dome. Wear the hat outside, wear the visor outside, don't wear a visor indoors. Sage Rosenfeld's trying to make it at the QB spot, and the ball coach isn't going to be happy if you chuck it to Ahmed Plummer because he plays for the team in the other color helmets. But again, no visor, so we don't have anything to slam. Later, Rosenfeld's looking a whole bunch better from his own 35. Darius Thompson, we've got a blown coverage, and Thompson hits pay dirt, 65 yards out. Spurrier a little bit happier here. We're all tied up. That wouldn't last for long. Later, Skins defense, Marvin Lewis's bunch doing some things. 49er ball, Tim Rattay in at QB, looking for Cedric Wilson, who gets drilled by Andre Lott. Wilson loses the headgear. One more look. As you're going to see, Lott, not the Lott to play for the Niners, but hey, let's give Wilson some credit. He held on, he got a first down there. Fourth quarter, you know Danny Werfel knows the system well, won the Heisman playing for Spurrier. At Florida, 4th and 1, 49ers 31-yard line. We're going for all of it. Darius Thompson over 100 yards receiving and 2 scores. And I'll tell you what, it's only preseason, but Spurrier's offense doing some things. Over 400 yards in the air and 5 touchdowns from the 2 different quarterbacks. Jeff Garcia for the Niners, he was 4 for 8 for 20 yards. Obviously didn't play a whole bunch. You see the team's next games not until August 10th. Afterwards, Steve Spurrier, hey, it's only preseason.
We talked to the guys before the game. It's not a big deal if we did real well. It's not a big deal if we did poorly. But obviously, we're all pleased as coaches the way our guys played. We got off to a little rough start, but after that, you know, Danny and the receivers and Sage got going there in the second quarter. It's not going to go that well all the time. We know that.
Well, it went well in this one. Later, Steve Spurrier's coaching style seen through the eyes of another who has walked in his shoes. That's Jimmy Johnson. Linda.
To baseball, the Angels came into the day tied with Boston. Sounds familiar. We were asking the same question when Jimmy Johnson left the University of Miami to roam the sidelines of the Dallas Cowboys. 2 Super Bowl titles later, we had our answer. Can Spurrier follow in Johnson's footsteps? Ed Werder couldn't have found a better guy to ask.
This is the greatest and best show in the world. With John Anderson, I'm Scott Van Pelt. A night of debuts Monday and a farewell.
The Lakers' voice falls silent. John Madden booms on. His first broadcast as part of Monday Night Football. Don't know if that came as part of the $700 million expansion fee for the Houston Texans or just a nice bonus. Either way, the price did Houston a spot in the Hall of Fame game and the showcase highlight. New York Giants offering the opposition. And that would be a Texan fan, I am told. And there it is, Madden Night Football.
I've always been a fan of Monday Night Football, and now to be with you, to be a part of it, and start here, as you said, in Canton, Ohio, and finish at the Super Bowl. You can't get much better than this.
All right, didn't hire to be a pretty face. They wanted analysis from the coach.
Graham here, he's going to pull out and lead. And that's the thing that you have to have. You see number 70 right there? He makes that block right there, boom. And then Allen just breaks off that, breaks a tackle right there, makes a little move, and ends up with a good run.
It's James Allen, proud of Winningwood, Oklahoma. That's the new quarterback, David Carr.
You spend so much time reading your book and trying to study the plays and study the films that you watch, but until you actually get out here and you get hit in the mouth, that's when you're going to learn. You're going to learn that the mistakes you make cost you.
The #1 overall pick, getting some advice from Jim Kelly. Oh, just getting an autograph. That's all. Will you sign this, please? Mr. Kelly, first quarter, Texans trailing 7-0. Carr to the wrong guy. William Peterson for the big blue. Intercepts it, goes the other way. We're going to take another look. Maybe not Carr's fault completely. The #2 pick, Jabbar Gaffney, goes down. And, well, with no Gator, it's an easy pick. Second quarter, Giants punting, 4th down, up 10. Avian Black fields the punt from Rodney Williams, and then he's going to run like people are chasing him. And they are, 11 of them in blue jerseys. And this is all, look at Rodney. He gets by him, but then Rodney, you're going to get tracked down by the punter. Oh,
good athlete.
He's going to hear about that. Scary moment, though, on the play. You see here, number 35 there circled. Lamont Evans gets hooked up with Sean Bennett. Shoulder, head, helmet drives in there. He just goes limp. Both players obviously concerned. A CAT scan, MRI on Lamont Evans, normal. Some feeling returning to his extremities. Doctors think it's a spinal cord contusion. As you see, carted off, taken to the hospital. Scary moment for sure. Second quarter there, your first points in Texans history. They come off the foot of Chris Brown, the free agent signing. Another Texans first. How about Carr? 42 TD passes last year at Fresno State. There's his first as a pro. They'll erase that when the regular season starts. Still feels good to Billy Miller. Another rookie getting it done. Giants, #1 pick. Look at that. Jeremy Shockey from Jesse Palmer. Sheds a couple, and then he just buries up Kevin Williams. Now, Kev, look at this again. He came into this thing about 5'11". After Jeremy lowered his shoulder, Kev comes out of about 5'6".
Ouchie.
Bang. Shockey one more time from Palmer. How about 4 grabs? And that one for a touchdown. The Giants win it 34-17. Much joy there. The Giants start off the preseason in good shape. Last time Giants played in the Hall of Fame game, they beat Houston Oilers 21-10. That was 1985. Don Capers 1-1 now in Canton. Won the Fame game in 95 as coach of the Panthers. Carr, 9 of 17, 96 yards. Shockey, the 4 catches I mentioned, cover 80 yards. By the way, the Giants, when they joined the NFL in 1925, it was a $500 fee. Fun practice development for all.
Yeah, this is fun. You know, I mean, it was just fun out there, you know, and seeing the guys grow and seeing them get better even in the first 2 quarters. We got better from the first snap to the last snap, you know, so we showed growth, but there's still a lot more to go.
You know that when you make a run like that, they're just going to immediately bring up the name Bavaro.
Yeah, I mean, he constantly bring that up all the time. You know, I can't be him. You know, he's in his own time and age, and you know, he's a great player, and it's big shoes to fill, and it's, you know, it's always a privilege being compared to him.
You've heard Chris Mortensen. You're going to hear more from him later on SportsCenter. Shockey and Carr, impressive debuts, and now just 174 days to the Super Bowl.
Monday night in Los Angeles, the legendary voice.
Out 3 to 5 days, Gruden, always hopeful.
Although it's hot and although there are limited numbers in some lines because of injury, we got to find a way to get it done in the end. And there is progress being made, but there's never enough.
NFC Central Division champion Bears camp. Ryan Robinson broke both his wrists in off-season accident practice. Hopes to recover fully for game time.
I was actually fortunate not to break an ankle or, have knee damage or anything like that. I was, unfortunate that I got hurt, but I was fortunate that it wasn't my legs.
Take both the wrists. Yeah. Just don't take my knee.
Don't hurt the knee.
Wait, there's more. Browns rookie runner Willie Green kept out of practice Monday as a precaution. Green banged up his right shoulder during a practice against the Bills Friday. X-rays negative. San Francisco 49ers rookie cornerback Michael Rumpf pleaded not guilty Monday to driving under the influence, and a warrant for his arrest revoked. Rumpf's attorney actually entered the plea in Miami. No trial date set yet.
Sunday, Corey Koski, the former goalie, made a chest save that helped the Twins win again. A day later, could anything save them from the Royals or themselves?
It's not one or halves of two, it's two or halves of one. Pedro, Derek Lowe, Koufax, Drysdale look at great two-man pitching combos.
ESPN goes spanning the globe this August to bring you the world of sports. The world of football kicks off in leagues around the world. Dutch football returns to ESPN for 2002, and the Italian Summer Series showcases the great...
Colts halfback Edgerrin James says a renewed bounce in his step that enabled him to do his shake and bake and 360-degree spin move comes from two sources, flag football and pickup basketball games. James said he would go to a Miami area park on Sundays and play flag football with a bunch of kids. He said the pickup basketball enabled him to run with less fear of re-injuring his surgically reconstructed right knee. 49ers receiver Terrell Owens took second-year halfback Kevin Barlow under his wing and allowed Barlow to live in his house while they trained together for 10 hours a day. The hard work, which included lifting, running, swimming, and basketball, trimmed Barlow's body fat from 13 to 7%, and has Coach Steve Mariucci thinking of using him more in the same backfield with starter Garrison Hurst. Owens, known himself for not being an easy player to coach, jokes that Barlow sometimes doesn't listen. Chiefs second-round choice Eddie Freeman, a raw, powerful defensive end, is getting a quick reputation as being feisty and dirty. Not only did he get fined $2,500 for using his helmet as a weapon against teammate John Tate during a training camp fight, Freeman also was accused by Vikings offensive linemen Corbin Lasine and Matt Burke of using his fingers to gouge their eyes during a weekend practice. Last season, Titans coach Jeff Fisher eliminated the fullback from his roster because teams would stack 8 and 9 defenders against the run when he went to a two-back set. But this season, Fisher has a fullback in former Giant Greg Camella, who won't be so predictable. When Camella enters at fullback, he would motion to positions such as tight end, H-back, or even wide out to keep teams guessing whether the play is a pass or an Eddie George run. Camella is such a good receiver, he could catch 60 passes this season. Inside the Huddle, John Clayton, ESPN.
Crap a jackass. Wishes he was me, and I hope he reads that. Well, he did.
Man, it's 1,500 miles away from me. Didn't make the playoffs, but keep asking me to get out of the first round. Wow, you got to get in. That's a beautiful thing for somebody to just be ranting and ranting about nothing, you know? Call Mike Sherman. Mike Sherman called Belly Week. It's not a sack. Easy. That's why it hurts me so much. It was my boy that gave it up, you know? The hardest quarterback in this league to put on the ground. Not only did they run that bootleg once, not twice, but 4 times. They ran the first play of the game. I watched the whole thing. And anybody else that watched, this is not a debate. It's a man that wants something given to him, and they gave it to him. So have it. Run on with it.
Oh, yeah. Sapp, by the way, has sacked 8 times in his career. Strahan didn't just have 16 and a half more sacks than Sapp last season. He was also more dominant in all major statistical categories, recording 19 more tackles, forcing 4 more fumbles, deflecting 2 more passes. Sapp's sack total 6 was his lowest since posting 3 in his rookie year of 95. I hope they yell at each other more on Wednesday, quite frankly.
More football madness. Maybe somebody forgot to tell Steve Spurrier that in the NFL, margin of victory means absolutely nothing. Despite the fact that he's playing with more castaways than the SS Minnow, Steve Mariucci was furious with Spurrier for throwing deep late in Saturday night's American Bowl. Well, Tuesday, Spurrier responded, quote, "They had 8, 9 guys around the line of scrimmage on 4th and 1, so we couldn't run it." Get ready, world. Steve Spurrier is about to change the NFL. But first, he'll need to change the Skins' defense. Mark Malone has more.
Here's this one out wide open. And the Redskins will finally get on the scoreboard. And Werfel marches the Redskins downfield for the touchdown. Well, they made it look easy on that drive.
Since Steve Spurrier became head coach of the Washington Redskins, the national attention has been on the offense. But the Skins' addition of defensive coordinator Marvin Lewis may prove to be just as significant.
He's able to get the most out of his talent, and between the talent and the schemes and his leadership, I think he's got a good system.
Like with LeVar moving around and rushing the passer, and with me running stunts and blitzing up the middle, and with Jesse's covering, he's came in and take the personality he has and just made the most out of it.
What I seek to do every day is to not allow them to fall into mediocrity, just to push them, prod them, whatever it takes, stroke them, get after them, that we can play the very best.
That guy was the general. If you ever saw the movie Gladiator, he was Caesar and I was Maximus. And that's the way he passed it on to me. But that's the genius that guy was.
Marvin Lewis was the Baltimore Ravens defensive coordinator for 6 seasons and had the luxury of coaching a linebacker core that included Ray Lewis, Jamie Sharper, and Peter Boulware. In the offseason, the Redskins added Pro Bowl linebackers Jeremiah Trotter and Jesse Armstead to go along with LeVar Arrington. Once again, Lewis has the talent.
Me being a linebacker, I love the way the defense was built around the linebackers. And it's made for the linebackers to run around and make plays.
We have such a solid linebacking core that I'll be able to just go after the quarterback at different times, different places. You never know where LeVar is going to be.
I think here these guys have a chance to just be very, very good. Our guys in Baltimore grew together. They grew up as young guys. I'm catching these guys a little later in their careers, but they're very similar in their athletic ability, their knowledge. Those guys could all run, they could all think, and that's what you have to do to be a productive linebacker in the NFL.
Me and Ray Lewis are just, we're good friends. We talk all the time. We always talk of competing to be the best in the game.
He talks about chasing me, and I talk about trying to do other things. We're just so good friends, man. It's just like we grew up all our lives together, and it's special.
I told him, now I'm one up on you. You're going to have to get on your horse because I got your coach now. So we got a little healthy rivalry going there.
He's young, and no matter how you look at it, that young boy has potential to win 2 to 3 Super Bowl rings.
They both are outstanding players. They both are learning. They've learned the game. They want to be better. That's the thing that I think if there's one common thread, they both want to be the best guys ever to play their position. I tell LeVar every day we're going to go as far as he'll take us because we're going to jump on his back and ride him.
Lewis will have his defense ready to shut down opponents, no matter how Spurrier's offense performs.
No, our job is to play defense, whether it means from the 4-yard line or the 34-yard line or 94 yards. And each and every time we go out there, we're expected to do it to get the ball back for the other side of the football.
Regardless of what the offense does, we're going out there to be a dominant defense anyway.
I don't care who gets the glory, how we do it. It's just about winning. Coach Spurrier, Coach Lewis, and all these great players that they brought around. Take me out a winner, baby.
A potentially big blow, though, to Spurrier's defense. Tackle Santana Dotson will miss the entire season after rupturing his left Achilles in practice Tuesday. Dotson is scheduled to undergo surgery Wednesday. And speaking of Wednesday we find ourselves in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, home of Arnold Palmer. But more importantly, that's where you will find Pittsburgh Steelers training camp, and we will be there. Game for both. Edwards' goals, modest. Quote, see your young players play and don't confuse them. All right, it's preseason football. Coach Carr and Herm, all smiles. Vinny Testaverde, thumb injury in training camp, none the worse for wear. First play from scrimmage, Vinny hits Lavernius Coles on the slant. Coles is speedy, 15-yard gain. First down Jets. Later in the drive, 3rd and 3 Jets. Testaverde going to keep it his own self, the 38-year-old. Fleet of foot. No ill effects of any injury, and a message for another former QB up in the booth. What do you got to say to Joe, Vinny?
We were talking last night with Theismann, and he was giving me a hard time about how all these scrambling quarterbacks run in this West Coast offense. So I just had to show him I have a little gas left in my tank.
Like Mr. T said, I got a lot of mo. Got a lot of mo. Then Lamont Jordan, he's a hard-shelled terrapin from the University of Maryland. He barrels in 7-0 Jets.
Steelers rookie Antoine Randall L. IU product. Played quarterback there and did it well. Now playing wide out. Slash. He knows a little bit about that. Dishes to the young fella. Randall L. 51 total yards in his debut. Same Steeler drive third. Nate Stewart chucks it to Damian Robinson. That's a problem because he wears the wrong color hat. Rough night all the way around for the Steelers in this one on the offensive side of the football. Next Jets series, Chad Pennington gets his chance, comes in, looks to Santana Moss, had an injury-plagued rookie season, hoping to make an impact this year. 20 yards there. That leads to a field goal for the Jets. Men in black down 10-0 second quarter. Stewart looking for Plaxico. Big fella about 6'6". Go up and get it, kid. He does. 40 yards on the catch. First and goal Steelers, and it's time to get on the bus. Or maybe not. Second down. Give it to the bus. Or maybe not. Over to third and goal. Give it to the bus. Wow, Mo Lewis stuffs in there. Bettis. That's when you take the bus and Bettis and you make it the Bettis. See, that's what happened there. Well, it was what it was. It was preseason football. Jerome Bettis only gains 8 yards, the exact same number of yards he had in the Steelers' last game, which was far more important in the AFC Championship against New England. Vinny and Chad Pennington combined to go 9 for 13 with 93 yards of passing. Now, for the moment, it's still Vinny in the Jets, but Brad Pennington could be at the Jets' controls soon. We'll take a look at the young man's pedigree a little later in the show.
First time as Super Bowl champs as the Rams played for the first time as Super Bowl runner-ups. And Tony Dungy, he's just looking for a super debut as the Colts' new head coach. The big unit goes after Tom Seaver, using the Marlins as bait, and Pedro hangs a few more zeros on the Twins. How would Barry follow up on 600? How would Tiger follow up on 63? Watch your step. Sports Center now.
Terry's field goal try for the win is good. It's good. It's good. And the New England Patriots have won Super Bowl 36.
Hello and welcome to the party that never ends, also known as Sports Center. Alongside Neil Everett, I'm Kevin Frazier. You know, 3's a magic number, Neil.
Yeah, a couple baseball players partying hard, hit 3 home runs. You're invited to their party. First, the Patriots partied all over the Rams in the last Super Bowl. 188 days later, New England back in uniform. First preseason game for the champs, playing on the Giants' turf. Tom Brady was holding a clipboard at this time last season for Drew Bledsoe. He's now a Bill. Brady, now the one cast in the shadow, and very first play from scrimmage, he hooks up with Deion Branch, 62 yards, and that'll set up a Vinatieri field goal. Adam with 4 boots for the Patriots. Later in the first, we've got a new combination. It's the Brady Branch. 6 yards there. Tom terrific, 7 of 11, 104, and Branch, second rounder out of Louisville, 8 catches, 129 yards. Still in the first, 3-zip, second and 7, and the big man on campus in NYC, Jeremy Shockey from Kerry Collins, 31 yards there, 2 catches for Shockey. And next play, Collins going to hook up with Amani Toomer. They did that 5 times last season, 34 yards there. The Giants lead. The Giants win 22-19. Giants defensive end Frank Ferrara intercepting a screen pass by rookie Rohan Davey to set up Antonio Warren's winning run in the fourth quarter. Giants win for the second time this week. Keeping our former Super Bowl teams theme, St. Louis at Tennessee, 34 revisited. First play for the Titans. Steve McNair dropping back, and then Steve McNair doing what he does when he can't find anybody to throw. He scrambles, but the ball knocked away by Jeff Scanina. Don Davis scoops it up, and the Rams haven't even been on the field yet. They're up 7-zip. Jeff Fisher, he wants a mulligan. Eddie George coming off a disappointing season, but he worked out with Jerry Rice in the offseason. Getting off right there, up the middle. George, 8 carries, 44 yards. He had just 11 carries all last preseason. Here's how you make the ball club. Fourth quarter, 2014. John Simon, undrafted rookie out of Louisiana Tech, spinning and grinning, and he is off. Gets down to the 1-yard line. Titans score on the next play. They go up 21-20. Under a minute to go, 28-26. Rams last chance. Eric Crouch. We're not in Nebraska anymore, rookie. He gets knocked down, but he'd eventually walk off under his own power. Titans powerful tonight. They win by a deuce. They've won 6 straight preseason games against the Rams, dating back to when they were the Oilers. Still, the Rams have the ring. Titans, 206 rushing yards. Rams only had 70, but they played without Field Marshal Fall.
On to Dungy's next stop would be Indianapolis. We were not going to be outbid for Tony Dungy, said Irsay. $13 million later, Dungy was his. Saturday night, the coach made his debut. Colts in Seattle to take on the Seahawks. And there's Tony. Looks good in blue. Seahawks playing their first game in the brand-new Seahawks Stadium. Nice digs. First quarter, Trent Dilfer. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Dilfer, James Williams. Connection. Dilfer 9 for 11 for 94 yards. Seahawks up 7-0. Hold the ball up in the air, son. Second quarter, Trent looking and But Trent down and he's hurt. Watch it again. Chad Bradsky in on it. Dilfer hurts his right knee. It was termed a sprained right knee. Mike Holmgren added that Dilfer had some ligament damage. He would not return his replacement, Matt Hasselbeck. He's in, picked off. How about the Colts? How about Tony Dungy? Maybe that defense will be better this year. 28-10, the final score. This is the 13th straight preseason these teams have met. Sean Alexander rushed 8 times for 41 yards. It's preseason football. You don't need to know more.
Arizona and San Diego, Marty Schottenheimer's West Coast debut. He's got a little quarterback thing going. Doug Flutie getting the start. Drew Brees will come in off the bench, and Flutie throwing it to nobody, and nobody not playing. Chargers trail 7-zip, still in the first. Flutie overthrowing Curtis Conway. Not the start Doug wanted. He takes a seat. Second quarter, Brees, cool Brees, looking for Joey Goodspeed, but Brees is intercepted by David Barrett out of Arkansas. Back 37 yards. The Cardinals up 14-zip after Pat came in. From? Arkansas.
Okay, just check.
Later in the second, Brees a little more composed. He's going to find Trevor Gaylor for the gainer up the middle. The Chargers cut the lead to 14-7. Brees and Flutie still competing for that starting job. Finish a combined 14 of 22 for 106 yards. David Boston, 3 catches for 88.
Chiefs and Niners, he's a lover, a hooper, but still not an active member of the Chiefs. Tony Gonzalez hanging out. First quarter, no score. Trent Green finds Dante Hall, 4 yards, touchdown pass. Feels good, doesn't it, Dante? Little love up there. 7-0. 49ers turn to answer. And speaking of basketball players, Terrell Owens, watch this. From the high camp. Terrell won't stop till he gets enough. The stiff arm. Oh, kid, you've got skills. Can I get a remix, please? Check out the effort by Owens. It's all about yards after catch. Your yak. And plenty of yak here for Owens. This game would go to overtime. And as if it matters, Kansas City wins 17-14. The San Francisco defense has now allowed over 800 yards of total offense in their first 2 preseason games. Why was Steve Mariucci mad at Steve Spurrier?
Tiger Woods has won 24 of 20.
Jones have a thing going on.
New York.
Matthews, straight back, over the middle. His pass to the end zone is a touchdown. Oh, what a catch.
Round 2 of Steve Spurrier's run-and-gun offense. Will it be fun against the Panthers? Donovan McNabb looks to get ahead of the pack, while Dante Culpepper tries to make the Browns feel blue. Brett Boone and the Mariners try to increase their American League West lead.
Base hit right field. Robertson is in. They'll score. Sanders. Throw it quick, not in time.
All that plus top plays. What more could you ask for?
This is SportsCenter on ESPN. The Senior PGA Tour presents the 2000.
With apologies to New Carolina rookie coach John Fox, your infectious enthusiasm takes a back seat to the fun and gun going on across the sideline Saturday in Carolina. It's the second preseason stop for Steve Spurrier, whose Redskins laid 38 points on the 49ers in the ball coach's debut. Last season, The Skins tallied 46 points total during the season before the season. Washington's first regular season win came in Game 6 against Carolina last year. Some thought Spurrier had Carolina on his mind, took the Washington job, so the former defensive coordinator for the Giants, Fox, gets the job. Shane Matthews, second quarter. Florida to Kansas State. Kevin Lockett just happy they have padding on the end zone. 10-3. Scary moment for the Redskins. Number 60 in maroon is Chris Samuels. Still in there in the second quarter, and why he's still in there in the second quarter, that might be the best question. Diagnosed with a sprained left ankle. Redskins threatening. We're still in the second quarter. Riedel Anthony did not catch a touchdown last season as a Buccaneer. There's Florida to Florida right there. He catches that one, trying to make the club, helping himself out. Late second quarter, Randy Fasani, draw to Deshaun Foster, his first carry as a professional. Look what he does to Darrell Green. You're going to have to try and tackle me, not knock me down. Marvin Lewis says, you got us this time. We'll get you next time on that one. 37-30, Skins, 793 yards of total offense. Washington throws for 339 yards. Matthews, Werfel, Rosenfels all play. Ramsey was in uniform. On the defensive side, Julius Pepper's debut, unofficially, the second overall pick, 1 assist.
Brett Favre and the Packers taking on Donovan McNabb in the Eagles' first quarter. Favre, play action. Troy Vincent. Great D, great hit. Packers would end up punting. Favre 6 of 10 for 52 yards in the game. Donovan McNabb, Dorsey Levens back in you miss him, don't you? Donovan 5 of 5, only 15 yards in the game. Same drive. Levens, and this time he's headed to the house. 8 carries for 64 yards for Levens. We jump to the fourth quarter, 13-10 Eagles. Tim Hasselbeck scrambles, looking, and he hits Rod Smart. Who that? Rod Smart. You know Rod Smart. Flashback, please. He hate me from the XFL. That's who Rod Smart is. Maybe now he should be They Dig Me. Lots of love from his teammates. That was his only catch. Eagles win the game 20-13. Packers lose despite getting 311 yards of total offense. Eagles rush for 179 yards in this game.
Denver at Chicago, or to be correct, at Champaign. Broncos visiting, and scoreless early, Brian Urlacher laying it on Olandis Gary. Terrell Davis did not play. Swellness in his left knee. Swell. Urlacher forces the fumble, recovers the fumble. Brian Griese sacked 3 times in just over 1 quarter. That would lead to the Bears only score. Third quarter, 13-3 Broncos, and Clinton Portis, your second-round pick, 29 yards. The former Kane, 57 on 13 carries, did fumble once. 27-3. The Bears get the first 3. Broncos get the next 27. Chicago with a -9 yards total offense in the first half. 44 for the night. You thought the smell surrounding Memorial Stadium was from the nearby agricultural school.
A little news from the association. The Mavericks owner, Mark Cuban, is refusing
regular season. Mike Tice back on the JOB. Mo Williams getting the job done from the Browns 4. Bad news, not so much the 6. Jameer Miller tears his Achilles on the play. More on him momentarily. Sean Hill, screen overthrown. Calvin Pearson, third in the depth chart. Rookie from Grambling State going 60 yards. Browns win this ball game 27-15 is your final. Butch Davis designed his defense around Miller, who last season became the first Cleveland player to make the Pro Bowl since the Browns returned to the league as an expansion team in '99. He's tearing Achilles. That is a tough one. Houston at New Orleans, first exhibition for the home team. Coach Capers and David Carr talking strategy. Carr, 3-step drop and gets dropped by the Saints defense. We're not in Fresno anymore. More Carr. He's 9 of 17, 96 yards in that giant loss in the Hall of Fame game today. 9 of 14, 95 yards, and the Texans get their first win, 13-10. Deuce McAllister, Saints' new starting running back, with Ricky gone to Miami, scoring the Saints only 6. Chris Brown, who bombed in Pittsburgh, 27-yard fourth-quarter field goal. That was your difference maker. Nearly 30 years ago, Pat Day wrote his first win.
He gets the win. Pat Day gets the love. $300,000 for that one.
Number 8, we're going Little League. You better be rolling the highlights back home. Aaron Albee striking out Jared Overman, one of his 14 Ks. Louisville wins at 8-1. They're headed to Williamsport.
Number 7 in Tom Goodwin. Pirates and Giants. You're kidding me, right?
6, we go football. Bartender. Shot of something stiff for Terrell Owens. Terrell against the Chiefs. Stiff arm there and another one there. And he's going to drag him down to the end zone.
It's all about desire there. Speaking of desire, Angels and Blue Jays, Orlando Hudson goes out, and if you want it bad enough, you're going to get it.
Our 4th is the Redskins Panthers, and this was Deshaun Foster's first NFL touch. He'll go 61, and look at him. Shuck Darryl Green right there. Redskins would win the ball game.
Back to the Little League play. Clemens, North Carolina, take on Bridgewater, Virginia, down 2-1. Chad Gentry hits the 2-run single to right. North Carolina comes back from a 2-0 deficit in the 6th inning to win 4-2. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Number 2 on the top play. Unit facing Mike Lowell. Marlins Diamondbacks, and he ties Tom Seaver on the all-time K list and then strikes out Preston Wilson to pass Tom terrific. Unit terrific. 14 Ks in this ballgame.
At the top of the list, the Dominican daddy who was clubbing. Cubs and Rockies, and Sammy hits 3. He has 38 on the season, but there's more.
Oh, we're sharing the top spot. After Sammy did his business, Mike Lieberthal did his. Off a Dale, and 3 times the charm right there. Lieberthal goes yard 3 times, but the Dodgers defeat the Phillies.
You know, Neil, knowledge is power. On the way, the educational portion of the program. The Dominican
lost 6 of its last 9. The Yankees taking on the Angels right now. They're still tied up at 5 apiece. When we left, it was 5 apiece in the 5th. Now they are tied up in the top of the 7th as the Yankees wrap up a 12-game road trip. They're only 6-5 on it so far. Well, now as we've moved into August, we're getting closer to possible strike dates in Major League Baseball. We all hope baseball will continue. Bud Selig, though, yesterday reiterated his desire to make contraction a reality, saying owners are more unified on that subject than on any other.
But let's say, for example, there was a massive AL East contraction. Okay. The Yankees and the Red Sox stay put. The rest of the division is combined. Now that might be a test for the AL champs. If, in fact, that did happen, stretch this along, it might sound a little something like this. The radio voices for the Yankees help us out. John Sterling and Charlie Steiner have the call.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Yankee Stadium. It's a beautiful afternoon for baseball.
As the Yankees welcome those creatures of contraction, it's the Baltimore Devil Jays. Bottom half of the 4th, no score. Roy Halladay cruising right through the Yankees this afternoon. It's 2-2 to Derek Jeter. And here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. That's the end of the inning. Roy Halladay's faced just 1 over the limit through 4, and there is still no score. Mike Mussina matching Halladay with an equally impressive performance.
It'll be a 3-2 to Vernon Wells. Mussina deals, and he struck it out swinging. A high fastball out of the zone. We go to the bottom of the 5th, and there's still no score.
A once sunny day has now turned somber and gray.
The rain is starting to come down much harder. Shane Spencer is having trouble with the rain accumulating on his helmet, and that will do it. They're calling for the tarps to be brought out.
Bottom half of the 6th, we're tied at 1. The Yankee offense finally beginning to show some signs of life after 2 lengthy rain delays. Jeter at 3rd, Bernie at 2nd. Victor Zambrano trying to get out of the jam created by Halladay, facing Posada with a 2-0 count. Here's the pitch. Posada swings and rips a base hit into right field. Jeter comes around to score. Here comes Bernie. He will score, and the Yankees take the lead 3-1.
Top of the 7th inning. Shannon Stewart led off the inning with a triple, but after 2 quick outs, Mussina is 1 strike away from getting out unscathed. Mussina deals. It's swung on, and there's a drive. Center field. Bernie Williams back. Oh, way back to the track. To the wall, she's gone. A 2-run home run by Delgado ties it at 3. And with that, Joe Torre comes out. That'll be all for Mike Messina.
Top half of the ninth, still tied at 3, 2 outs. Mike Stanton is on in relief facing Tony Batista. Batista the swing. And he hits one down the line and left. Spencer on the move. Can he get it? No! Randy Wynn is going to come around to score. He's going to score all the way from first base. Mike Stanton thought he was out of the inning. Instead, the Devil Jays have now taken a 4-3 lead.
Oh, it's a tough break for Spencer. He got there, but it hit off the heel of his glove and popped out. Bottom of the ninth. Soriano on first, 2 outs. Yankees trail 4-3. Derek Jeter at the plate with a 1-2 count, facing Jorge Julio, who's trying to close it out.
The Yankees are going to need some big-time assistance to pull this one off.
Julio delivers, and Jeter hits one to deep right. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. It's a home run by Derek Jeter, and the DJs are going absolutely nuts. Protesting to the umpires, there was interference by a fan, and they may be right.
Well, let's take a look at it again. Wait a minute. Could it be? Jeffrey Mayer stolen another home run ball out of the right field seats. Jeffrey Mayer has done it again.
History repeats itself. Deja vu all over again. And the Yankees ride to victory in the first ever meeting with the DJs. Final score, Yankees 5, Baltimore 4. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
So they have to cheat in fantasy. Coming up, the real Eric Crouch. Yeah, when the kid reaches over, Eric Crouch. We got Eric Crouch.
All right.
You have Venus.
Yes, Yelena Dockett says she feels mentally strong. Usually that's not enough against this particular player. Tournament title on the line. Jeez.
Don't miss great racing action from all over the world every week with Motorsport Asia on ESPN.
It's an event second only to the America's Cup. It's boat against boat in a non-stop, one-lap, no-rules dash around the planet. It's Swedish Match Grand Prix Sailing on ESPN.
ESPN's Tuesday Night Fights, another classic battle between countries. Undefeated Puerto Rican Alex Trujillo faces Mexican Juan Venezuela. 10 lightweight rounds Tuesday on ESPN. The Tennis Masters Series continues from the Great North. The game's biggest stars have been attacking on the lightning-quick hard-court surface in Toronto. It's been a great tournament of super play and crushing upsets. Now the draw is down to the final 2, and it's time to crown a champion. The Battle of the Great North is set to begin. The Tennis Masters Canada, the men's final tonight. The Tennis Masters Series on ESPN.
We go to the bottom of the 10th inning, still tied at 3. Rivas, the number 9 hitter. The Twins win it on the home run by Rivas, only his second of the whole season.
And there'll be more from Rivas and more in the late innings again today. They're a Major League best 18-4 since the All-Star break. Now have a 16-game lead in their division. They're regarded as the best defensive team in their league, and only now have their full rotation intact with the return of Joe Mays last week and Brad Radke last night. An aberration, some might say, but a spirited aberration. After an extra inning win last night, Twins tied for the best home record in baseball. Ron Gardenhire there, and the first inning it'll get exciting. No score, 2 outs. Carlos Beltran the shot, and oh no! Off the wall, Torrey Hunter and Dustin Moore both went after it. Shades of George Theodore and Don Hahn. Beltran coming all the way around. Inside the park, home run. Ralph Garr hit it. It was like 73 Mets sprays, and they circled. They butted heads. They went down. These guys just collided more like that. Oh, I won't comment on that. Yeah, anyway, in the 9th inning, it's a 4-3 game. Corey Koski on second. There's that man again, Luis Rivas. Saturday 0, base hit off Roberto Hernandez. We got a play to the plate. Beltran guns down Corey Koski. So they're still down 4-3, but 2 outs. Jock Jones, Nafi Perez, and this is Royals baseball. Oh, the tying run, brutal. Royals, second most errors in the American League. They go to extra innings. There you go, Christian Guzman. Rally cap, 10th inning, bases loaded. Koski again. Oh, it's a first Chan Perry. Great stop. Go to the plate. What happened? That's the game-winning run that crosses. Corey Koski took one in the chest. Chan Perry wheeled. Watch this again. Not the best angle, but as he turns out, now that's the second out. Going for the third out, they would get out of a bases-loaded jam. Went right to Corey Koski, who was said to be all right. Easy for us to say. Took a fastball in the chest, but it took him for precautionary x-rays. They expect him to be all right, and the Twins win in extra innings yet again. 5-4. Minnesota's won 5 in a row and 15 of 17. J.C. Romero, 1 scoreless inning. He gets the win. He's now 7-1 on the year. It's an outstanding bullpen as well.
Venus Williams going for a second title in as many weeks, taking on Yelena Dokic in the Acura final. And Venus in the second set won the first one 6-2. That is one of her 5 aces. Takes the first game of the second set. Later on, now 3-1 Venus. And after a long rally, Venus comes to the net so well, makes it look so easy. And now serving for the match. Up 5-2. And Dokic, you can't handle that. Venus needed only 55 minutes to win her 3rd straight Acura title. She's won 20 of her last 22 matches overall, 6 titles this year. Venus will stay second in the world rankings, right behind younger sister Serena. Venus's only losses since May came in the French Open and Wimbledon finals too. Who else but Serena?
Men's tennis in Toronto, shades of Guillermo Vilas, Guillermo Cañas, facing Andy Roddick in the Masters Series final. The ace from Cañas. Then second serve, final game, second ace of the final game, and then yet another ace. Triple match point. 4th serve, Roddick gets a piece of this, but follows, and he's wide, and Cañas takes it in straight sets. The first player from Argentina to win this Canadian Tour event since Guillermo Villas himself in 1976. Roddick made 26 unforced errors. Cañas makes only 6. Says Roddick, he doesn't give you anything. His road to the finals, by the way, beat Marat Safin, Tommy Haas, and Yevgeny Kafelnikov. A long route.
Oregon is ranked 15th in the preseason ESPN coaches football poll, but the program has other concerns. The Eugene Register Guard reports that 6 Ducks football players violated NCAA rules by exchanging game tickets for breaks on rent. The school has investigated and forwarded its findings to the Pac-10, which will rule on any punishments. Penalties for current players involved could include suspensions from football games. Still ahead, according to his Braves teammates, Gary Sheffield has undergone a remarkable transformation. We will detail that.
And also on the way, we've got the latest in the NFL. Who's signing, who's staying. We'll be back.
Falling is easy. Getting back up, that's the hard part.
Don't miss the world's strongest man competition every week on ESPN. Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
The classic teams, the classic moments, the classic rivalries. Join us as we relive the most historically renowned matches in the history of the game. The history of cricket continues with the classic matches. Friday on ESPN.
To the LPGA, the Wendy's Championship for Children in Dublin, Ohio. Mi-Hyung Kim on 17, a three-shot lead on a par 3. I mean, close it out. Oh, not what she wanted. She would double bogey the hole. The lead down to 1 with 1 hole to play. On 18, second shot from the fairway. Kim puts that up toward the grandstand. Big trouble there. Now from there, should size up the shot. Hee-Won Han trailing by 1, watches on, and look at this third shot. That's coming through in style. About 3 feet away. Beautiful shot, the 25-year-old. And the par putt to win it, and indeed she does. Kim with her 5th tour win. She won the Giant Eagle LPGA Classic just 3 weeks ago, but that had snapped a long drought for Kim. She had come close. 4 second-place finishes in just over a year before this recent winning run.
There's no question that video games have come a long way visually. The graphics so advanced the players almost look real. But how real are the video games themselves? As Rich Eisen tells us, hands-on approaches from guys like John Madden and Eric Crouch help keep this slogan true. If it's in the game, it's in the game.
285, 47, 41. Check, check, check. 28, 71. Hot.
NCAA rules prevent current college athletes from appearing in video games. So Heisman Trophy winner and former Nebraska quarterback Eric Crouch will be gracing the cover of Sega's NCAA 2K3. 1 month before being drafted by the St. Louis Rams, Crouch met with Sega officials to consult on the upcoming game.
I wanted to make sure that if I was a part of this, that at least they could get to know me a lot better than just, putting me in there and saying, do this.
Project manager Happy Keller has worked with sports stars for many of his 16 years in video games.
We try to portray real life, but they actually live it. Any opportunity that we get to consult and to get input from a premier athlete, we'll take it.
For Crouch, it was a chance to educate Sega producers on the finer points of the Nebraska offense.
That leg comes back. It's just really easy. I think I gave him more knowledge on how we run the option, what works best into what defenses, how we call our audibles, how we change our plays. If I'm a quarterback, this is a no-brainer. You got to go left on this. You know? It's exciting for people to see that actually watch football. Watch football on Saturdays and Sundays. They say, hey, well, this is real. This looks real. I can't really tell if you had 2 TVs sitting here, what the difference is.
No athlete or coach has worked more closely with his video game for longer than John Madden.
I would bet that, these kids that know me, know me as Madden 2002, and they don't know that I ever coached. Heck, they weren't even born then.
Why would you keep Marshall Falk in the backfield?
Well, we don't on every play.
For game producer Jeremy Strausser, it's a year-round journey from September to the following August to get Madden's ideas from the meeting room to the game screen.
When we sit here with John, we figure out the X's and O's as to where they should go and how close a guy should line up to a guy's left foot. And those nuances make the difference in the game. We were going to make the backs and the receivers different than the linemen. So we're going to keep the linemen as circles, make the backs and the receivers, a diamond or a triangle.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that?
That's always a symbol for defense.
Madden's first game debuted in 1989 for an Apple II computer. Ever since, he meets with game producers 4 or 5 times a year, pushing them to adjust and tweak the game so it's closer and closer to the real thing.
Kids pick up little things. I mean, there was one time, I remember when we didn't have benches on the sideline. These are things that if you don't have, people are going to pick out. One time, like 4 or 5 years ago, in fact, it was my son Joe was playing. The score was, after they finished, was 100-98, not one punt. So I said, there's something wrong here. And what they were doing is they would go for it on 4th down every time. And the odds were too high. And they'd throw a pass and it'd be complete. And that doesn't happen in the game. So I got so upset watching them play that I said, that's never going to happen again. So then we just took the odds down, on 4th down.
Madden's lesson today, breaking down the basics of shift and motion.
When I go here and he's moving like that, can I snap the ball?
Yeah, you can snap the ball. Yeah, he's the only guy. If no one else is doing it. Yeah.
He does come with things that are over the top, but we like to take that as a challenge, and it's never that we can't do it. We always try to figure out a way that we can get it done.
Years ago, I remember making a statement that I want the game to look like it looks on television. All these years, we're pushing to look like television, and then I would be in meetings with television, and we're trying to look like video games. So I thought we've come a long way.
And John Madden has come over to ABC. He makes his Monday Night Football debut tomorrow night. Giants-Texans square off in the Hall of Fame game on ABC at 8 Eastern. But first, get all your NFL needs fulfilled with Monday Night Countdown. Mark Malone, Sterling Sharp, Sean Salisbury get you ready for football at 7 Eastern on ESPN. Then go to ABC to watch some football.
And some football notes now. John Abraham of the Jets will undergo an MRI on his left knee tomorrow morning. He sprained a medial collateral ligament in his knee during a mock scrimmage yesterday. And Eagles defensive lineman Hollis Thomas is out indefinitely with a broken right foot. He'll travel to Chicago tomorrow to see a specialist who will determine if surgery is needed on that foot. Coming up here on Sports Center, usually doesn't settle into anywhere long term. Is that now different now that he's in Atlanta? Gary Sheffield's adjustment next.
Don't miss ESPN's exclusive coverage of the great outdoor games beginning August 13th. ESPN has the sports you love to watch. Did we miss something?
It's an event second only to the America's Cup. It's boat against boat in a non-stop one-lap, no-rules dash around the planet. It's Swedish Match Grand Prix Sailing on ESPN.
When people talk of Australia's great Davis Cup victories, they inevitably think of Kooyong here in suburban Melbourne. Hoden Rosewall in the 50s, Emerson and Laver in the 60s, and a young man named Pat Cash in the 80s. Cash would twice take on the might of the Swedes, and against all odds, the youngster would successfully take his team to victory. In 1983 and again in 1986, Cash would be the cornerstone of Neil Fraser's Davis Cup dreams. I'm Steve Monaghetti, and tonight these are the highlights on ESPN.
There's something for everyone on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Start of the day, the Oakland A's 3 out in the wild card, 6 back in the AL West, taking on the Tigers. Randall Simon facing Corey Lytle. And a line drive, Terrence Long, nice sliding grab. Go to the third inning, no score. Good pitcher's duel here. 2 on for Miguel Tejada. It's Mike Maroff. Crushes that on the rookie. Tejada, it's a hitting streak of 24 games. That's a 3-run shot. 3-0 A's. Lytle working on a perfect game here in the 6th inning, but Wendell McGee breaks it up. 5 perfect innings. Not bad. Top of the 7th. Lytle still on, facing Simon. Grounder, double play, and an A's shutout that does not involve the big 3. Corey Lytle gets it done to get perfect through 5. Oakland has won 9 of its last 11 against Detroit. Lytle is 7-2 in his career in the month of August, in case you're interested in that.
Always interested. The Marlins beat the Brewers by the final of 7-2. Milwaukee's now lost 5 of its last 6, scoring 2 or fewer runs 5 times, including today. Michael Tejada, 7 shutout innings. He picked up the win. Kevin Millar, Mike Lowell, and Derek Lee all went deep. Lowell and Lee back-to-back for the Marlins in the 5th.
Well, it's a baseball question that goes back to Rogers Hornsby. If this guy is so great, how come he keeps getting traded? Hornsby played for 6 different teams despite his offensive dominance. And now Gary Sheffield is on his 5th major league club. The Braves, already with great pitching but starved for power, made the deal for Sheffield. And as Lisa Salters reports, the honeymoon is not over yet.
If your reputation truly precedes you, Gary Sheffield had a right to be concerned about how he would be received by his new teammates in Atlanta.
You heard he was a bad apple in Milwaukee, and you heard he was a bad apple in L.A. But in both instances, there were cities that he wanted to get out of, and there's no better way to get out of somewhere than to start causing some waves. But he's been a model citizen, so to speak, here. He's been great.
I don't think we even made one phone call to find out if any of those stories had any factual to them or not. So, no, we knew Gary well enough, and we knew what he could do on the field.
I think everybody was a little worried for nothing about him fitting in here. He called me up a couple days before spring training. He said, man, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to be like a little puppy. He said, wherever you go, I'm going. I just want to, fit in.
Of course, when you come into a new environment, guys probably read things and heard things and things like that. But if you bring up anybody's past, it's something there. But, these guys is like a different breed. It was never a factor. They never made it an issue. From day one in spring training, they welcomed me with open arms.
And that's the one thing Dodger fans did not do, Sheffield says. He says his problems in L.A. began long before last season's contract dispute with Dodger management.
I said it from day one when I got to L.A. They just waiting on me to make one mistake because they just thriving to say that's why we shouldn't have traded him for Mike Piazza. I mean, I knew that. Mike was their golden boy, so they made me out to be the bad guy.
I think we had gotten to the point where Gary was ready to move on. And so rather than belabor the point, rather than make a number of people miserable, just be done with it and move on.
It's got so many superstars where I don't have to be the guy. I can just go out and play my game, not worry about anything else. I don't have to worry about a contract. I don't have to worry about winning. I don't have to worry about carrying this team. So that's 3 things I don't have to worry about. So now I can just enjoy my career.
Sheffield says he's known that Atlanta would be a perfect fit for him for a long time, ever since the mid-90s when he was on a team of all-stars touring in Japan. The manager on that team was Bobby Cox.
I kept telling him that I wanted to play for him, but he was like, no, stay away from me, you tampering. He's like, you can't talk to me about that. But he said, I'd love to have your services, but after that, the relationship grew and grew. Every time I came into town, I always paid my respect to talk to him, and he always been nice to me.
I'm glad Gary's happy, and we're the happy ones, the Braves, to have him on our team and in the clubhouse and in that lineup right in the middle of it. And he means a lot to this city right now, and hopefully, we get to carry this thing on through a complete season, and Gary will have been the MVP of this club by far.
This is what I thought it would be, coming around these guys. It's a veteran clubhouse. You come in here and you expect to win on an everyday basis. So, it's more fun to come to the park that way.
Well, Lisa, thank you. His power number is not up to his normal high standards. He wasn't in for power at all after the opening week. But since June 1st, look at the numbers. Hitting .322 and, more importantly, slugging .571. If he did that for a full season, be in the top 10 in the league.
Baseball Tonight follows us at the top of the hour. Analysis and highlights, including stuff we didn't show you from just completed games. Radley and the guys, followed by the Cards-Braves at 8 Eastern.
This is John Miller. Please join Joe Morgan and me tonight as Albert Pujols and the Cardinals visit the team with the best record in the game. Gary Sheffield and the Braves host the Cardinals coming up at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 5 Pacific. The Sunday Night Baseball Game of the Week.
Don't miss the world's strongest man competition every week on ESPN. Having trouble getting up in the morning? Wake up with Corey Everson's Gotta Sweat. Then get the blood flowing with Body Shaping. And finish off with Kiana's Flex Appeal, Tuesdays through Fridays on ESPN. Great sports every day on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Atlanta's summer heat is the perfect setting when division leaders, the Atlanta Braves and St. Louis Cardinals, take the field one last time prior to the playoffs. Major League Baseball, today live on ESPN.
$1 million Haskell Invitational from Monmouth Park. War Emblem in command.
He's in a class of his own at the 16th hole. He's 5 lengths out in front. War Emblem is in front to the wire. The Derby and Preakness winner is a Haskell hero. War Emblem.
Impressive, yeah, took 2 legs of the Triple Crown and wins the Haskell Invitational. At Saratoga, the Jim Dandy Stakes. Watch jockey Richard Miglore thrown from his horse. He'd be taken to the hospital, no serious damage. Took x-rays for him. Medaglia Dora won the race, by the way. And again, the jockey Miglore was all right after that fall.
An awful lot safer sport. They used the modified Stableford scoring system. At the International, there was a 1 hour, 14-minute rain delay. Rich Beam held on to win by 1 point over Steve Lowry. Lowry with a double eagle to get to within 1 point. Beam plus 19 on the day to pick up his second career win on the tour, his first since he was a rookie.